Chapter 51. An afternoon passed quietly. Urza cooked dinner for Lu Li like a little wife. After eating and drinking, Lu Li faced another embarrassing problem: sleeping. When he built this house, he had just started working and didn't have much money. He only bought a bed just for the convenience of his practice, so he planned to spend the night in the living room. Before he could say this, he saw Urza, who had taken a shower and changed into pajamas, lying on her bed and patted her side and said, "What are you doing? Come to sleep. You still have to practice tomorrow." He didn't expect Urza to not care about the difference between men and women at all. Maybe she didn't know anything about it now. But Urza didn't care, so why should he, a man, be so shy? And he had long determined that Urza was his woman. Lu Li lay beside Urza. It seemed that because of the excessive fatigue of practicing during the day, Urza fell asleep quickly, and Lu Li also began to meditate using meditation. Now his magic power is full, and the magic power absorbed by meditation is not much, but it is more about subtly broadening the capacity of his magic source. Late at night, Lu Li heard something. When she opened her eyes, she saw Urza sweating profusely, with a very frightened expression on her face, obviously having a nightmare. "Urza! Urza!" Lu Li pushed Urza. Urza suddenly opened her eyes, still a little frightened, and after seeing that this was not a slave prison, she suddenly realized where she was. "No, sorry, I just..." Lu Li reached out and hugged Urza tightly and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Hearing Lu Li's words, Urza's tense nerves also relaxed. Lu Li's embrace was warm and safe. The painful memories of her childhood always tortured her. If she didn't wear armor on weekdays, she would not feel safe at all. Unknowingly, Urza fell asleep in Lu Li's arms. Lu Li's eyes changed. Of course, he knew why Urza had nightmares. Urza was abandoned by her mother Irene since she was born. When she was young, she was captured by the dark magic cult and used as a slave to build the Earth system. Later, she was betrayed by Jalal, whom she trusted the most. One blow after another came one after another, all falling on this poor girl. Even so, Urza was not defeated and still worked hard to live. How could such a girl not be pitied? Jalal, although he was also a pitiful guy who was deceived by someone, many things could not be forgiven by saying, "I was deceived." The original author likes to whitewash people, but he doesn't like it. Some things are done, and they should pay the price for it. The next morning, Urza slowly opened her eyes. She didn't know how long she hadn't slept so peacefully. She saw Lu Li's face close at hand. She saw herself lying on Lu Li's arms. Her whole body was hugged by Lu Li, and she could feel Lu Li's breath. Urza's face immediately turned red. She was about to turn 14, and now was the time when she first began to fall in love. Although she was carefree, she was not completely ignorant. It was obviously wrong for a boy and a girl to hug each other so closely, but she really liked the feeling of being protected. Lu Li moved, and Urza was frightened and quickly closed her eyes. Lu Li opened her eyes and saw Urza pretending to sleep. She couldn't help but feel very funny. Where was the girl who invited her to bed last night? Since you were pretending to sleep, don't blame me. Lu Li's lips touched Urza's lips lightly, and Urza froze and stopped breathing. She was actually kissed by the other party. Fortunately, Lu Li only touched lightly and stopped, gently put Urza's head on the pillow, and then opened the bedroom door and walked out. Urza didn't dare to open her eyes until Lu Li walked out. She gasped for air, her face flushed, her heart pounding like a deer. This was her first kiss. After a while, Urza calmed down, changed into her usual clothes, opened the bedroom door, and walked out. As soon as she came out, Urza smelled the fragrance of food. It smells so good. This fragrance even made her forget the embarrassment just now. "Awake?" Lu Li asked Urza knowingly. Urza recalled what happened before and nodded with a blush. Lu Li called Urza and said, "The food is ready. Come and eat." Urza sat down on the chair, picked up the chopsticks, and tasted the food made by Lu Li. His eyes lit up immediately. "It's so delicious." "Lu Li, is your cooking so delicious?" "It's okay. I can only say that I can cook a little, not proficient." As Huxiao men, almost all of them have been taught how to cook since childhood, and Lu Li is no exception. However, the main reason why Lu Li cooks for himself is that he can't afford takeout, so he can only cook at home and save some money to pay rent. "This is not proficient. Your cooking skills are better than many restaurants. I can't believe that you have a very high talent for magic and cooking talent." There seems to be no comparison between the two. Delicious. Really delicious. Urza seemed to have eaten such delicious food for the first time, and he just ate it up. After eating and drinking, the two began another day of practice. Urza's crazy appearance when practicing scared Lu Li, as if it was not him who participated in the S-level assessment, but her. In the evening, Urza fell asleep, and the next morning she didn't know why she ran into Lu Li's arms. Lu Li would give Urza a kiss every morning, which made Urza shy and expectant. She would only dare to open her eyes after Lu Li got up. Before she knew it, a week had passed, and the day of the S-Class Wizard promotion test had officially arrived. Chapter 52. Fairy Tale Guild Second Floor. Except for those who need to go to the infirmary due to injuries, the second floor of the Fairy Tale Guild does not allow guild wizards to enter on weekdays. Except for S-Class wizards. Because the commissions on the commission board in the room on the second floor are all S-Class and above. It is a life-threatening task. Ordinary wizards are in danger of their lives to do S-Class tasks. At this moment, Lu Li and others are standing in front of these S-Class task commission boards. Makarov said, "The content of your promotion assessment this time is very simple, that is, to choose an S-Class task and complete it. Those who can complete the S-Class task can be promoted to S-Class wizards." Laxus' eyes lit up when he heard this. S-Class tasks, interesting. S-Class tasks are tasks that all wizards in the guild want to challenge, but because of their danger, the guild only allows S-Class wizards to accept them, and not all S-Class tasks can be accepted by S-Class wizards. The president will decide whether to accept it based on the riskiness of the task. It was unexpected that Laxus could do it during the S-level assessment. Lu Li did not expect that the test would be this. "President, if you complete the task reward." Lu Li rubbed his fingers. Guildarts laughed and said, "You are thinking about this, brat. Don't worry, the guild will not be greedy for your little money. This is both an assessment and a real S-level task simulation. If you complete the task reward will naturally belong to you." Lu Li stuck out his tongue and said, "I'm just asking, nothing else." Makarov continued, "Okay, you guys come to choose the task." The four people went forward to check together. There are a total of 4 S-level tasks on the commission board, and they are all subjugation tasks. Task name: Subjugating the Deep Sea Monster. Task difficulty: S. Task description: A huge sea monster has recently appeared in the waterway of the Bay of Bengal. The sea monster attacks all passing ships, causing heavy casualties and losses. Wizards are needed to kill the sea monster. Task reward: 10 million JM. This mission is not bad. The mission is concise and clear. The reward is also very high. 10 million J is equivalent to 600,000 renminbi, enough for a long time. Lu Li reached out to take the mission commission. Suddenly, a hand quickly appeared and took the mission commission first. Lu Li looked at the other party and saw Laxus' mouth curled up, looking at Lu Li with a smug look. "According to the rules of the guild, whoever grabs it first gets it. Who made you short-handed and slow to act?" Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Although he had watched the anime and knew that Laxus was not a bad person and cared about everyone in the guild, this bad behavior was really annoying. He suddenly had the urge to beat this guy up. At this moment, Lu Li felt a surge of anger. Turning his head, he saw Urza staring at a mission commission, and his body couldn't help shaking. Lu Li looked at the commission. Mission name: Defeat Avatar. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: A group of avatars appeared in the Kingdom of Avalor. This group of avatars attacked many villages and towns in the Kingdom of Avalor and abducted many villagers. Magicians are needed to eliminate the avatars and save the villagers. Mission reward: 15 million J. Seeing this mission, Lu Li knew why Urza was angry. Urza was also abducted by avatars when she was young and became a slave. Now seeing such a thing happen again, how could she not be angry? "President, does the Magic Council not care about this kind of thing?" Lu Li asked Makarov with some doubts. The strength of the Magic Council in the fairy tale animation is not very good, but it still has a considerable deterrent power in the Ishgard continent. Especially the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, the Magic Spirit Power, which is said to be able to hit any place in the Ishgard continent, and its power can even destroy a country. Makarov shook his head. The Magic Council only governs the countries on the Ishgard continent that have joined the Magic Council. The Magic Council will not care about those countries that have not joined, and Avalon is one of the countries that have not joined the Magic Council. "Why didn't you join?" Guildart said. "Because they have to pay high protection fees. The Magic Council itself is not free. All protected countries have paid high protection fees, but for some countries that are not rich themselves, they cannot afford such high fees. For such countries, even if there is a war between wizards, the Magic Council will naturally not care. There are many such countries on the Ishgard continent, so when such things happen, these countries are more likely to seek help from the Wizard Guild, which costs less. Guildarts likes to travel around on weekdays and has been to various countries. Not all kingdoms are as rich as the Kingdom of Fiori. It is normal for some kingdoms that cannot pay protection fees to be divided up by many countries. When he encountered such things during his travels, he would help them if he could. Hearing this, Lu Li understood. Isn't this the fairy tale version of heavenly gold? In the One Piece world, many countries cannot afford to pay heavenly gold, so they will be robbed by pirates. The Navy will not care at all, and even deliberately indulge. It seems that no matter which world it is the same. Of course, Lu Li is not a saint, and it is normal to understand such things. You don't pay and still want others to protect you. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Lu Li reached out and took off the task commission. I accept this task. Duh. Chapter 53. Lu Li, don't you want to consider it? Makarov asked Lu Li. This mission is the most dangerous one among the 4 S-level missions. It can make a country helpless and can only seek help from the Wizard Guild. It can be seen how terrifying the power of this avatar is. The mission level issued by the other party is S-level, but the degree of danger is almost close to SS level. Even if it is a real S-level wizard, he does not recommend doing it. Putting this mission here is actually to test the vision of those who participate in the assessment. Lu Li shook her head. No, this is it. Makarov. Well, since you have accepted the task, let's go. The time limit for this work is 1 month. If it is not completed within 1 month, it will be regarded as a failure in the assessment. 1 month, it doesn't take that long at all. I can complete this task in a week. Laxus said confidently, then glanced at Lu Li and raised his mouth. But some guys who overestimate their own abilities may not be the case. Whether I overestimate my own abilities or not, you don't need to worry about it. Just take care of yourself. Even though it was in front of Makarov, Lu Li did not indulge Laxus at all. We are guildmates, so I should be worried about you, right? If that's the case, I think I should be more worried about you. Laxus narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, Kid, just be thankful that this S-level assessment is not a confrontation. Otherwise, I will definitely let you experience my strength. Yes, I am very thankful. If I accidentally hurt you, I really can't explain to the president. Laxus really wanted to teach Lu Li a lesson now, but his grandfather and Guildarts were there at this time. Humph. Then I'll see if you can complete the task. Let's go. Laxus left with Freed. Lu Li stuck out her tongue at Laxus's back. Let's go too. Then he prepared to leave with Urza. Guildarts laughed cheerfully. Haha, the young people in the guild are so energetic now. Makarov sighed helplessly. Laxus's temperament is getting more and more extreme now, and he is getting more and more different from when he was a child. I am really worried that he will do something one day. Guildarts comforted Makarov and said, Don't worry, President. I watched Laxus grow up. He is the child of fairy tale. Although he is a little rebellious now, a person's nature is not so easy to change. He will figure it out in the future. I hope so. Soon, Lu Li and Urza got on the train, and the train started slowly. Urza asked, Lu Li, why did you choose that task? Nothing. Because the reward for that task is very high. We are now conducting the S-level promotion assessment, so naturally we have to choose the tasks with lower difficulty to have a higher chance of completion. Aren't they all S-level tasks? The difficulty is about the same. I think this task is not difficult. It is quite suitable for me. Lu Li looked indifferent. But Urza is not a fool, knowing that Lu Li must have chosen this task for her own reasons. Urza's expression changed, and it was obvious that she was struggling fiercely in her heart, as if she was hesitating whether to confess everything to Lu Li. Okay, I've already accepted the mission, and it's too late to regret it now. I might as well think about how to complete the mission. I don't want to see Laxus's stinky face every day after I go back. Urza couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Lu Li say this. Indeed, with Laxus's personality, if the mission was not completed, he would definitely ridicule her every day. Urza swore in her heart, Don't worry, I will definitely help you become an S-class wizard. After 3 days of travel, Lu Li and Urza finally arrived at the Kingdom of Avalor. Are you the wizard sent by Fairy Tale to complete the mission? In the palace, the King of Avalor and the ministers looked at Lu Li and Urza with suspicion. Yes, Lu Li and Urza have long been accustomed to this. Every time they go on a mission, the employer will see through them because of their age. A minister said angrily, We issued an S-level mission, but Fairy Tale only sent you 2 kids? Are you looking down on our Kingdom of Avalor? Lu Li waved her hand calmly and said, Don't be so excited. We are here to complete the mission. If we complete it, you will pay us. If we don't complete the mission, you don't have to pay us. The result is that whether we succeed or fail, there is no loss for you, right? And do you think we want the mission to fail? You know, you only paid money, but we paid with our lives. Everyone seemed to think this was true. Okay, without further ado, tell me what you know now. The middle-aged man in armor in charge of the army stood up and said, I don't know much about them either. I only know that they are avatars who believe in Zeref. They appeared in our country last month and attacked the town as soon as they appeared. They kidnapped everyone, regardless of gender, age, or status. I don't know what they are going to do. They have attacked 3 towns in a row in the past month, and more than 10,000 people have been abducted by them. Urza couldn't help but say, Didn't you send troops to rescue them? A man in his 50s wearing a magic robe said, Of course we didn't. We sent out the most elite magic troops in the kingdom, but the opponent was too strong. All the magic troops we sent out were wiped out by the opponent. We were desperate, so we chose to issue a mission to the Wizard Guild. Chapter 54. In fact, it is rare for the Wizard Guild to issue a mission in the name of the kingdom. Every kingdom has its own army. Issuing a commission to the Wizard Guild is already a big loss of face. But most of the elite magic troops were wiped out, which really scared them. If the other party came to the palace, it would be bad. So they asked for help from the Wizard Guild in a hurry, but they saw that the reinforcements were actually 2 children, Lu Li and Urza, so they were so anxious. At this time, Your Majesty the King. No, it's not good. A soldier ran in hurriedly with a panicked face. The king and many ministers couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. They have heard such voices several times in these days. What happened again? The town of Baron was breached by Avatar, and all the people in the town were kidnapped by Avatar. Hearing this, everyone in the hall changed their faces. Damn it! What on earth does this Avatar want to do by arresting so many people? The king was even more panicked, and shouted in a trembling voice, Ask for help. Ask for help from the Magic Council immediately. Tell them that our kingdom is willing to pay for protection. Lu Li said lightly, Why are you panicking? Even if you ask for help now, even if the Magic Council will send troops, it will take at least a month. It is better to let us try. As long as we kill them, you will save a lot of money. Lu Li's calm appearance calmed the king and the ministers. The Legion leader frowned and said, That's the Avatar. Our kingdom's elite wizard army can't defeat them. How can you two be the opponent of the Avatar? Buzz. Lu Li exuded terrifying magic power. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Li. Their legs couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies collapsed on the ground and looked at Lu Li with fear on their faces. We are fairy tales magicians. Don't compare us with the magicians in your army. We are different. After saying this, Lu Li put away his magic power. Now everyone in the hall dared not underestimate Lu Li and Urza anymore. Almost everyone present had magic power and could sense how terrifying Lu Li's magic power was. Lu Li looked at the soldier who reported, Tell us the location of the attacked town. Yes. The attacked town is in the southeast, 200 kilometers away from the capital. 200 kilometers? No wonder the top leaders of this country are all panicking. At this distance, the enemy may come here at any time. It will be easy if we know the enemy's location. Swish. 3 pairs of white wings spread out behind Lu Li, scaring the people around him. Lu Li stretched out his hand to Urza and said, Let's go. Urza immediately understood what Lu Li meant. Lu Li hugged Urza's waist and flew quickly in the direction known by the soldier. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Li arrived at the attacked town. The town was empty at this time, with ruins everywhere and all homes destroyed. Urza looked very ugly when she saw this scene and tried to suppress her anger. These damn bastards. Bang! Urza smashed a wall with one punch. The scene in front of her reminded her of her childhood, when she was captured by Avatar's people like this, sent to the island as a slave to build the R system. Lu Li took a closer look at the surroundings. There are traces of new destruction here. It is a big project to transfer so many people. I believe they should not have gone far. Urza immediately reacted. Now is not the time to be angry. The first task is to rescue people. Let's chase. There are footprints on the ground, and it is easy to track the whereabouts of the other party. Not long after, Lu Li and Urza came to the front of a city. Lu Li and Urza quietly came to the top of the city wall. The two looked down and saw a large number of people gathered in the center of the city. Almost everyone was terrified, and some people cried bitterly. There were Avatar members wearing black robes all around, and there were a lot of them. Looking around, it was estimated that there were at least 500 people. So many people. What do these guys want to do by arresting these people? Urza clenched her fists when she saw this scene. At first, she thought that these avatars were the same as the original avatars, capturing people as slaves to build the R system, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. At this time, a man with a steel mask on his face appeared on the high platform. Everyone, from now on, we will start the purification ceremony. These people are innocent. 30,000 lives know nothing about their upcoming fate. These holy lives will create the key to awaken that great being and allow him to revive on this land. In order to walk with him in this world, we must offer these 30,000 pure souls as sacrifices. Everything is for the great black magician Zeruf. For Zeruf. For Zeruf. The many people from the black magic church below all shouted excitedly. Urza also understood the meaning of what the other party said at this time. Her face turned pale, her eyes widened with disbelief, and her body trembled. These guys actually want a blood sacrifice. Duh. Chapter 55. Luli also saw what the other party wanted to do, and her face changed. The massacre of 30,000 innocent people, this heinous crime was about to happen under his nose. He knew that every world had a dark side. Even in the self-proclaimed era in his previous life, genocide happened from time to time. But he never thought that he would see such a horrible thing with his own eyes one day. The purification ceremony begins now. The masked man on the high platform announced loudly. Oh, 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 oh. All the Avatar believers raised their weapons excitedly and prepared to start the massacre. And the ordinary people who were surrounded were all terrified, and many children cried loudly. Stop it! Urza saw that the bloody massacre was about to happen in front of her, and she couldn't help but speak out to stop it. Urza's voice exposed two people. Kill them. The masked man gave the order, and seemed to have no interest in knowing the identities of Lu Li and Urza. Many people from the Black Magic Church raised their wands and fired magic bullets at Lu Li and Urza. Boom, 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 boom. The magic bullets bombarded the location where Lu Li and Urza were. Explosions continued. Just two little brats dare to meddle in our Avatar's affairs. They are simply looking for death. Heavenly wheel, dazzling sword. At this time, Urza's voice sounded in the smoke of the explosion. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of steel swords shot out from the smoke and stabbed at the Avatar people. Puff, puff. Waya. Facing the Avatar, Urza had no intention of showing mercy. These guys were even more damn it than those who enslaved him to build the system. Although it was very painful at that time, she could at least be alive at that time. And these guys were planning to kill a full 30,000 people to shed blood. This crime was simply a death sentence. Urza rushed towards the Avatars and continued to attack the cult. The members of the cult were killed one by one. The masked man said calmly, "Don't worry about her. Continue the purification ritual." Yes, except for the dozen people who dealt with Urza, everyone else raised their wands, and magic bullets condensed on the wands. Stop it! Urza shouted loudly after seeing it. There were too many enemies, and it was very difficult for her to deal with them. What was more troublesome was that there were too many hostages. There were more than 30,000 people, and she couldn't protect them at all. Avatar naturally wouldn't listen to Urza and fired magic bullets at the innocent people in the middle. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of people fired magic at the same time, and the destructive power was very terrifying. This is the Legion effect. Magic bullets were fired one after another at the middle, and carpet bombing was carried out. This feeling made everyone in Avatar extremely excited. Urza's face turned pale at this time, and her body trembled constantly. These guys actually did it. 30,000 people. That's 30,000 innocent lives. These guys are not human at all. They are devils. Great Zeruf, I offer you a rich sacrifice. Come and receive these pure souls. The masked man opened his arms and shouted to the sky in a fanatical tone. After a while, when the Avatar thought that most of the people were dead, he gradually stopped. Wait, what is that? Before the smoke dispersed, the Avatar saw something white glowing in the smoke. Urza also looked over. Soon the smoke dispersed, and everyone could see the situation inside clearly. A huge hexagonal protective shield appeared, covering all the people inside. All the attacks just now hit the protective shield, and the people inside were not hurt at all. Luli, when Urza saw it, her face immediately showed surprise. She was very familiar with this move. When she and Luli fought a week ago, Luli used it and blocked all her attacks. I didn't expect Luli to be able to open this protective shield so large that it even covered 30,000 people. How is it possible? All the Avatars were in disbelief when they saw this scene. Well done. Urza saw that Luli had protected all the civilians, so she had no worries and immediately started to work. Damn it. How dare they obstruct our sacred purification ceremony? Kill them. Dedicate their souls to the great black wizard Zeruf. The masked man was also angry when he saw this scene, and waved his hand to give orders. All the Avatars launched an attack on Urza, and magic bullets were shot at Urza. The number of magic bullets was too dense, so Urza had to dodge. Seeing Urza's exhausted and embarrassed appearance, all the Avatars became excited. At this moment, the night sky lit up, and then everyone felt a burning breath. Everyone looked in the direction of the light and immediately saw a scene that made them dumbfounded. What is that? I saw Lu Li standing on the top of the spherical shield at this moment. He raised his right hand high, and a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters was suspended above his palm. It looked like a small sun held in Lu Li's hand. Lu Li said coldly, "Go to hell." Chapter 56. Lu Li threw a huge fireball at the place where the avatars were most concentrated. A huge fireball fell into the crowd of avatars and exploded, and the violent flames engulfed the avatar members. Wah, little ghost, has no one taught you that you can't meddle in some things? Sorry, I am born to like to meddle in other people's business, and this is not meddling in other people's business. The reward for killing you is 15 million J. Arrogant. The masked man raised the magic wand in his hand, and the magic wand emitted light, and a magic bullet shot towards Lu Li. Lu Li flicked it casually and hit the magic bullet away. What? It bounced back. Lu Li condensed a golden arc in his hand and swung it at the masked man. A light gun formed by golden lightning shot at the masked man. The masked man waved the magic wand quickly, and a wall of magic rose from the ground. Boom! The magic wall was shattered several times in a row and then blocked. Little ghost, your attack can't break through my defense. Crack! Boom! A golden lightning rose from the ground under the masked man's feet and hit the masked man. The clear night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Boom boom. Blue and white lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. As Lu Li pressed his palm downward slightly. Crack! Then lightning bolts fell from the sky and landed accurately on all the avatars. Boom 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 boom. Although Lu Li said that this thing was not very good, it was still very useful sometimes, so he also studied it carefully. Urza came to the masked man, pointed the sword in his hand at him and shouted, "Tell me, who sent you here? What do you want to do?" What's so funny? You lost. I burned my face for this day. Urza saw the other person's face from the broken mask of the other person, which was full of scars and looked terrible. But this is the price. I happily burned my face. What do you want to say? The masked man lay on the ground, opened his arms and shouted loudly to the sky. Come on, the fighting god who made a contract with me. Give me the corresponding reward. Use your power for me. Summon Battle Bond. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky began to move, forming a huge vortex. A huge black hole appeared in the vortex. Then, a huge foot stepped out of the vortex and landed on the ground. Boom! The earth shattered. Urza grabbed the collar of the masked man and shouted angrily, "Hey, stop it. Do you want to kill your companions too? This is the real purification ceremony. The souls I want to offer, in addition to these people, are the hearts of faith of Avatar believers. The souls who believe in Zerif are the highest tribute. Only in this way can Zerif be awakened and lead us." Urza's face was ugly. "You are crazy. Ha ha ha. The god of war has come. No one can stop the god of war. He will take away all lives." At this time, a huge guy like a demon came out completely from the black hole in the cloud, and the huge body was almost towering. It's over. We're dead. At this time, many civilians saw the huge body that towered, and they all fell into despair. Lu Li, run! Urza shouted at Lu Li. This kind of monster was no longer something humans could deal with. Lu Li covered her forehead with her hand and looked at the huge monster with interest. Oh, this thing is really big. Chapter 57. As Lu Li said this, she stepped on the ground, and 3 pairs of white wings appeared behind her, and she flew to the giant demon that was summoned. The giant demon slowly raised the sword in his hand. Be careful, he's going to attack. Urza warned loudly. The giant demon quickly swung his arm and chopped down at Lu Li. Boom 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 boom. Did you see that? This is the god of battle, Battle Bond, one of the 18 fighting gods of the demonic world. Everyone will die. I will sacrifice all my souls to the great Zerif. The masked man shouted excitedly when he saw the power. Bang! Urza was so angry at the other party's arrogance that she took out her sword and slapped him in the face. Urza shouted at Lu Li, "Lu Li, go. This guy is no longer a monster we can deal with." She had experienced Lu Li's flying speed before. As long as Lu Li wanted to escape, the other party couldn't stop him. Lu Li smiled and said, "I promised you that I would definitely become an S-class wizard. How can I go back on my word? Besides, there are so many people here. If we leave them alone, they will all die. Also, you have to believe me because I am the strongest." As Lu Li said this, his body began to grow rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a Lu Li as tall as a giant demon appeared on the ground. Dragon God, Giant spirit god form. What? What? So big. Everyone was stunned. The boy could actually become as big as the monster. Urza was also shocked. She knew that Lu Li could use the president's magic, but she didn't expect Lu Li to be so big. How much magic power would be consumed for such a huge body? Whatever you do is useless. Doshin Zanziki is the god of battle. No one can match him. You are just struggling to survive. Doshin Zanziki obviously noticed this guy who was as big as himself and slashed at Lu Li with the sword in his hand. Get out of the way. Urza shouted at Lu Li, but Lu Li didn't move at all. Clang. Doshin Zanziki's big sword chopped on Lu Li's shoulder. Boom. The whole earth shook. Ah! Everyone screamed. Urza looked at Lu Li's position worriedly. Then a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The imagined appearance of Lu Li's body being split in half did not appear. The big sword that split the mountain before was now on Lu Li's shoulder. And Lu Li stood there, as if there was an extra layer of red and black flames outside his body. Is that all? Lu Li grabbed the great sword of the god of war with his left hand, and his right hand emitted a golden light. Soon, a great sword made of gold appeared in Lu Li's hand. It was the 10th incarnation of Velaslana, a warrior holding a golden sword. Lu Li swung his sword and slashed at the god of war. Swish! The body of the god of war was split in two by Lu Li from the top of his head. The powerful slash cut the dark clouds in the sky in half, and the mountains and the earth were also split. Ka! Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The demon god who had just appeared on the scene was killed by the young man with one blow. The god of war was impossible. How could this be possible? The masked man stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Urza's expression returned to normal, and she smiled. Nothing is impossible. He is Lu Li. Urza remembered that when she was in the fairy tale guild, she saw Lu Li's talent for learning magic with just one look. She knew from that time that Lu Li would definitely become a powerful wizard in the future. But she never thought that the future would come so early. Lu Li also shrank to normal size at this time. Snap! Lu Li snapped her fingers and removed the protective shield. All the enemies were eliminated, and those who were captured were so excited that they cried and ran over to kowtow to Lu Li to thank him. Lu Li looked at Urza and said, "How is it? I said I can become an S-class wizard, right?" Urza smiled and said, "Well, you have fulfilled our agreement excellently." Seeing Urza's smile, Lu Li's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and Urza's occasional expression made him very excited. Urza pointed at the masked man and asked, "How do we deal with this guy?" "Kill him," Lu Li replied without hesitation. "For such a guy with no bottom line, it is a waste of air to keep him alive. Although he has received legal education, he has no psychological burden when it comes to killing guys like Avatar. And he knows that Urza hates Avatar to the core, so it is most appropriate for Urza to kill this guy personally." Urza frowned and said, "Forget it, there is only one survivor left. Hand him over to the client. I believe he will definitely get the punishment he deserves." If it was before, she would definitely not let him go, but now, this guy's hair is already gray. It is obvious that he has just used the summoning magic at the cost of a lot of vitality. Even if she doesn't kill him, the other party will definitely not live for a few days. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 58. Soon, the army that got the news arrived here and took all the civilians back to resettle. Lu Li and Urza also returned to the capital. Just after everyone left, a short figure appeared in the distance. It was Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov valued the children of the guild very much and treated Lu Li and Urza as his own children. This promotion exam was an S-level task, so he naturally would not leave it alone. Guildarts was going to take care of Laxus and Freed. He chose to follow Lu Li and Urza. "This brat. I almost had a heart attack because of the scare." Makarov patted his chest. He wanted to take action several times just now, but this was the most important exam for the children after all. If it was not necessary, he absolutely could not take action. Otherwise, it would be bad to delay such an important exam. Just now, when those avatars were about to massacre civilians, he was ready to use the fairy law to kill all those guys. But he noticed that Lu Li activated the magic shield at the critical moment, so he stopped. Then, he saw the battle god coming, and his face changed drastically. If he hadn't seen Lu Li's confident look, he would have taken action long ago. Especially when the big sword hit Lu Li, he almost cried out. As a result, the brat was unscathed, and it was obvious that he took it on purpose. But how did this brat practice? Is his strength so strong now? He saw the attack of the battle god with his own eyes, and that powerful strength was not inferior to the 10 great saint wizards. But Lu Li defeated him easily, which means that Lu Li's current strength is comparable to the 10 great saint wizards. The 10 great saint wizards who are only 14 years old are terrifying to think about. This brat is really a monster. Immediately, Makarov laughed again. The more powerful his children are, the happier he is as a father. However, this brat is usually very low-key in the guild. If he had known that this brat had such strength, he would not have come. Seeing that the matter was over, Makarov was also ready to return to the guild. After returning to the palace, Lu Li got the task reward of 15 million J very smoothly. The king of Avalor did not dare to default on the debt. The horrible traces of the battle and the narration of everyone present all showed that the strength of this young man was extremely terrifying. If the other party was a villain, no one would dare to object even if he robbed his country. So how could he dare to default on the debt? After getting the reward, Lu Li and Urza returned together the next morning. The king and the ministers also went out to see him off. The enthusiastic look was completely different from the attitude at the beginning. Avalor Capital Dungeon Alok was tied up here with chains, and his body was covered with scars. Obviously, the people of the kingdom would not let go of this culprit who almost sacrificed 30,000 people so easily. At this time, footsteps sounded. Then a female voice rang out and said, "Oh my, Priest Alok, how did you become like this?" Alok trembled when he heard the voice, slowly opened his eyes, looked in front of him, and showed a happy expression as if he saw a savior. Saint, save me. The person who came was a young and beautiful girl, about 15 years old. Save you? Yes, of course I am here to save you. The girl smiled brightly and put her palm on the door lock. The door lock immediately began to corrode and age, and the prison door was easily opened. Thank you, Saint. Thank you, Saint. Puff. A dagger stabbed into Alok's back. Alok couldn't believe it. Saint Priest Alok, you didn't complete the task assigned by the higher-ups. Do you think you can still get out alive? Besides, you used that magic, and you don't have much time left. In order to prevent you from leaking any information that is unfavorable to the organization, the higher-ups asked me to send you off. This is also saving you. At least you won't die so painfully. Alok struggled, but his vitality had already been lost by half, and he was half dead. Later, he was abused by the jailer, and now he was stabbed in the vitals by the visitor. Now he can't even move his fingers. A few seconds later, Alok died unwillingly with his eyes wide open. TSK, President Hades really taught this guy an incredible magic, but the side effects are too terrible. Every time he uses it, he will sacrifice himself and consume a lot of vitality. He uses this to summon a powerful fighting god. Those who practice this kind of magic will not live long. Who would have thought that this old man who seems to be in his 60s or 70s is only in his 30s? After saying that, the girl skipped out of the prison with a brisk step. Before leaving, the locks of the prison door were all restored to their original state. If it weren't for the dagger behind Alok, it would seem as if no one had been here at all. Although all the people in Avatar were killed, the 30,000 civilians who were originally sacrificed were still alive. Before she came, she didn't even need to ask. She already knew the whole story. She knew that it was a wizard named Lu Li from the Fairy Tale Guild who killed Alok and Avatar. She also went to the scene to take a look. The traces of destruction were indeed very scary. Lu Li from the Fairy Tale Guild. I didn't expect that the Fairy Tale Guild still had such a monster. It seems that I need to pay more attention to it in the future. Chapter 59. On the other side, Laxus and Freed were also in trouble. At first, the two came here by boat. Laxus was full of confidence and felt that he could easily deal with the sea monster. The sea monster really launched an attack, but it was unexpected that the sea monster was very resistant to magic. After being injured, it immediately fled to the sea. Later, even if Laxus recruited many merchant ships as bait, the sea monster did not appear. The mission target has been hiding in the deep sea, which made Laxus's mission progress suddenly stagnant. In this case, it is impossible to give up. He is Laxus, and his proud self-esteem does not allow him to fail in any mission. Moreover, this time is the promotion assessment of S-class wizards, and he cannot fail. This failure was due to his previous carelessness. This time he must be fully prepared. In the next period of time, Laxus and Freed will dive into the sea every day to find the traces of the sea monster. As long as they find the traces of the other party, Freed will set up the spell and will never let the sea monster escape again. Lu Li and Urza had returned to the guild at this time. When Makarov announced that Lu Li and Urza had completed the S-class mission and Lu Li had successfully advanced to the S-class wizard, the guild suddenly became excited. There had been no new S-class wizards born in the Fairy Tale Guild for more than 20 years. This shows how difficult it is to become an S-class wizard. Now that Luli has been promoted to a new S-Class wizard, they are naturally very excited. A guild with only one S-Class wizard is completely different from a guild with two S-Class wizards. The S-Class wizard is the ace wizard of the guild and represents the facade of the guild. Every S-Class wizard is a monster-level strongman. This is a symbol of hard power. This is like the difference between a guild and a game with two super bosses and one boss. The stronger the strength of the guild, the more famous it is, and the more proud it is in such a guild. At the same time, the more famous the guild is, the more resources the guild will obtain, which is related to the interests of each wizard. As the saying goes, people in the same profession are enemies. There are many comparisons between wizard guilds. When going out, who doesn't want to be looked up to by others as soon as they hear that they are from the Fairy Tale Guild? Therefore, everyone wants to work hard to expand the guild. Then, Makarov announced that a banquet would be held to celebrate the birth of a new S-Class wizard. Hearing about the banquet, everyone in the guild became even more excited. In a blink of an eye, a month is about to pass, and there is less than a day left before the end of the S-Class promotion assessment. Guild members are also discussing. It seems that Laxus failed the promotion mission. Yes, S-Class missions are not that easy to do. S-Class missions are mission commissions that can only be accepted by S-Class wizards in the guild, but it does not mean that S-Class wizards will definitely be able to complete them. Even for S-Class wizards, most S-Class missions are life-threatening missions, and S-Class wizards are generally unwilling to accept them. Guildarts was the only one in the guild who could do S-Class tasks like playing, but Guildarts was free and easy and liked to wander around. Once he went out to do a task, he didn't know when he would come back. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Makarov took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled. To be honest, he didn't want to give Laxus the qualification to participate in the promotion to S-Class wizard this time, because Laxus's character was too rebellious. In the end, it was Guildarts who persuaded him, saying that Laxus would grow up in the future and blindly suppressing him would cause greater rebellious psychology, so he gave Laxus the qualification to participate. Lu Li's character and personality were good. His magic power was also very strong, and his talent for learning magic was unmatched. That's why he set such a difficult promotion assessment. The purpose itself was to rub the spirits of the two people and let the two people understand the truth that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heaven. Unexpectedly, Lu Li, this little monster, not only completed the commission, but also completed it very beautifully. At that time, he knew how strong Lu Li was. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could reach this level of strength in just half a year. The sun was about to set, and as long as the sun set, it would mean that the assessment time was officially over. Failed? That's fine. Although Laxus was his grandson, he still hoped that Laxus could grow through this assessment. At the last moment when the sun was about to set, two figures appeared at the door of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's Laxus and Freed. At this time, the two people were covered with scars, but their eyes were full of energy. Everyone in the guild looked at the two people. Laxus raised his fist and shouted excitedly, I completed the S-level mission. I was promoted to an S-level wizard. Oh. Everyone in the guild cheered when they heard this. Although Laxus was a little arrogant in the guild on weekdays, he didn't call Fairy Tale Guild members trash like Future. On the contrary, Laxus is the grandson of the President Makarov, and he grew up in Fairy Tale. He is a real red seedling. Many people think that when the future president retires, Laxus will definitely inherit the position of the president. On the other hand, Laxus also succeeded. Fairy Tale Guild gave birth to two S-Class wizards at once. They are not ordinary assessments, but wizards who have truly completed the S-Class mission assessment. Such results are not fake at all. There are two more wizards in the guild at once, which is extremely exciting news. Chapter 60. Great Laxus. Congratulations on becoming Fairy Tale's S-Class wizard. Yes, that's great. I believe that Laxus, you can definitely complete the S-Class mission. Successfully promoted. Biscolo and Evergreen ran over excitedly. As the end of the assessment approached, the two became more and more worried. They had not done any missions for a month. Now seeing Laxus return from the mission safely, they finally let go of their worries. Laxus glanced around and did not find Lu Li and Urza. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. This time he knew why his grandfather had never allowed him to do S-Class missions. He did not expect that a mission with a reward of 10 million J would be so difficult. He and Freed searched in the sea for half a month before finally finding the monster's nest in the depths of the sea. In order to prevent the monster from escaping, they had to spend a lot of time setting up spells around it. Finally, after the spells were set up, the two joined forces to fight the sea monster and finally killed it. The strength of the sea monster in the sea water was beyond the two people's expectations. The two people also tried their best to kill it, and they were more or less injured. If the spell was not arranged properly, the sea monster would definitely escape. This is just an S-level mission with a bounty of 10 million J. Lu Li and Urza went to do a mission with a bounty of 15 million J. He didn't think that two people could complete it. Laxus pretended to be indifferent and asked casually, "Where are Lu Li and Urza?" Bicoslo and Evergreen heard Laxus's question, and the smiles on their faces froze slightly, and they didn't know how to answer for a while. Laxus frowned. "What? Did they get into trouble?" "It's all because of Lu Li's stubbornness. He actually chose such a difficult mission. Now he can't come back." Suddenly, Lu Li's voice sounded behind Laxus. "I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well." Laxus turned around and saw Lu Li standing behind him intact, but he didn't see Urza. "What's going on? Did Urza die?" Lu Li ignored Laxus, stepped into the guild, and said to Makarov, "President, I have completed the mission and returned." Before Makarov could speak, Laxus mocked Lu Li and said, "Completed? Even if you completed the mission, so what? The sun has set now, the time stipulated for the assessment has ended, and you have failed the assessment to advance to S-Class Wizard." Laxus' words made everyone in the guild quiet down, and they looked at Laxus strangely. Biscoro and Evergreen hurriedly said, "Wait, Laxus is not what you think." Laxus ignored Biscoro and Evergreen, but continued to stare at Lu Li and said, "What's more, you even killed your partner Urza, and you still have the face to come back and say that you have completed the mission. Lu Li, if you still have any shame, get out of the guild immediately." At this time, Urza's voice rang. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Urza just went to the toilet, and when she came back, she saw everyone gathered together. "Urza, you're still alive." Laxus's face changed when he saw Urza's figure. Urza was a little confused. She had been alive all this time. What did Laxus mean by that? Laxus and Freed were also confused at this time. At this time, Evergreen said, "Lu Li and Urza, they completed the S-level mission within a week of the start of the assessment, returned to the guild, and were promoted to S-level wizards." Bixlow whispered, "Not only that, Lu Li also took on 2 other S-level missions one after another. After returning today, he should have completed all the missions." Laxus and Freed were all confused when they heard what Evergreen and Bixlow said. "What? Impossible." Laxus and Freed couldn't believe it when they heard this. The two of them completed the S-level mission this time and knew how dangerous the S-level mission was. Their mission was only a mission with a reward of 10 million J, while Lu Li and Urza took a mission with a reward of 15 million J. The mission must be more difficult. As a result, you said that the two of them completed the mission in less than a week and came back. Moreover, during this period, Lu Li also completed the other 2 S-level missions. How is this possible? Those were life-threatening S-level missions, not those lousy missions on the first floor. If it weren't Evergreen and Bixlow who were talking, they wouldn't even doubt it. "Oh, it's good that it's completed." Makarov nodded with great satisfaction. Lu Li, this brat, was good in everything except that he was a little arrogant. He had just been promoted to an S-level wizard and cleared all the S-level missions in the guild. Unlike guildarts, who rarely came back once a year after going out, so he had to transfer many missions to other wizard guilds. Lu Li completed so many S-level missions, which not only increased the guild's income, but more importantly, its reputation. Simple missions can be done by any guild, and missions above S-level are the standard for evaluating the strength of a guild. Most importantly, at the next local guild meeting, he can brag to the other wizard guild leaders again, which makes him happiest. "Oh, I almost forgot." Lu Li turned around and looked at Laxus with a bright smile on her face and said, "Congratulations, Laxus. Congratulations on your promotion to an S-class wizard." Chapter 61. Suddenly, Laxus' eyes were a little absent-minded, and then his face began to become hideous and distorted. The joy and excitement of being promoted to an S-class wizard at the beginning disappeared without a trace. At this moment, there was only anger in his heart, endless anger. He remembered what he said when he accepted the task. He told Lu Li that he would come back in a week, and said that fortunately, it was not a confrontational exam. But in the end, Lu Li completed the S-class task in a week and successfully promoted to an S-class wizard. And he just barely completed it at the last moment of the specified time. In the same time, Lu Li had completed 3 S-class tasks, and those tasks were even more difficult than the task he accepted. But Lu Li's words of congratulations, and that smile now seemed to him to be mocking him. Crackling, crackling. Dense golden lightning appeared around Laxus' body. "Laxus!" Makarov immediately scolded Laxus when he saw his appearance. Laxus ignored Makarov, staring at Lu Li. Lu Li, I want to fight you. Laxus, don't mess around. Makarov scolded Laxus. I'm not messing around. You and I are both newly promoted S-class wizards. We have to see who's better. Isn't that what you want? Laxus, old man, this is between Lu Li and me. Even if you are the president, you have no right to intervene. After Laxus finished speaking to Makarov, he turned his eyes to Lu Li and said provocatively, Lu Li, do you dare or not? Lu Li smiled and said, I dare. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Li, even you. President, we are wizards. Since someone has invited me to fight, if I don't accept the challenge, I will be considered a coward, and this is just a simple competition. But, at this time, Gildart's voice sounded behind Makarov, saying, Isn't this good? President, young people should have the vigor of young people. Didn't you teach us that there are always people who are better than you? No matter who wins or loses between the two children, the other party will work hard to defeat the other party and practice hard. Isn't this a good thing? Makarov didn't say anything when he heard Gildart say this. Seeing that his grandfather no longer objected, Laxus showed a slightly ferocious smile on his face. Just agree. Then now. Lu Li raised his palm. Now I'm tired and hungry. If you want to decide the winner, let's set it in 3 days. Everyone in the guild is not blind. Lu Li is clean, while Laxus and Freed are in a very embarrassed state, and they have suffered some injuries to varying degrees. It is obvious that Lu Li is taking care of Laxus. Okay, Laxus didn't say much. He was in a bad state at the moment. He wanted to defeat Lu Li in his best state and let everyone know that he was the strongest. Lu Li was just lucky and did some simple S-level tasks, and he thought that he was really unlucky this time. He spent a lot of time looking for sea monsters, otherwise he wouldn't come back so late. Laxus turned and left the guild, and the 3 thunder gods immediately followed Laxus. Fairy Tail Guild soon became lively again. Fairy Tail Guild now has 3 S-level wizards, which is a good thing. This means that Fairy Tail can complete more S-level tasks in the future. Fairy Tail's reputation will become bigger and bigger, and the resources for tasks will become more and more extensive. If this continues, it may not be impossible to become the first guild in Fiori in the future. Then everyone began to discuss who will win the duel between Lu Li and Laxus. In the past, most people in the guild would support Laxus. After all, Laxus inherited the magic power of the president, and his magic is powerful lightning magic. He is a genius magician and 4 years older than Lu Li. The gap of 4 years cannot be underestimated, especially at this age, which is the age when magicians grow rapidly. As for Lu Li, she has only studied magic for more than half a year, and she has become an S-level magician of Fairy Tail Guild in more than half a year. Think about it. Lu Li is really an incredible monster. Although they knew that Lu Li was a monster on the first day Lu Li joined Fairy Tail Guild, learning magic and using magic are 2 different things. Even if the same magic is used, the power of different people is different. But now Lu Li has proved with his own achievements that Lu Li is not only talented in learning magic, but also super powerful. In 1 month, he completed 3 S-level tasks. That is an S-level task. Even an S-level magician needs to risk his life, and these ordinary magicians can hardly touch the difficulty in their lifetime. But Lu Li made it look as easy as eating and drinking. This guy is really a monster. I heard that the minimum reward for S-level tasks is 10 million J. Lu Li earned at least 30 million J in a month. 30 million J, for those moonlighters, it is simply unimaginable. If you deposit this in the bank and earn interest, you won't have to work for the rest of your life. This is too enviable. But I envy it, but I won't be jealous. This is what he deserves. Chapter 62. Everyone in the guild didn't know that Lu Li made more than 30 million J. To be precise, he made a full 40 million J this month. In addition to the first S-level mission of 15 million J, the other 2 S-level missions were paid 13 million J and 12 million J respectively. Converted into RMB, it was at least 2.4 million. Lu Li also experienced what it was like to live a rich life for the first time. It can't be spent. It can't be spent at all. I don't know if it's because he used to live a hard life before, but he is very keen on making money now. He didn't do the S-level mission for some boring stimulation Laxus. He did the S-level mission very simply for money. He didn't plan to be a noble saint. He planned to be a vulgar person who was greedy, lustful, vain, and lazy. Gildarts also reported to Makarov about the task status of Laxus and Freed doing the S-level mission. He also secretly followed Laxus and Freed these days to prevent them from having any accidents during the mission. Laxus was unexpectedly strong, and he was more than capable of becoming an S-class wizard. Perhaps it would not take long for him to be caught up by Laxus. Laxus was indeed the blood of the president. Gildarts asked, "President, who do you think will win in the duel between the two of them?" "Luli," Makarov answered without any hesitation. This surprised Gildarts. "President, are you so confident in Luli?" Luli has only been practicing magic for half a year, and Laxus has grown a lot over the years. He taught Luli magic for a period of time, and also taught Luli some combat skills. Luli's magic talent is very strong, but talent is talent, and it takes time to grow with talent, so he is more optimistic about Laxus. Makarov said calmly, "Laxus's growth is not small, but it is still far behind Luli." Now Gildarts was even more curious. He didn't know why the president was so confident in Luli. Was it because of some extraordinary performance in the promotion to the S-class task? Makarov's eyes seemed to be lost in memories. "You don't know. Luli, that little monster, may soon surpass you and me in strength." Gildarts couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Makarov's words. He knew the president, so he wanted the president to know him. The old man would never say this nonsense, but he really felt it. How is this possible? Luli, this brat, just turned 14. 3 days passed in a flash, and Laxus's figure hardly appeared in the guild during these 3 days, as if he was actively preparing for the battle. Luli came to the guild every day, eating, drinking, and having fun, without any tension about the upcoming duel with Laxus. Laxus is coming. At this time, a person shouted at the door of the guild. Many people looked out the door and saw Laxus coming with the Thunder Gods. Compared to the embarrassment 3 days ago, Laxus is now fully prepared. Since both parties of the duel have arrived, the two of them came to the back of the Fairy Tale Guild together. Thanks to Luli's merciless sun attack, the land behind the Fairy Tale Guild has become more spacious, and it is easier to fight. "Kid, I don't know what means you used to complete the S-level mission so quickly, but I want to tell you that I can also complete the S-level mission, which is nothing. This time I will defeat you completely, and let everyone in the guild know who is the strongest in Fairy Tale." Luli scratched his head. After you beat me, you are not the strongest in the guild. There are still the president and Uncle Gildarts in the guild. Don't worry, I will challenge them later, and now I just need to defeat you first." Gildarts looked at the two people and said, "How is it? Are you ready?" This time, the duel between Luli and Laxus was judged by Gildarts. Luli and Laxus both nodded. "Since everything is ready, let's start." Lightning Spear, Reggie's Spear. Laxus and Luli raised their right hands almost at the same time, condensing golden lightning and bombarding each other. The golden light spears formed by two powerful electric currents collided in the middle. Boom! The magic of the two people was cancelled out together. Laxus's face was not very good when he saw this scene. This kid actually used his magic to deal with him. It was too arrogant. "Since you want to learn, I will let you learn enough." Laxus rushed towards Luli quickly, and golden lightning condensed on his fist and hit Luli. Luli did not dodge, and also condensed golden lightning on his fist to meet it. Boom! The fists of the two people collided with each other, bursting out a violent impact, and the ground under the feet of the two people was shattered. Laxus raised his leg and kicked Luli's head. This brat might have learned magic well, but there is a big gap between them in terms of fighting skills and physique, which cannot be made up by just looking at him. Chapter 63. Luli ducked his head to avoid Laxus' kick and swept his foot towards Laxus' leg. Laxus's reaction was also very fast, and he jumped back to avoid Luli's attack. Lightning Shock. Laxus released a pillar of lightning from his palm. The subtitles in Luli's mind also appeared quickly. "You have seen the lightning shock, your understanding is against the sky, and you have understood the lightning shock." Lightning Shock. Luli raised his palm and used the same magic almost less than a second slower than Laxus. Boom! The two powerful lightning magics collided and cancelled each other out again. This guy. Laxus' eyes twitched. This was the first time he showed this move in front of Luli. He didn't expect this guy to learn it so quickly and even use it. Laxus rushed towards Luli again and competed with Luli in punches and kicks. Facing Laxus's fierce attack, Luli kept retreating and dodged all of Laxus' attacks. Strange. Doesn't Luli know a lot of powerful magic? Why doesn't he use it? Is he planning to use Laxus's magic to defeat Laxus? Everyone in the guild guessed Luli's idea. Laxus was not surprised, but such behavior made him even more angry. "A fake wants to win. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat." Crack! Laxus's body turned into a golden lightning and instantly passed from above and appeared behind Luli. "You have seen the lightning transformation. Your understanding is against the sky. You have understood the lightning transformation." It turned out to be elementalization. Luli's eyes lit up. He really likes this skill. It is not shown much in Fairy Tale, only Laxus's lightning elementalization and Juvia's water elementalization. But it is very famous in the world of One Piece. It is a skill exclusive to natural devil fruit ability users. At first, it was an almost invincible ability, and later, after the introduction of the concept of domineering, it seemed not so against the sky, but it was also quite practical. Violent Volt. Laxus rushed behind Lu Li and waved his hand to release a powerful high-voltage electricity. Lu Li's fist was wrapped with lightning, and he faced the attack head-on. Boom! The high-voltage electricity released by Laxus was shattered by Lu Li. You have observed Violent Volt, you have a superb understanding, and you have comprehended Violent Volt. Lu Li discovered that for him, who had already learned lightning magic, the use of this move was faster to comprehend and learn. It's not over yet. Laxus shouted loudly, releasing a large number of lightning balls in his hand to surround Lu Li's body. You have observed Lightning Bullet, you have a superb understanding, and you have comprehended Lightning Bullet. Then they were all detonated by Laxus in one breath. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Li, hey, do you have to be so serious? The guild members couldn't help but feel a little worried when they saw this scene. Makarov, Gildarts, and Urza didn't change their expressions. Makarov and Urza had seen the terrifying strength that Lu Li showed when she was doing S-rank missions. This kind of powerful magic was nothing to Lu Li. Gildarts had taught Lu Li that Lu Li would use his crushing magic. As long as Lu Li wanted, he could crush the magic at any time. There was no need to worry. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, and the place where Lu Li was full of potholes, but there was no trace of Lu Li. Where is Lu Li? Crackling. A golden lightning suddenly appeared on the ground under Laxus' feet. Laxus's face changed. Boom. A beam of golden lightning broke out of the ground and formed the shape of Lu Li. Lu Li hit Laxus on the chin with an uppercut. Woo! Laxus' body was hit high by Lu Li and finally turned over and landed steadily on the ground. This punch did not cause much physical damage to him, but it caused considerable psychological damage to him. Mira, who was watching, said, "If Lu Li had used Uncle Gildart's magic just now, this battle would have been over." Urza said, "Uncle Gildart's magic is too dangerous and cannot be used on companions." Mira curled her lips and said, "I know. I'm just saying. Stinky brat. Don't be so arrogant." Boom. Laxus roared angrily, concentrating his magic power on his whole body, and his whole body burst into dazzling golden lightning. The ground around him was broken, and it looked like a Super Saiyan transformation, which made Lu Li's eyes shine. I'm rich, and I've learned a lot of lightning magic moves. It turns out that fighting is the best way to grow. You have observed the lightning suit, your understanding is against the sky, and you have understood the lightning suit. Boom. Lu Li also followed suit and used the lightning suit. Golden lightning burst out from his body, and the ground around him was broken. It looked like two Super Saiyan were facing off. Chapter 64. So cool. Natsu's eyes lit up when he saw this move. Gray's mouth twitched and said, "No, this should be so scary." Whether it is Laxus or Lu Li, the strength they have shown now is far beyond theirs. They may not be able to survive a single move in the hands of the two. Especially Lu Li, this pervert. He actually learned and applied it in the battle. He can also understand why Laxus is so angry. Using his own magic to defeat himself, what could be worse than this? In comparison, he would rather Lu Li use the uncle's magic or the president's magic to defeat him. Anyway, as long as it is not Natsu's magic. Crack. Boom. Lu Li and Laxus started together, and the two of them rushed towards each other at a high speed, and the ground they passed by exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The two people's fists and feet fought fiercely, and the impact of the collision and burst of magic made everyone terrified. They finally understood why Lu Li and Laxus could become S-class wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. The strength of the two was much stronger than that of ordinary wizards in the guild. Gildarts was also very surprised. Are young people nowadays so energetic? Laxus became more and more impatient because he could not defeat Lu Li for a long time. A mere stinky kid actually used fake magic to fight him on equal terms. This was simply a great shame for him. Lu Li was very happy at this time. He enjoyed this kind of fight the most. In the previous life, due to various legal reasons, if you were beaten, if you fought back, it was called mutual fighting. If you hurt the other party, you had to pay compensation. Life was already difficult, and you had to pay compensation, which was like adding insult to injury. The best way was to do nothing, let the other party beat you, and then do the injury assessment and wait for the money. You got the money, but your dignity was gone. As a man, if you don't fight back when you are beaten, you are a coward. In this world, there is no need to care about those things. Fight hard when you need to fight, kill when you need to kill, and the strong will be the king. This is the world he longs for. Luli became more and more excited as he fought, and his strength and speed began to increase gradually without him noticing. This increase made Laxus gradually fall into a disadvantage. He was actually suppressed by this stinky kid, which made Laxus suddenly intolerable. Snap! Laxus grabbed Luli's fist. Crackling. Almost at this moment, a golden lightning magic circle appeared under Luli's feet. The lightning magic circle created golden lightning and trapped Luli. Boy, you can't escape now. You have observed the lightning magic circle. You have a natural understanding and have comprehended the lightning magic circle. Although he was trapped, Luli was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he felt very happy to learn this new way of using lightning. Laxus raised his right fist high and chanted a spell. What resounds through the sky is the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which falls from the sky and turns everything into ashes. You have observed the raging thunder and lightning, and you have a natural understanding of the raging thunder and lightning. Luli also raised her right fist high and chanted a spell. What resounds through the sky is the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which falls from the sky and turns everything into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of thunder and lightning gathered in the thunder and lightning clouds above Luli and Laxus' heads. In a blink of an eye, the thunder and lightning clouds formed a huge and dazzling thunder and lightning ball with a diameter of about 5 meters. No way. Are they really playing this? Everyone in Fairy Tale was shocked. The magic power contained in the thunder and lightning ball was very terrifying. If it really hit, it would be fatal. Gildarts looked at Makarov, who was also a little worried, but did not choose to stop him. With Luli's magic power, he should be able to withstand it, and Laxus could dodge it if he dodged. Thunder pressure raging waves. Thunder pressure raging waves. The two shouted together, and the thunder ball above Laxus' head fell towards Laxus. At this moment, Laxus laughed. Ha! Brat, you actually want to knock me down with lightning magic. Laxus raised his head, opened his mouth and sucked the thunderball fiercely, and all the thunderballs were swallowed into Laxus' mouth. What? Laxus ate the lightning? Everyone in the guild was shocked to see this scene. This is not Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic. They have all seen the magic that can swallow other people's magic. That is Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic, which can swallow fire magic. Laxus's appearance is almost the same as Natsu's swallowing of fire, but the difference is that Natsu swallowed fire, while Laxus swallowed lightning. Fall down. The huge ball of lightning fell towards Luli. Luli looked up at the falling ball of lightning, but she was not afraid at all, and her eyes showed excitement. Boom! The dazzling ball of lightning swallowed Luli's body, and then a terrifying explosion broke out. Chapter 65. Luli. Seeing this terrifying power, many people were very worried. Such power would definitely not be able to be withstood by ordinary wizards. Ha ha! Brat, I won in the end. I am the strongest. Laxus laughed happily. Laxus, your magic is. Makarov had guessed the magic Laxus used at this moment, but he couldn't help but confirm it. Laxus's mouth curled up, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Yes, that is Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. You, how could you? Are you also a dragon slayer? Laxus, Natsu shouted in shock. I was shocked to hear that you are a dragon slayer, Natsu. I kept it a secret because I was afraid that you would keep talking. As a result, Luli, this brat, was so proud of himself that he really thought he was invincible if he wasn't taught a lesson. You have observed the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. You have a supernatural comprehension, and you have comprehended the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. You want to merge the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic into Dragon God Transformation 090. The fusion is successful. Please name the new magic you created. No need to change it. It is still called God Transformation. In this world, the more magic is merged, the more powerful the magic is. And the Dragon Slayer magic itself is the magic that can hunt dragons. It can be merged with multiple Dragon Slayer magics, and the power is naturally more terrifying. Since he created the Dragon God Transformation, how can there be only one change? From the beginning, Luli did not intend to take a separate path. His Dragon God Transformation must merge Dragon Slayer magics of different attributes. Just like in the finale, when Na defeated Anarolia, he merged the power used by many Dragon Slayers. The reason why he has been using lightning magic is to stimulate Laxus to use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, and sure enough, Laxus did as he expected. When ordinary lightning magic can't defeat him, he will definitely use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic when he is forced into a corner. Dragon God Transformation is named successfully. Boom! Lu exudes powerful magic power, and red-black flames and lightning appear around Luli's body, looking like a god of fire and thunder. Fa. Crackling. The ground around Luli's body keeps breaking, and Lu feels the terrifying power contained in his body. The power of the two dragon-slaying magics is simply multiplied. What? Everyone was also surprised to see Luli's changes. You guy. Lax's pupils shrank suddenly. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic? It's really good magic. Luli you. Makarov suddenly thought of something. Luli nodded and smiled. Well, I learned the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and merged it with the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. What? You merged the Fire Dragon Slayer magic with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic? This is a magic that can destroy dragons. The fusion of these two magics. How terrifying will the power of this magic be? Suddenly, Laxus roared. Damn it. I don't believe it. Laxus raised his hands, and a Fong Tian Huaji formed by lightning appeared in front of Laxus. Thunder Dragon Fong Tian Huaji. Laxus threw the Thunder Dragon Fong Tian Huaji in his hand towards Luli. Luli stood still, opened his mouth, and sucked hard. The Thunder Dragon Fong Tian Huaji was swallowed directly into Luli's stomach. You have observed the Thunder Dragon Fong Tianji. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have comprehended the Dragon Fong Tianji. Eat it. Being able to eat thunder magic means that Luli has indeed learned Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Laxus roared and rushed towards Luli, condensing the Thunder Dragon's lightning on his fist. Thunder Dragon's collapsed fist. Luli stood still and raised his palm. Boom. The ground under the feet of the two people shattered, and Luli blocked Laxus' attack with one hand. You have observed the Thunder Dragon's collapsed fist. You have a natural understanding, and you have understood the Thunder Dragon's collapsed fist. Luli looked at Laxus with great interest and asked, Anything else? Anything else? Today he not only learned Thunder Dragon Slayer magic from Laxus, but also learned a lot of magic moves, which can be said to be a great harvest, so he was in a very good mood. But Luli's appearance seemed to Laxus to be looking down on him. Damn it! Laxus clasped his fingers together, raised them high, gathered all his magic power into his fists, and smashed them down on Luli's head with all his strength. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Luli raised his left arm to block. Boom. The ground under Luli's feet exploded, and the strong impact spread to the surroundings. Many people couldn't help but cover their hands. After seeing the situation in the field clearly, the onlookers all fell silent. In the center of the impact, Luli was still safe and sound, and only one hand resisted Laxus's terrifying magic attack. Gildart shook his head and said, The gap is too big. He finally understood why the president was so confident in Luli. With the strength shown by Luli now, it far surpassed Laxus. Laxus was not Luli's opponent at all. Makarov sighed and said, From the moment Luli comprehended the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, this duel has ended. Let's not talk about the level of thunder magic of the two people. Luli has learned the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, and she is already invincible, because Thunder Attribute magic is almost ineffective against Thunder Dragon Slayer. Laxus can only use thunder magic, while Luli can use magic other than thunder. His giant magic, Gildart's crushing magic, and Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic. Originally, he was worried that Luli would learn too many complicated magics and would not be able to specialize. Unexpectedly, Luli, this brat, relied on his extraordinary comprehension to forcibly integrate other magic systems into his own magic system and walked out a road that no one has walked before. You have observed the jaw of Thunder Dragon. You have extraordinary comprehension, and you have comprehended the jaw of Thunder Dragon. Looking at Luli, who took his move and was still intact, Laxus looked a little dazed. Luli looked at Laxus and smiled and said, Anything else? Duh. Chapter 66. Then his face became hideous and twisted. Boom. Horrible magic power burst out from Laxus' body. Laxus took a deep breath and his chest swelled up. I really don't want to eat this. Seeing Laxus's posture, Luli knew that Laxus was going to use the roar. To be honest, this is actually magic, but Luli doesn't want to eat the magic that comes out of the opponent's mouth. Luli also took a deep breath and made a similar posture to Laxus. Disappear. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The roar of the Dragon God. The two roared together. Laxus spewed out golden lightning. Luli spewed out a huge thunder flame that combined the dual attributes of lightning and fire. Boom dash. The two powerful magics collided with each other. Suddenly, a terrifying impact burst out to the surroundings. Oh, 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 ah, ah, ah. Laxus increased the intensity of his magic output, But the two were no longer on the same level in terms of magic power or magic. The red-black lightning flame destroyed the golden lightning and rushed towards Laxus. Ugh! Laxus was drowned by the lightning flame. Laxus wanted to swallow the lightning, but he didn't expect that he could not swallow the lightning at all. Not good. Gildarts immediately raised his hand to release magic when he saw this. Crush! A flying grid passed by and decomposed the lightning flame released by Lu Li into cubes. Bang! The magic was decomposed and dissipated. Gildart's magic was to destroy the magic from the atom, so when the destroyed magic dissipated, it could not even cause any waves. Bang! Laxus knelt on the ground and fell straight down. Laxus! The three Thors saw this, and their faces changed drastically, and they immediately rushed forward. Makarov was also very worried. No matter how rebellious Laxus was, he was his only relative and his grandson. Gildarts checked and said, "Don't worry, it's just that the magic power was consumed too much, and he fainted temporarily. Just sleep, and he will be fine the next day." After hearing Gildart's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gildarts said to Lu Li, "You little brat, you don't know how to control your strength, and you don't know how to show mercy." Lu Li scratched his cheek embarrassedly. "I have tried my best to hold back." What? Almost everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was already showing mercy, so what would Lu Li look like when he used his full strength? Makarov and Urza knew that Lu Li was telling the truth. If he had used the power he showed during the S-level mission, Laxus would have been defeated by Lu Li long ago. But the two of them didn't know that Lu Li was letting him go for more than that. Second magic source, Dragon God Breathing Method, Dragon God Domineering Method, Dragon God Perception Method, Dragon God, Giant Spirit God Form, Dragon God. Six-Winged Seraph Form, Dragon God Demon Suit. This is just magic. He also has the power of the Demon King, but he always feels that this power comes a little inexplicably, so he tries not to use it if he can. But Lu Li had not intended to show all his strength. As a traditional virtue of the Hushan nation, if there are 10 points in everything, 7 points must be hidden. Only 3 points can be shown to the outside world, so that others will never know what your trump card is. Everyone quickly returned to the guild, and the guild was eagerly discussing the battle just now. Many of them had never seen such a wonderful battle. In the evening, Lu Li returned to his home and began to practice with all his strength again. He did not feel proud because he defeated Laxus. This is only 17-year-old Laxus. There are countless strong people in this world, and there is also the black dragon to face. He must become stronger. Half asleep and half awake, Lu Li heard someone calling his name. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a pure white space. Then, Lu Li saw a girl who was about 10 years old, with a slender figure and a cute face. She had purple twin ponytails and wore a thin white dress. She was just a little girl, but she gave people a very feminine feeling. "Ask for flowers. You are finally here, my lovely son." Lu Li's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't remember that he had such a young mother. If he hadn't seen that the other party was a little girl, he might have slapped her directly. "You like to take sons when you have nothing to do. You think you are a white beard. Who are you? Where's this place?" Lu Li looked around and asked. "I am your mother, Pandora." Huh. Lu Li's palm ignited a terrifying flame, which immediately scared Pandora. Wait. I am really your mother, Pandora." Zero crackle crackle. The flame on Lu Li's palm was mixed with thunder and lightning. "My name is Pandora. This is the underworld. I have no bad intentions towards you. Can you put out the flame in your hand?" Pandora negotiated carefully. She saw Lu Li with her own eyes. How did Li beat up that Velislana? Although she manages the God-Killer reincarnation ceremony, she may not be Velislana's opponent in a fight, let alone this fierce man who killed Velislana without any injury. The Netherworld? Yes, this place is also called the Star Netherworld. This is not the real world, nor is it heaven or hell. It is the realm of life and immortality. Then who are you? I am Pandora, the wife of the immortal Epimetheus, the god who manages the God-Killer reincarnation ceremony, and the mother of all God-Killers. God, are you the god of disobedience? Pandora waved her hands quickly. No, I am not the god of disobedience. You are the mother of the God-Killer? Did you do something with the power I have? Pandora nodded. Yes, normally, all those who fight with God and defeat God are actually dying. And I will use the reincarnation technique to transfer the power of the defeated God and the body that can compete with the god as a reward to the person who defeated the god and turn him into a demon king, that is, a godslayer. So, I am like a reborn parent to the godslayer. Do you think I am your mother? Duh. Chapter 67. Lu Li pouted and said, I'm not dying. Pandora was speechless. Yes, not only was she not dying, she was still alive and kicking. She suspected that if another god came at that time, Luli would be able to beat him to death, so she didn't even dare to show her head at that time. She was afraid that Luli would kill her as a disobedient god, which would be terrible. However, she couldn't miss such a powerful human. So she secretly used this circle of calculation, transferred Velaslana's power to Luli, making Luli a godslayer, who knew that Luli would use the power as soon as he had it, and then ran away directly, leaving her in a mess before she could explain. When she found Erica, Luli had disappeared. Using her special ability, she got out of Erica's mouth that Luli was actually from Otherworld. She couldn't get more information. When she asked some important questions, the other party seemed to be frozen. So she began to try to call Luli's name. As long as the user's name is called, Luli can sense it, and then be brought by the power of Velaslana's strong wind incarnation. It took her a whole month to call Luli here. But the child didn't recognize her as a mother, which was really sad. Then what is your purpose in calling me here? Does it have to be a purpose to call you here? If there is nothing, I'll leave. Wait. Do you hate me so much? After all, I am the one who gave you Velaslana's power. Pandora hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Luli, looking pitiful. Power? I'm not very interested in that thing. Luli was speaking the truth. Compared to the inferior products that needed to be plundered, he preferred the magic he practiced. The feeling of becoming stronger little by little was the best, not the additional buff. How could it be? That's the power of God. It was the power of Velaslana. Even among the gods, Lena was the strongest among the strong. God, it seems to me that it's just that. Pandora couldn't refute it. This Luli was different from all the godslayers she had seen. This was a single-handed defeat of a powerful god among all gods. It was a miracle among miracles for humans to defeat gods, but for this young man, it was not a miracle, but a matter of course. Are all humans in other worlds so powerful? Are those in the West comparable to gods? Miss Pandora, do you have anything else to say? No. Wait a minute. Before Pandora finished speaking, Luli's body was surrounded by a gust of wind. Swish! Luli's figure disappeared in the star world. Damn it! He ran away so quickly. Pandora stomped her feet in anger, but soon a smile appeared on her face again. There is an old saying in the East, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. Since you have become a godslayer, you will eventually face your own fate. Although he didn't know which world Luli was from, since he could come to this world once, he could come again. No, he had come twice. The first time, he defeated the boar incarnation of Velaslana, and the second time, he killed Velaslana. Moreover, every time, he appeared when the girl named Erica was in trouble, which means that the two had a close relationship. Then if Erica was in danger, he would definitely appear. Italy after a day of training, Erica was humming a song while taking a bath. Unconsciously, she recalled the scene of her kissing Luli again in her mind. She didn't know why she was so bold at that time, but she felt that if she didn't take the initiative at that time, she would definitely regret it. That was her contract of submission and belonging to the other party. Really, this world is in chaos, but you are safe and at ease. What a casual king. Velaslana was killed, and the seventh demon king was born in this world. This matter has caused a sensation in the entire magic world. No one knows who leaked the news that she knew the seventh demon king, which caused countless magic societies to ask her about the seventh demon king. Without Luli's permission, she would not leak the information about the seventh demon king. Moreover, she did not want to leak it, so that no one would compete with her. In this world, Luli belongs to her alone. Then, Erica was a little angry again. Really, it has been a month, and he has not contacted her actively. What kind of person does he think she is? She wanted to contact Luli several times, but she didn't know what to say after contacting. So she simply left home to avoid being found, and worked hard to practice. She didn't help at all in the last 2 times, which was a big blow to her. She is the eldest daughter of the famous Browntree family in the magic world, a genius with the rank of Grand Knight and the title of Crimson Demon. She naturally wants to become a woman worthy of the king, and she is not willing to be a vase. Luli, what are you doing now? Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in the bathroom, and then a figure she had been thinking about appeared in front of her. Erica was stunned when she saw Luli appear. She didn't invite Luli to come, but she gave up thinking about those things immediately. The surprise of seeing Luli again made her forget that she was not wearing anything now. Luli. Erica stood up directly from the bathtub and ran towards Luli. Luli was also a little confused at this moment. He sensed that someone was reading his name, so he tried to activate the strong wind, but he didn't expect it to work. As soon as he came here, he saw Erica running towards him in this posture. Which man would not be confused if he saw this scene? Erica hugged Luli. Luli, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Luli's hands were somewhat uncontrollable and held Erica's slender waist, his eyes darting around. To be honest, the scene in front of him was a little too exciting for a novice like him. Erica, this is not good. When did we become so close? Erica looked into Luli's eyes and said, when you stood up to fight against the gods for me, I fell deeply in love with you. Chapter 68. Against the gods? To be honest, he was a little nervous at first, but he got better and better at it. The gods sounded intimidating, but their strength was just SOSO. He didn't know how shocking his performance was to others, especially to a magician family like Erica, who had lived under the shadow of the god of disobedience since childhood. Being able to defeat the gods head-on in that manner, in Erica's heart, Luli was already her god. After Erica said this, she closed her eyes and stood on tiptoe to kiss Luli's lips. Although Luli was only 14 years old, she had grown taller in the past 6 months because of practicing dragon-slaying magic. She was even taller than Erica, who was 16 years old. A soft feeling hit Luli's self-control, and then Luli's self-control was directly overwhelmed, and her hands became aware of themselves and began to disobey. 11. Then everything happened naturally. Looking at the traces left by the two people on the bed after their absurdity, Luli had to admit that she was not a gentleman, nor was she Lu Xiaohui, who could remain calm even when a woman made her conceit. She was just a greedy and lustful person. Erica leaned in Luli's arms with an infatuated look on her face. Suddenly, Erica leaned close to Luli's ear and whispered, Luli, how many times have you done this? Puff. Luli was once again startled by Erica's boldness. No matter how many times, I'm only 14. Erica was happy to hear this. Then I am your first woman, which means I am your first wife. What? What first wife? Can I have many wives? Why not? You are the king. As a king, it is normal to have as many women as you want. Luli's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had heard that foreign women were more open-minded, but he didn't expect them to be so open-minded. Of course, openness is openness. The bright red bloodstains prove that this girl is also the first time. Hu Xiaomen have a virgin mentality in their bones, and Lu Li is the same. If he was just a man who coveted Erica's beauty before, after this experience, he has truly regarded Erica as his woman. By the way, Luli, how did you get here? Luli told what happened before. Pandora, you know? Erica nodded. I know, she is the wife of Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. She is the goddess who opened the box full of disasters and a glimmer of hope, and she is in charge of the secret ceremony of reincarnating the God Slayer. So, the God Slayer is also called the illegitimate son of Epimetheus, that is, the son of the fool, so she calls you her son. Lu Li said disdainfully. I don't want to be her son. She just transferred the power of Velaslana to me without my consent. That kind of power is not very useful to me. If you like, I can help you find a disobedient god to solve it. Anyway, these disobedient gods will bring disasters. Looking at Velaslana's unscrupulous appearance, you can see that the devil is the devil of God. For humans, the devil is a hero and the supreme king. When Erica heard Lu Li's words, she smiled happily, shook her head, and said, No, according to the records, there are requirements for the ritual. You must kill the opponent who seizes the power with your own strength and sacrifice the life of the killed god to seize the power. Is that so? Then let's accumulate group points to exchange for magic. Those powers are nothing big. Erica looked at Lu Li with admiration. If someone else said this, she would definitely sneer, but Lu Li's words were extremely convincing. I will study the magic of your world in the next few days, and then create a set of magic suitable for you. He wanted to teach Erica directly, but the chat group did not allow such private transactions. Erica felt extremely happy when she heard Lu Li's words, and her love almost overflowed when she looked at Lu Li's eyes. Looking at Erica's eyes, Lu Li knew that he had to start working again. Alas, he is still a child. Just when Lu Li was about to continue fighting. Buzz. The chat group vibrated. Wait a minute, someone tagged me. The group usually chats when they have nothing to do, and only when there is something will they tag someone. Erica also opened her chat group panel when she heard this. Tosaka Rin at Lu Li. Brother Lu Li, are you there? I want to ask you for help. Lu Li, what's wrong? Shaolin. Tosaka Rin began to talk about her own affairs. The one who was in trouble was not Tosaka Rin, but her sister Tosaka Sakura. Tosaka Sakura was her biological sister, 1 year younger than her, and had the same high magic talent as her. However, the magic seal of the magic family can only be passed on to one heir, So she was designated by her father as the heir of the Tasaka family because she was 1 year older than her sister. As for another magic family, the Matsu family, the magic circuit in their bloodline was gradually cut off due to the climate and soil. The head of the Matsu family asked the head of the Tasaka family, Shaolin's father, to adopt a person with magic circuits as an heir to continue the offspring. She secretly heard that her father was going to adopt her sister Sakura. She didn't want Sakura to go to the Matsu family. On the one hand, she was reluctant to be separated from her sister, and on the other hand, her sister Tasaka Sakura was still so young, and it was too cruel for her sister to be separated from her relatives. Erika, then Shaolin, just say no to your father. He is your father, and he should agree to you. Tosaka Rin, I told you, but my father refused because he wanted to fulfill the alliance between the Matsu family and the Tosaka family, and he also said it was for Sakura's own good. Tosaka Rin, I can't convince my father at all. Lu-Li, then what do you want me to do? Tosaka Rin, I've already thought about it. Brother Lu-Li, I want you to come to my house as my teacher and tell my father that you have accepted me as your apprentice. Chapter 69. Lu-Li, then what? Will your father allow you to become my apprentice? Even if you become my apprentice, how can you change your father's mind? Lu-Li asked with some curiosity. He still had some impression of Rin's father, Rin's father, Rin's father. In his impression, he was a very rigid man who was perfect and meticulous in his words and deeds, and had the elegant temperament of an aristocrat. Of course, the main reason for his impression was that he was the master of Jin Shanshan. Not counting various side quests, Jin Shanshan was undoubtedly at the combat ceiling of the Holy Grail world. According to the timeline, the Fourth Holy Grail War should be about to begin. Rin Tosaka. Of course, as long as Brother Lu-Li shows his magic circuit, father will never refuse. Maybe other people don't understand the value of the magic circuit uploaded by Lu-Li, but only know that the price of the magic on Lu-Li's shelves is terrifyingly high. Rin Tosaka is very clear that it is simply a magic circuit that has never been seen before. As long as her father sees it, he will definitely go crazy for it. How could he refuse? Tosaka Rin. Then, Brother Lu-Li, you said you would pass the magic seal to me. In this case, I can't inherit the magic seal of the Tosaka family. For the sake of family inheritance, my father can only choose Sakura, so Sakura doesn't have to be sent to the Matsu family. Lu-Li was a little surprised. Although he felt it when they chatted before, Tosaka Rin was quite smart except that she was a little naughty. She can't be regarded as a child at all, and now it seems to be true. This little girl's analysis is well-reasoned, like a little adult. Is this a genius? Lu-Li. Okay, I can help you a little. Tosaka Rin. Thank you, Brother Lu-Li. Brother Lu-Li, you are the best. But unfortunately, the points I have accumulated with great difficulty are going to be used up again. Tiki 3. She is trying hard to accumulate points to buy the circuit development method and magic equipment construction method that Lu-Li has put on the shelves. For this reason, she has been fooling Kanae and Whitebeard with the good sister and good father these days, and her little mouth is as sweet as honey. If Lu-Li is summoned, she may return to the pre-liberation era. Lu-Li, don't worry about this. When the time comes, you can try to call my name in a place where the wind can reach, and at the same time, tag me in the chat group. Let me see if I can go directly there. Tosaka Rin. _ Lu-Li, don't worry about this. When the wind blows, you can try to call my name, and at the same time, tag me in the chat group. Let me see if I can go directly there. Tosaka Rin. _ Lu-Li, don't worry about this. When the wind blows, you can try to call my name, and at the same time, tag me in the chat group. Let me see if I can go directly there. Tosaka Rin. _ Lu-Li, don't worry about this. Li, didn't I kill a disobedient god a month ago? The first incarnation of the power of the disobedient god is strong wind. When a familiar person calls the user's name, as long as the user senses the other party's call, he can instantly move to the other party's location through the wind. No matter how far away, he can instantly reach it, even in other worlds. Lu-Li. Actually, I'm not sure if I can get there. I'm just calling, and I definitely can't sense different worlds, but the chat group just makes up for this. Tosaka Rin. Sigma. OAO. Lu Shun is invincible. Lu-Li, it's no big deal. It can only be used once a day, which means it may be more convenient to cross the world, but it doesn't help much in terms of strength. There are all kinds of powerful space magic in the fairy tale world, such as teleportation and absolute territory. He will list these magics as compulsory subjects in the future. Not only space magic, but also time magic, time suspension, time reversal, and even powerful ones can cross the long river of time to the future. There are so many powerful magics waiting for him to learn, and the power of the disobedient god is very important to Lu. How attractive can Li be? Tosaka Rin, wow. The things that brother Li doesn't want are all treasures that we can only dream of but cannot reach. Li. Okay, if you need me anytime, just tag me. Tosaka Rin. I know. Thank you, brother Li. Li closed the chat group panel. Turning around, she saw Erica looking at her with burning eyes. This eager look scared Li. Dear, can you cross the world? It should be almost the same, but it still needs the help of the chat group, otherwise I can't sense it at all. In other words, if I want dear in the future, I can call you directly, right? Well, that's right. Great. I can be with my husband often in the future. Erica threw herself on Li and said happily. The main reason why she didn't contact Li during this period was not the girl's modesty, but simply because she didn't have enough points. She was trying to accumulate points so that Li could stay longer next time, just like today. Now she could get Li to come without points, which was the best news for her. This power was nothing to Li, but it was the most useful power for her. Erica called him husband, which made Li's bones feel a little soft. This was the first time he heard a woman call him that. Then the battle started again. The battle lasted for a whole night before gradually subsided. Looking at Erica, who was sleeping soundly, Li opened the chat group panel and clicked return. Swish. Li returned to the world of fairy tale. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she practiced the dragon god transformation, otherwise her 14-year-old body would not be able to bear it. He, Qian Zhao, even killed the god of disobedience, but he couldn't beat a woman in bed. Where would his face be? Li took a shower, tidied himself up, and found that there were no marks left, so he walked towards the guild. Coming to the guild every day has become a habit for Li. Just like punching in at work, he likes to stay in the guild even if he just wants to go fishing. Although he can actually stay in the world of Godslayer, he always feels out of tune with other worlds. And the existence of those gods makes Li feel a little insecure. Although he despises those powers, he does not despise those gods. One Velislana is very strong. If there are more gods of disobedience, can he still be the opponent of the other party? He must become stronger. In the end, he still belongs to the world of fairy tale. Chapter 70. Holy Grail World. Sakura, don't worry. I have a way to prevent you from being adopted into the Matu family. After getting Li's answer, Rin Tosaka immediately told her sister Sakura the good news. When Sakura heard her sister say this, a slightly stiff smile appeared on her face. She knew her father's character. Since the decision was made, it was almost impossible to change it. No matter what her sister did, it was impossible to change her father's mind. But she saw her sister's unremitting efforts to help her during this period of time, and she was very moved. Sister, Sakura is fine. Sakura lowered her head and whispered. After seeing this, Rin Tosaka immediately realized that her sister did not believe it. Sakura, I know it's hard for you to believe it, but you will know when the time comes. Tosaka Rin held Sakura's hand, looking confident. Sakura was a little curious to see her sister like this. These days, since her sister learned that she was going to be adopted into the Matu family, she has been arguing with her father and not letting her father send her away. She hasn't smiled for a long time, but now her sister's confident look on her face is definitely not deceiving. Could it be that her sister really has a way to make her father change his mind? She couldn't help but look forward to it secretly in her heart. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 803 days, Li went to the guild to punch in during the day and went to work in the Godslayer world at night. After tasting the marrow, the ending is out of control, depravity. Fortunately, he has now mastered the dragon god breathing method, which can be used for more than 54 hours in the full concentration. His own strength is constantly getting stronger in a subtle way, but he can't stand this kind of depravity. After solving Shaolin's problem, he will practice hard for a few days to make up for all the wasted time. At this moment, the chat group panel vibrated. Tosaka Rin at Li brother, I'm calling you now. Li got it. Tosaka Rin began to call Li's name. Luli. Because of the chat group, Li already had consciousness in his mind. He sensed that someone was calling him, so he activated the ability of strong wind. A gust of strong wind swirled around Li's body, and then Li tapped her toes and disappeared instantly in the strong wind. Tosaka Rin was afraid that Li couldn't hear it, so she kept calling Majili's name. A tornado appeared out of thin air, and Li's figure instantly appeared in the tornado, and her feet landed lightly on the ground. Li brother. Tosaka Rin saw that Li really appeared, and immediately ran over in surprise and hugged Li's waist. Although Li had never seen Tosaka Rin, Tosaka Rin had seen Luli twice. Luli's powerful appearance in Erika's world left an extremely deep impression on Tosaka Rin, and she had completely become Tosaka Rin's idol. Luli touched Rin's head. What's going on? Rin then remembered that now was not the time to chat with her idol. The head of the Matsu family has come to my house and is talking to my father. Sakura will be taken away soon. In that case, take me there. At this time, in the living room, Tosaka Tokiomi and Matsuzoken were talking. Sakura was standing in front of the two people at this moment. Tosaka Tokiomi adopted his daughter to Matsuzoken, so naturally he had to get enough benefits from Matsuzoken. Matsuzoken also agreed to the conditions given by Tosaka Tokiomi, without any intention of bargaining, which made the conversation between the two people very smooth. Sakura, who was standing in front of the two people, didn't notice that her face had turned pale. Soon, all the conditions of the exchange were met. Tosaka Tokiomi said to Sakura, "Sakura, you also heard that when you get there, the Matsu family will do their best to train you, and even let you inherit the magic seal of the Matsu family. I know this may be a bit cruel for a child like you, but you are my daughter, and you have an extraordinary talent for magic. If you only stay in the Tosaka family, your future may be mediocre. Adopting you to the Matsu family is not for the benefit of the family. I made this decision for your future. I hope my daughter will be a magician that your mother, sister, and I will be proud of in the future. Do you understand?" Sakura bit her lip. She didn't want to be a strong person. If possible, she would rather be an ordinary person without the magic talent. But she didn't want to disappoint her father. She could only smile and said, "I know, father." Tosaka Tokiomi smiled with satisfaction and then looked at an old man with a hunchback, bald head, a body as thin as a mummy, and gloomy eyes. This person is the head of the Matsu family, Matsuzoken. "Master Matsu, I hope my daughter will be adopted. I don't want her to suffer any grievances." Don't worry, Master Tosaka, I will do what I promised you. I will treat her well like my own granddaughter. She is the heir of the Matsu family." Tosaka Tokiomi nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. Matsuzoken came to Rin Tosaka and stretched out his skinny, mummy-like hand and said, "Come on, come home with me." Sakura resisted the urge to cry and was about to stretch out her hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stop it. Sakura, I will never leave with you." Then Tosaka Rin ran over quickly, pulled Sakura away, and protected her behind her. "Sister." Matsuzoken raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Tashiomi Tosaka. This was Tashiomi Tosaka's family affair, so it was naturally up to Tashiomi Tosaka to solve it. Tashiomi Tosaka frowned. "Rin, what are you doing? How can you behave like this in front of guests?" Rin has been much quieter these 3 days and has not made any noise. He thought that Rin had given up, but he didn't expect Rin to come out and make trouble at this time. "Father, Sakura cannot be adopted by the Matsu family. I don't agree. This is already agreed, and it's for Sakura's good." Matsuzoken laughed strangely. If you don't want Sakura to be adopted, you can adopt her. He knows that Xiaolin's qualifications are better than Sakura's. At this time, a voice sounded, "She won't go with you." Chapter 71. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the door. Then they saw a handsome boy with silver white hair and a gray sweater appear at the door of the living room. Tosaka Tokiomi frowned. "Who are you?" A stranger suddenly came to his home, and this kind of violation of etiquette made him feel very uncomfortable. Tosaka Rin quickly pulled Sakura to hide behind Luli and said, "This is my master, Luli - master?" "Rin, what are you talking about? Haven't you always been learning family magic? When did you have a master?" "I know. You want to find someone to act as your master, and then say that you will be inherited by the magic engraving. In this case, in order to inherit the family engraving, I have to leave Sakura behind, right?" Tosaka Rin was stunned when she heard Tosaka Tokiomi's words. The clever plan she came up with after thinking hard was actually seen through by her father at a glance. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Tosaka Rin's little trick can't be hidden from Tosaka Tokiomi at all. Tosaka Tokiomi smiled at Lu Li and said, "Young man, although I don't know what benefits Rin promised you, it was just a young girl's nonsense. I can give you double what benefits she promised." Lu Li shook her head. "Little Rin didn't give me any benefits. In a way, I am indeed Rin's teacher." When Tosaka Rin heard Lu Li's words, she remembered that she had bought a magic from Lu Li and was indeed a student of Brother Lu Li. Brother Lu Li's student. She was very willing. After all, she had seen Brother Lu Li kill gods with her own eyes, which was much more powerful than her father. Matsuzoken watched this scene with interest. Tosaka Tokiomi didn't expect Lu Li to say such a thing. "So what do you mean, young man?" "Little Rin told me that she didn't want to be separated from her sister, nor did she want her sister Sakura to be adopted by someone else. In this case, we can do it according to her wishes. Luli seemed to be just narrating something that had already been decided. What? Tasaka Tokiomi, Matuzokan, and Sakura were all stunned when they heard Luli's words. Tasaka Rin was very excited. As expected of Luli's brother, he was so domineering. This was Luli's brother. It seemed that the plan he had been thinking about before was too narrow-minded. Young man, this is my family affair. Even if you are Rin's teacher, you are a little too involved. Tasaka Tokiomi is a person who upholds elegance and respects etiquette, but he was also a little annoyed by the other party's lack of tact. Luli said lightly, "Little Rin's business is my business. Young man, I don't know how Rin became my apprentice. She is just a child. Without my permission, her apprenticeship is not counted. I don't need other people's consent to accept students." VR. Tasaka Tokiomi was really a little bit broken at this time. Tasaka Rin applauded, and only hid behind Luli obediently after being glared at by Tasaka Tokiomi. Tasaka Tokiomi resisted the urge to drive Luli out directly. "Young man, since you said you are Rin's teacher, then you should show some strength. My Tasaka family is a famous family in the magic world after all, and Rin's talent is also top-notch. I don't want anyone to be Rin's teacher and waste Rin's talent in vain. Show your strength. Why? You are also a magician, right? I can feel that as a magician, you naturally have to show convincing magic, so as not to mislead people. Rin is very good. She is my excellent child. I can't hand her over to an ordinary person and let an ordinary person be her teacher. What ordinary people teach will eventually become ordinary people. No, I'm just thinking about how to show my strength." Luli said and looked around. The things in this room are very valuable. It would be bad if they were accidentally destroyed. Tasaka Tokiomi was a little surprised to hear Luli's words. He didn't expect Luli to really agree. "In that case, please move to the courtyard. There is a spacious place there, enough for you to perform your magic. Asterisk." After that, Tasaka Tokiomi glanced at Matuzokan. Matuzokan laughed. "Hee, if you don't mind, I also want to see what kind of magic this boy can use. I didn't expect to see such a good show when I came to the Tasaka family." Sakura said to Tasaka Rin with some concern. "Sister, why don't you forget it?" Tasaka Rin had an excited expression on her face. "Don't be afraid. Sakura, as long as Brother Luli is here, you don't have to worry about anything. Let's go quickly. We can finally see Brother Luli use magic with our own eyes. I will take you to see the world." Soon, everyone came to the courtyard of the Tosaka family. Zero as a landowner, the Tosaka family is a veritable landlord. As long as they rent their land, many businessmen will become prosperous and successful in their careers without knowing why. This kind of reputation spreads from one person to another, and all the rich people actually believe in feng shui very much. Even if the Tosaka family increases the rent again and again, these rich people are happy to do it. The Tosaka family is therefore very wealthy and is the top gamin in Fuyuki City. "Young man, this place is spacious enough for you to perform your magic." Luli looked at the beautiful scenery around, and it was obvious that every flower, grass, and tree had been carefully trimmed by the workers. "Forget it, let you do it. You use your magic to attack me. This will make it easier for you to see my strength, right?" "What did you say?" Except for Rin Tasaka, everyone else was shocked when they heard this. Although Tosaka Tokiomi's talent is not particularly high, he works very hard. He makes up for the gap in talent with hard work, and with the magic seal of the Tosaka family, he is a very powerful magician. "Young man, are you sure you know what you are talking about?" Luli smiled and said, "I know. Just attack me. I also want to see how the magic passed down from generation to generation in the Tosaka family is." Luli's arrogant tone also made Tosaka Tokiomi a little angry. "In that case, I won't be polite. This is also the fifth etiquette of magicians." Chapter 72. Tosaka Tokiomi turned his staff, and a burning flame was born on the ruby on the staff, and then it was launched towards Luli. Whoosh. The blazing flames surrounded Luli's body. "Oh, what? Swallowed the flame? How is this possible?" Tosaka Tokiomi, Matuzokan, and Sakura were all shocked by the scene before their eyes. Luli could actually swallow the flame. This scene would scare the magicians in the world of fairy tale where magic is prevalent, not to mention the Holy Grail world, where magicians are very fragile. Tosaka Rin was not surprised at all. She had seen this move before. The sun fire emitted by the god of disobedience named Velaslana was eaten by Brother Luli. When she saw Luli being engulfed by the flame, her heart jumped to her throat. Later, she was shocked to see Luli was safe and sound, and even swallowed the flame. Even the sun fire of the god of disobedience was swallowed, let alone the flame of her father. This is not to belittle her father, but the gap is really too big. Well, the taste of the flame is not bad, but it's too little, a little insufficient. Tosaka Tokiomi was speechless. Swallowing the flame? Is this guy really a human? How is it? Is this enough to be Xiaolin's teacher? If you think it's not enough, how about this? A flame ignited on Lu Li's palm, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Lu Li casually launched the fireball towards the rockery not far away. Boom! The rockery exploded. How about this? If you think it's not enough. Crackle, crackle. Lu Li condensed golden lightning in his palm and swung it casually. The golden lightning formed a beam of light and shot towards the fountain not far away. Boom! The fountain was also smashed by lightning. If this is not enough, how about this? Lu Li's body began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant with a height of more than 10 meters. Lu Li stomped his feet casually. Boom! The ground under Lu Li's feet broke, and the whole Tosaka family seemed to be shaking. This scene scared Tosaka Tokiomi and Matu Zoken. Giant. Sakura stared in disbelief. It's so big. Brother Lu Li is so handsome. Tosaka Rin shouted excitedly. She had seen it in the chat group live broadcast, but live broadcast is live broadcast, and the shock of seeing it in real life is incomparable to live broadcast. Lu Li's body slowly shrank back to normal size, and smiled at Tosaka Tokiomi, who was still shocked, and said, "How is it? Is this enough? Of course, if it's not enough, I can show other magic." Show. Brother Lu Li, show the merciless sun. Tosaka Rin shouted excitedly with a face full of excitement. Lu Li rolled her eyes when she heard what Rin said. Do you want to blow up the whole city? When Rin heard this, she thought of the power of Lu Li's magic. It was a magic that killed all the gods and wiped an island off the map. If it was really displayed here, the whole city would disappear. She stuck out her tongue mischievously at Lu Li. Tashiomi also came back to his senses at this time. His strong mentality allowed him to quickly stabilize his mind. Enough. It's really an honor for my daughter to be accepted as a student by Mr. Lu Li. Tashiomi was very smart. At first, he looked down on Lu Li and thought that it was crazy for a boy who looked ordinary to want to accept his daughter as a student. You know, her daughter is a genius with 70 magic circuits. Even he himself was known as a genius in the association. But both Rin and Sakura's magic qualifications were better than his. How could he agree to a boy who suddenly appeared and said he was Rin's master? But the magic that Lu Li showed now was something he had never heard of. Whether it was the swallowing flame at the beginning, or the flame and lightning that were shown later, or the giant magic, they could almost be the secret method passed down by a magic family. And the merciless sun that Shaolin mentioned, if I guessed correctly, it should also be the other party's magic. The other party threatened that he could even destroy the entire Fuyuki city. He didn't believe it, but looking at Lin's reaction, it must be a more powerful magic. In that case, let's do it according to Shaolin's wishes. This, I know. Tosaka Tokiomi was a little entangled when he heard Lu Li's words. After all, he had already agreed to it. It was really not in line with his character to go back on his word now. But thinking of Lu Li, if the magic that Li just used was really passed on to Rin, the future of the Tosaka family is limitless, and they will have a pivotal position in the entire magic world. In the face of such huge interests, what does it matter if you go back on your word? Tosaka Tokiomi looked at Matu Zonkin and said, Master Matu, I'm really sorry. You saw that something unexpected happened. Sakura can't be adopted by your Matu family. Matu Zonkin looked unhappy. Tosaka Tokiomi, you have already agreed to it. It's not good to go back on your word now. Besides, he is only Rin's master, not Sakura's master. Can't you make a living by deciding whether Sakura stays or goes? In fact, in his opinion, adopting Sakura to the Matu family is indeed a huge benefit. If Sakura inherits the Matu family, then 2 of the 3 families will belong to Tosaka in the future, which will be very good for the future. Seeing her father hesitate, Sakura's eyes dimmed, and her fate still seemed unchangeable. At this time, Lu Li's voice sounded. Xiaoying, are you willing to be my student? Chapter 73. Xiaoying looked up at Lu Li in disbelief after hearing what she said. Rin Tosaka quickly pulled Sakura. Sakura, what are you waiting for? Brother Lu Li is a super powerful magician. Sakura also reacted at this time. I am willing. Lu Li looked at Matu Zonkin. Look, this time Sakura can't go with you. Matu Zonkin's face darkened. Young man, your hand is too long. Lu Li glanced at Matu Zonkin with obvious disgust in his eyes. Old man, Have you lived too long and are a little tired of living? Boom. Luli exuded terrifying magic. The ground around Luli shattered, and the stones around him were unbalanced due to the magic and slowly floated from the ground. This powerful pressure made everyone feel frightened. Tosaka Tokiomi and Matu Zonkin stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. This magic 11. Luli put away the magic. At this moment, in lieu a special mark suddenly appeared on Li's left hand. Omen mark. Tosaka Tokiomi, Matu Zokin, Tosaka Rin, and Sakura were very surprised when they saw it. The appearance of the omen mark means that Luli is the one chosen by the Holy Grail. As long as Luli successfully summons Serwant, this omen mark will be transformed into a command spell. Luli showed a disgusted expression on his face after seeing it. Others don't know what the Holy Grail War is, but he doesn't know. He doesn't mind becoming a master, but this omen mark appeared on the Fairy Tale Guild emblem, which makes Luli very unhappy. A hot flame ignited in Luli's hand, and the omen mark that just appeared was burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was burned up in the blink of an eye. You, Mr. Luli, do you know what that just represented? Tosaka Tokiomi felt a little distressed when he saw that Luli had so easily destroyed the command seal that other magicians dreamed of. If Luli became a masterer, together with him and Kodomine Kirii, they would have 3 masters, and they could easily influence the outcome of the upcoming Holy Grail War. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I don't like something sticking to me without my consent. Luli put his hand on Sakura's shoulder and activated the perception method at the same time. Wow, a very special property, very similar to the space property. I don't know much about space magic. For now, I only know the dress-up magic, so I'll pass it on to you first. Luli pointed her finger at Sakura's forehead. Sakura's mind suddenly had more knowledge about dress-up magic. This is a magic book about memory magic that Luli found in the fairy tale library. Luli was very interested and learned it by the way. Luli is still very interested in various magics, but time is limited, and he can't spend all his energy on learning magic. And learning magic from a magic book is different from watching others comprehend magic directly, which takes a certain amount of time. The most important thing is that he already has his own way, and many magics now are not even icing on the cake for him. The best way to really become stronger is to practice. Shaolin, Xiaoying, the matter is over. You practice magic well. I'll go back first, and I'll come to see you again when I have time. Luli glanced at Toshiomi Tosaka and Zoken Matu, then clicked back. Swoosh. Luli's figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Toshiomi Tosaka is a smart man. The power he just showed is enough to shock Toshiomi Tosaka and Zoken Matu for a while. If they are still not honest, Luli doesn't mind coming over to knock them. Luli's sudden disappearance surprised everyone except Rin Tosaka. They didn't notice how Luli left at all. Toshiomi Tosaka looked at Zoken Matu and said, Master Matu, you also saw that it's not that I don't want to fulfill the covenant, but Rin and Sakura's teacher doesn't allow it. So the matter of Sakura's adoption can only be abandoned. I'm really sorry. Zoken Matu looked at Toshiomi Tosaka with a gloomy look, and Toshiomi Tosaka had a confident and calm smile on his face. In that case, let's forget about the adoption, but Shurchin, going back on your word is not a good habit. Tosaka Tokiomi smiled without changing his expression and said, Thank you for the reminder from the head of the Matu family. I will keep it in mind. Humph. Matu Zoken walked away with a cane. After Matu Zoken left the Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi asked Tosaka Rin, Rin, Mr. Luli? The one who is most familiar with Luli here must be his eldest daughter. The master has left. Rin, who is your master? How can he use so many powerful magics? And that magic power, is it really the magic power possessed by humans? Although Tosaka Tokiomi was shocked by Luli's magic, what shocked him the most was Luli's magic power, which was simply beyond his understanding and cognition. This, 753 I don't know, the master didn't say. If Luli is from the other world, my father's personality will definitely keep him up. If he often disturbs Luli and makes him dislike him, that would be bad. When Tosaka Tokiomi saw the erratic look in Tosaka Rin's eyes, he knew that Rin was not telling the truth, and she must know something. But he couldn't force her too much. Maybe he could get the answer by gradually inducing her. A powerful magician like Luli is not inferior to Serwant. To have a good relationship with him is undoubtedly a huge guarantee for the Tosaka family. Yakura, what magic did Mr. Luli teach you? Yakura answered honestly. It is a space magic that can store items in a different space and take them out when needed. What? It was actually space magic, which is extremely rare in the magic world. The reason why he adopted Sakura instead of Rin was not because of seniority, but simply because Rin's qualifications were more suitable for the magic of the Tosaka family, and Sakura's magic attributes did not match the family magic. Rin, you should contact your teacher more in the future and invite him to visit our home if you have the chance. We, the Shin family, must treat him well. Okay, I understand. Chapter 74. Rin Tosaka promised that she would tell him, and whether brother Luli came or not was not her business. Tosaka Tokiomi turned around and returned to the house. That man could easily be chosen by the Holy Grail. As long as there was a first time, there would be a second time. As long as Rin was there, he would have a chance to see him again. Then he would sit down and have a good chat about the Holy Grail. He believed that no one could refuse the Holy Grail. Thinking of this, Tosaka Tokiomi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Rin Tosaka took her sister Sakura Tosaka's hand and jumped happily together. Great. Sakura doesn't have to go to the Matsu family. What do you think? I told you, I will never let you be adopted. Rin Tosaka looked proud, as if the credit for Sakura's staying was all hers. Well, sister master. Sakura was very impressed with Luli. When she was at the lowest point in her life, it was Luli who saved her. Luli was her hero. Brother Luli has something to do. Sakura, you should practice magic well. As long as you practice magic well, you will have a chance to see him in the future. Yes. Sakura nodded heavily after hearing what Rin said. Master and Rin know each other. As long as she stays by her sister's side, she will have a chance to see him. Luli returned to the fairy tale world. After Rin's affairs were dealt with, he could also settle down and practice well for a while. When he saw the omen mark appear on the back of his hand, Luli was also a little bit upset. I remember that in the anime, Jin Shanshan said that the master selected by the Holy Grail is generally someone who has a strong desire to make it come true. If there is no one who wants to make it come true, no matter how good or bad the magician is, the priority will be very low. Does he have any strong wishes? Of course he does. He died young and left countless regrets. But if it is a stronger one, it may be fear of insufficient firepower, which is a terminal illness rooted in the bones of the Huxia. In the fairy tale world, he will face all kinds of powerful guys in the future. Not to mention the distant past, the existence of the black dragon Ekunarolia is a sharp sword hanging over Lu Li's heart, urging him to become stronger quickly. That's why he is so persistent in becoming stronger. Tosaka Rin, brother Lu Li, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my father would have adopted Sakura to the Matsu family. Lu Li, you're welcome. You're my sister. This little favor is nothing. Whitebeard, smelly boy, I heard that you can go to other worlds without group points now. When can you come to visit me? Whitebeard spoke at this time. Lu Li's heart moved after seeing this. To be honest, he was also very interested in the world of One Piece. As one of the most impressive anime in his childhood, One Piece has not been updated after he died. It is an anime that really made him die. Naturally, he also wants to go there to see it. Whitebeard invited him to visit several times. Before, he needed to be invited to go there, and the person who invited him consumed group points every minute and every second. Whitebeard, the old man, had no desires and transferred all his group points to others. Moreover, Luli was not happy with the fact that the host had to spend group points just to visit. Now he had confirmed that he could go there without group points, and it would be nice to visit the pirate world. However, he had been busy recently and had not practiced well. Although he had been using the dragon god breathing method on weekdays and his body had been improving, he was a little confused. It was like the difference between jogging and lifting weights in the gym. Occasionally, he wanted to experience the feeling of going all out. He didn't practice well for a while, and he felt that his lack of firepower phobia was about to come back. Lu Li, wait a while. Whitebeard, wait a while. Brat, do you look down on me, an old man? Lu Li, how could that be? Dad is my idol. I just haven't practiced well for a long time, and my strength improvement speed has slowed down. No one in the chat group spoke. Look at what you say, is it human? You even killed a god. You killed such a powerful god at the age of 14. You said your strength improvement speed has slowed down? How fast do you want to be fast? Why don't you go to the sky? Well, this guy seems to be able to go to the sky easily. Whitebeard, I don't care, it's my 70th birthday in a month, you have to come here anyway. Tosaka Rin, Dad is going to have a birthday. Happy birthday to Dad. Live 100 years, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Whitebeard was very happy to see Tosaka Rin say that. Although he, as a father, has many sons, these sons are all pirates who are excluded by others. All of them are rough. There is no child on his ship. After all, this is a pirate ship, and it may face dangerous situations at any time. Tosaka Rin, this little girl, is sensible, well-behaved, and has a very sweet mouth. She often chats with him, the old man, in the chat group. He asked Rin to call him daddy, and he treated Rin as his granddaughter. He liked Rin very much. Erica, happy birthday, daddy. May you be blessed as long as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. Erica also offered her blessings at this time. Whitebeard daddy was also very good to her. He dragged his sick body to help her several times. If Luli hadn't come at that time, it would definitely be Whitebeard daddy who came to Nuajiao. So Erica also respected Whitebeard daddy very much. Kane, happy birthday, daddy. Lung, due to the environment, Kane didn't say too many nice words, but she could feel Kane's intentions. Whitebeard daddy always cared about Kane's situation and kept saying that he would find a more powerful devil fruit to give her. He often told Kane to call him when she was in danger, which made Kane very grateful. Whitebeard, okay. Whitebeard was very happy. Although they were only children he recognized in the chat group, it was this kind of pure relationship without any interest that made people like him more. Luli, Dad is going to celebrate his 70th birthday. How about this? I will bring everyone to celebrate your birthday. Whitebeard, really? Duh. Chapter 75. Whitebeard was surprised to hear this, and the others in the group were also stunned. Going to other worlds sounds very exciting. Tosaka Rin, brother Luli, can you really take us there? Luli, well, I tried it today, and it feels fine. He found that power is not something that can only be activated once a day. It has something to do with personal physique. With his body, it doesn't have much impact to activate the power of the Eastern God of War to cross the world several times in a row. Tosaka Rin, great. I can go to other worlds to play. I have never seen what a pirate looks like. Kene, yes. Then I can meet everyone. Erica, I'm really looking forward to it. This is the first time I meet everyone. Whitebeard, okay. Come all of you. Whitebeard was very happy. He was not very interested in birthdays at first, but his son celebrated his birthday every year. This year he was looking forward to his birthday so much. Luli closed the chat group panel after chatting with a few people for a while. It's time to sort out my strength. His current major magic is Dragon God Transformation. Now he has both fire and thunder attributes. This is the foundation of the foundation, and it is the foundation of his magic. The training method is Dragon God Meditation Method and Dragon God Breathing Method. The combat posture is Dragon God Giant Spirit God Posture, Dragon God Six-Winged Seraph Posture, and Dragon God Magic Suit. 2. The auxiliary combat magic is Dragon God Domineering Method and Dragon God Perception Method. There are more combat moves: Dragon God Great Flame Emperor, Dragon God Merciless Sun, Crush. Unconsciously, he has learned so many magics, but Luli always feels that it is still too little. It seems that he still needs to learn more and more magic. Luli first trained his body vigorously. Without the help of magic, the high-intensity training quickly exhausted his physical strength. The body is the foundation of everything, and magic is only improved on the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the fight. When his physical strength was exhausted, he sat cross-legged on the big rock in front of the waterfall where he usually practiced. Crackle, crackle. Luli's body was surrounded by flames and entangled with lightning. At the same time, Luli started meditation and breathing. The flames and lightning tempered his body. Meditation expanded the source of magic. Breathing improved his overall physical quality and circulated magic throughout the body, compressing it and quickly repairing his body. When his physical strength was almost restored, Luli continued his previous practice. Soon, a month passed in a blink of an eye. Luli practiced hard for a month and rarely went to the guild. A month is short, but Luli's strength has been greatly improved. The body has also become stronger. The day before Whitebeard's birthday, Luli came to the world of Godslayer and had a ridiculous day with Erica. The two of them were also like a newlywed after a short separation. Erica's enthusiasm made Luli was a little overwhelmed. I couldn't resist it, but you said you liked it? Of course I liked it very much. Buzz in the morning, when Luli and Erica were still asleep, the chat group panel began to vibrate, and Luli opened the panel. Whitebeard. At Luli, kid, are you still awake? Come and drink with me. Luli. I know. I'll take Erica to Rin first, and then to Kane. Tosaka Rin. Brother Luli, come quickly. I'm ready. Kane. I'm here too. Luli. Okay. Rin, just call my name in half an hour. Tosaka Rin. Got it. Luli woke up Erica, who was still sleeping, and the two took a bath together to wash off the traces of yesterday's absurdity. Half an hour passed after the bath. Luli activated the strong wind. A tornado appeared, and Luli and Erica disappeared together. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Tosaka Rin. Brother Luli, sister Erica. Tosaka Rin ran over happily when she saw Luli and Erica appear. Little Rin. It was the first time Erika saw Tosaka Rin, even though she had seen Erika several times during the live broadcast. Sister Erika is so beautiful. Erika couldn't help but smile when she heard what Tosaka Rin said. Little Rin is also very cute, and she will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Master. Sakura came to Lu Li and bowed respectfully. Ah, Sakura, how is your magic learning going? Lu Li saw Sakura. To be honest, he just casually asked Sakura to be his student at that time, mainly to help Sakura out. I'm studying very hard. Lu Li touched Sakura's head. Well, learn slowly. This magic is still very practical. When your magic power is higher, I will teach you the magic of teleportation. Teleportation? I want to learn it too. I want to learn it too. Tosaka Rin's eyes lit up when she heard about teleportation. Your magic attribute is not suitable. You should practice the magic circuit development method first. Don't be too ambitious. Tosaka Rin pouted. Oh. At this time, Tosaka Tokiomi appeared with his wife Tosaka Aoi. Welcome, Mr. Lu Li. Your arrival really makes our Tosaka family glorious. This is my wife, Tosaka Aoi. Hello, Mr. Lu Li. I heard that it is an honor for D and Go to be your students. Tosaka Aoi did not want to adopt her daughter to the Matsu family, but she could not change the decision made by her husband. After hearing that Lu Li accepted Rin and Sakura as students, her husband changed his mind about adoption, which surprised her, and she was very grateful to Lu Li. Master Tosaka, you are too polite. Who is this? Tosaka Tokiomi glanced at Erika and asked Lu Li. Erika looked like she was from Europe, and he felt a strong magic from Erika. Obviously, she was also a magician. She is. Lu Li had not finished the introduction. Erika took Lu Li's arm and said with a smile, My name is Erika Brantley, and I am Lu Li's wife. Chapter 76. Hey dash. Tosaka Tokiomi didn't react, but Tosaka Rin was very surprised. Master Lu Li, Sister Erika, when did you get together? No, can you get together? By the way, when did you get together? Tosaka Rin and Erika knew each other first, and Lu Li hadn't joined the chat group at that time. As far as she knew, Lu Li and Erika only met for the first time since the god of disobedience, and the second time was when Lu Li killed the god of disobedience. How long has it been since then? And the two of them are together. Also, brother Lu Li is only 14 years old. Tosaka Tokiomi said, Rin, don't be rude. Tosaka Rin covered her mouth. She was afraid that she would accidentally say something she shouldn't say. Tosaka Tokiomi looked at Lu Li and said, Mr. Lu Li, I just heard about the magic circuit development method. What is it? Well, this is a secret method I created, mainly used to develop magic circuits. But Rin already has 70 magic circuits, and aren't magic circuits innate? Tosaka Tokiomi's wife is very outstanding. Rin and Sakura, the children born to him and his wife, both have 70 magic circuits, which is something he is very proud of. The number of magic circuits is determined at birth and will not increase due to external factors. This is a fact recognized by the magic world. Because it is originally a very rare thing, magicians accumulate bloodlines for several generations so that their descendants have bodies that are more suitable for magic. For example, Rin and Sakura are both such products. Of course, there are also some families that go too far, just like doing breed improvement, increasing the magic circuits of their children. The way of heaven is to reduce the surplus and make up for the deficiency. The way of man is to make up for the deficiency and serve the surplus. Magic circuits are innate, but innate does not mean predetermined. As long as you understand its true principle, it is also very simple to create magic circuits, and the created magic circuits are no different from normal magic circuits. You don't need to worry about this. Tosaka Rin said proudly. Brother Lu Li taught me the development method of 108 magic circuits, and they are 108 main magic circuits. Number 108 main magic circuits. How is this possible? Tosaka Tokiomi was shocked when he heard this. 108 main magic circuits, which exceeded the magic circuit of Baitiao. He had never even heard of it. Seeing her father so shocked, Rin Tosaka said proudly, 108 circuits are nothing. Brother Lu Li has developed 360 main magic circuits and formed a perfect combination. 360 magic circuits? And combined them. Tosaka Tokiomi, who has always been elegant, lost his composure for the first time. Even when Lu Li came here to show all kinds of magic last time, he didn't lose his composure. But he couldn't hold it back when he heard Rin Tosaka's words. After a few seconds, Tosaka Tokiomi forced himself to calm down and invited Lu Li. Mr. Lu Li, you have come from afar, and our family has not treated you well. Please come in, and let our family of the Tosaka family do our best to be a good host. Lu Li raised her hand and refused, saying, "Don't bother. This time I am here to take Rin to a party. It may take a little time. Don't worry." "Is that so?" Toshiomi felt a little disappointed. His own qualifications might not be high enough, but he was serious about magic and was a real magician. When he was young, he studied magic in the clock tower and innovated many magics. He also gained a lot of wealth by operating the magic patents in the clock tower and enjoyed a reputation as a genius in the association. When he saw Lu Li performing magic that was recorded in the clock tower, he wanted to have a good exchange with Lu Li, so he told Rin Tosaka to invite Lu Li to his home. Rin Tosaka's answer was that the master was busy and had no time. During this time, he used all his connections to investigate Lu Li's identity, but in the end, there was no such person. This shocked him greatly. He felt that Lu Li might belong to an extremely secret magic organization, and Rin might also join this organization. When Lu Li arrived this time, Rin had already told him that she was going to attend a party. The party that Lu Li said she was going to attend, how high-end it would be, he naturally agreed with it. After seeing Erica, he was more convinced of his guess. The magic power of this girl was also very strong. Knowing that Lu Li actually had 360 main magic circuits, he couldn't help but lose his composure. What is the most precious thing for a magician? Every magician will have only one answer, and the only answer. That is knowledge. Lu Li, this young man, undoubtedly has unparalleled knowledge. He now thinks that Lu Li's young appearance is just a disguise, and his real age may be far beyond his imagination. Lu Li didn't know that Tosaka Tokiomi had thought so much for a while. If he knew, he would definitely admire him. Maybe the other party didn't have many magic circuits, but his brain circuits were definitely peculiar. "Rin, it's almost time, we should go." Lu Li waved to Tosaka Rin. Rin Tosaka came to Lu Li, grabbed Erica's hand, and waved to her family. "Father, Mother, Sakura, I'm going to play, and we'll be back in a while. You don't have to miss me." Tosaka Tokiomi said, "Rin, follow Mr. Lu Li and don't be naughty." "Got it." Lu Li activated the power of strong wind, and a tornado blew around his body. The three people floated slightly, and then disappeared in an instant. Disappeared. It was the first time for Aoi Tosaka to see it. After all, she was not a magician and was very surprised. Sakura was a little disappointed when she saw that Lu Li only took her sister away, but not herself. Tosaka Tokiomi patted Sakura on the head. "Sakura, practice the magic your teacher taught you well. The future of the Tosaka family depends on you and Rin." "I know, father. Since Lu Li came last time, her father has treated her better. She knows that all this is thanks to teacher Lu Li, so she is very grateful to Lu Li." Tosaka Tokiomi showed a calm and confident smile on his face. Although he did not communicate the knowledge he wanted, as long as there is the bond between Rin and Sakura, this person is the biggest supporter of the rise of the Tosaka family. And, if he can get Lu Li's help, the greatest wish of the Tosaka family, to reach the root, may be completely realized in his generation. Chapter 77. When Lu Li and the other two appeared, they came to a spacious courtyard. The environment here is beautiful, and the style of ancient architecture is obvious at first glance. "Welcome everyone." When Lu Li and the other two appeared, Kane sensed it. A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl with black hair and purple eyes standing not far in front of them. The girl wore 2 butterfly hairpins, a demon slayer uniform, and a colorful butterfly pattern feather woven on the outside. Just by looking at each other, you can see that the other party is definitely a girl with a gentle and kind personality. "Sister Kane." Rin Tosaka ran over happily when she saw her. Kane has a gentle and kind personality. Rin Tosaka will communicate with Kane about any problems in life, just like an older sister. AI 273, Lika looked around. "Is this your world, Kane? It looks like it's in the 1990s. "Well, our worlds are different, and the times are different." Tosaka Rin waved her little fist and said, "By the way, Sister Kane, where are the evil ghosts? I can help you fight the evil ghosts." Tosaka Rin knew that the evil ghosts were haunting Kane, and those evil ghosts also ate people, which was really damn it. Kane smiled and said, "Evil ghosts appear at night. Evil ghosts are afraid of the sun. They will be reduced to ashes when exposed to the sun. And the evil ghosts were originally some pitiful people. They used to be the same kind of creatures as humans." Lu Li frowned and said seriously, "Kine, you must not have sympathy for ghosts when you fight. Evil ghosts may have been some kind people before, but when they become ghosts, they are dead. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. A moment of kindness may bring endless suffering to others. Such kindness is not kindness, but the greatest evil in human nature. Only by killing the evil ghosts can they be relieved." Kane nodded and said, "I understand. If you have anything, you can directly tag me in the group, especially when you find the upper rank ghosts. The upper rank ghosts are not something you can deal with alone. If you meet the ancestor of the ghosts, Muzan Kabutsuji, don't hesitate at all. Even if all your demon slayers gather together, they are still not Muzan's opponents. Thank you. Kane Kocho sincerely thanked her. Her affairs here have nothing to do with Lu Li, and she doesn't want to involve irrelevant people. But as Lu Li said, if you want to end everything, you can only rely on external forces. Whitebeard, at Lu Li, hey? Brat, why haven't you brought anyone here yet? Lu Li, don't worry, I'll be here soon. Lu Li smiled at a few people and said, okay, Whitebeard's dad is waiting anxiously. Come again when there's a chance. Let's go over there quickly. Several people nodded when they heard this. They were originally going to celebrate Whitebeard's birthday. At this time, the One Piece World Navy Headquarters Marine Admiral's office. What is Whitebeard doing? He's celebrating his 70th birthday with such fanfare. I wonder how much trouble this will bring to the Navy. Marshal Sengoku looked very ugly at this time. Whitebeard is a thorn in the Navy. As long as this old guy is alive, the world government and the Navy will feel a thorn in their throats. The title of the strongest man in the world is no joke. Maybe the world government and the Navy are the strongest in the world, but the strongest man in the world belongs to pirates. I don't know how many damn idiots become pirates for the title of the strongest in the world. If Whitebeard is not killed, the pirate era will not end. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. Sengoku. Today is his birthday after all. It is a very important day for Whitebeard. What's wrong with being generous? One Garp laughed while eating donuts on the sofa in the office. Seeing Garp's heartless look, Sengoku was furious. Birthday. Birthday. I don't want to watch him celebrate his birthday. I want to watch him celebrate his death anniversary. Then why don't you celebrate your birthday too, with more pomp than his? Get out of here. Go and keep an eye on Whitebeard. Do you really want to wait for him to attack? Marshal Sengoku. I'll keep an eye on him too. After all, if the other party really wants to do something, I can also delay him. Akiji took off his eye mask while closing his eyes to rest, and said. Sengoku nodded when he heard Akiji's words. Indeed, Whitebeard had celebrated his birthday before, but never with such a big pomp. This time, Whitebeard's large fleet gathered, and this force is a huge threat to the world government. If they don't keep an eye on it, it will be bad if something goes wrong. Akiji's ice fruit can freeze the sea. If the Whitebeard pirates really have any unusual movements, he can also freeze all the ships, so that the ships cannot sail, and the Navy headquarters can have more time to deploy troops. Okay, go ahead. New World Whitebeard Pirates on the Moby D****K. Whitebeard's 43 pirate groups, totaling more than 50,000 people, all gathered to celebrate Whitebeard's birthday. Although they all knew that these pirate groups were here to celebrate Whitebeard's birthday, this action made the world government and the Navy headquarters very nervous. A large number of Navy troops were dispatched to monitor, fearing that Whitebeard might accidentally cause something big. After all, this is the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. It would be bad if they took this opportunity to gather and attack the Navy or a member of the world government. Marco looked at the 2.1 smile on Whitebeard's face. As the earliest member of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he could naturally see that his father was in a good mood. It seems that his father has been in a good mood for the past 6 months. Dad, you are in a good mood. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gulala. Yes, because my sons and daughters are coming to see me. Captain Jaws of the 3rd Division said, You are wrong. It should be sons and daughters. 99 out of 100 pirates are male pirates. There are also female pirates, but they are very rare. No, it's sons and daughters. At this moment, on the deck in front of Whitebeard, a tornado appeared out of thin air, and then 4 people appeared out of thin air in the whirlwind. Chapter 78. Who are you? Everyone on the Moby D***K was surprised to see 4 people suddenly appear, and they were ready to fight. Whitebeard's voice sounded. Everyone retreat. Then, the tornado dispersed, and Lu Li and 4 others appeared. Whitebeard smiled. Golala, you are finally here. It was the first time that Rin Tasaka saw so many people. When she heard Whitebeard's voice, she looked towards Whitebeard's position. Wow, Daddy Whitebeard, you are so tall and big. Rin Tasaka was surprised. It was the first time she saw such a tall person. Erika and Kane were also shocked by Whitebeard's tall stature. Indeed, Whitebeard was more than 6 meters tall and close to 7 meters tall. His burly stature and scars gave people a strong sense of oppression. Gulala, little Rin, come here and let me see. Whitebeard was in a good mood when he saw Rin Tasaka. 11 Rin Tasaka jumped in front of Whitebeard. Happy birthday, Daddy Whitebeard. This is the birthday cake that Rin made for you. but it seems too small for Daddy. Tasaka Rin took out the cake from her backpack, but she was a little frustrated when she saw that the cake seemed not even as big as Whitebeard's finger. Whitebeard took the cake and threw it directly into his mouth. Delicious. The cake made by Rin is delicious. Then Whitebeard picked up Tasaka Rin and sat her on his lap, looking very doting. Erika and Kane also gave their gifts, but the gifts seemed too small for Whitebeard's tall stature. Gulala, you're here now. Why give me a birthday gift? I'm very happy that you can come. Whitebeard was very happy about this. Ace asked with some doubt. Dad, who are they? Not only Ace was confused, but the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were also very confused. They had always been with Whitebeard and had never seen Lu Li and the other four. Not to mention the two young girls and a teenager. There was also a child who was obviously less than 8 years old. Whitebeard said happily, They are all my adopted sons and daughters. They heard that today is my 70th birthday, so they came here to celebrate my birthday. When Marco heard this, he thought about what his father had said before. It seemed that Tu was so happy because these people came. Dad had not started before because he was waiting for these people. Marco stepped forward and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Marco, and I am the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Please sit here. Marco led Lu Li and the other 3 to sit in the front row. Thank you. My name is Lu Li. My name is Butterfly Kane. My name is Erika Bluntre. Lu Li and the other 2 introduced their names. Marco looked very similar to the one in the anime, with a golden pineapple head and a tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates on his chest. Marco smiled and said, You're welcome. Since you are Dad's sons and daughters, you are the brothers and sisters of our Whitebeard Pirates. You don't have to be restrained when you come here. Then Marco raised the bowl full of wine and said loudly, Today is Dad's 70th birthday. Let's raise our glasses and wish Dad good health and longevity. Wish Dad good health and longevity. More than 50,000 people in the large fleet raised their glasses and shouted loudly, with great momentum, and then drank together. Wow, Dad is so majestic. Rin Tasaka was very excited to see so many people congratulating Whitebeard together. She had only seen such a scene in movies before. Gulalalala. Whitebeard heard Rin Tasaka's. He was very happy. He called such a big scene to celebrate his 70th birthday. On the one hand, he wanted to see a few people, and on the other hand, he wanted to let a few people see how majestic their father was. Rin Tasaka satisfied Whitebeard's vanity. I declare, the banquet begins. Whitebeard raised the big bowl in his hand and drank the wine in one gulp. Others did the same. Soon, the people in charge of the performance on the Moby D **K sang and danced. After all, this was Whitebeard's 70th birthday, and Marco arranged all the procedures clearly. Is this a pirate? Erika's side was full of pirates, so she didn't find it strange to see these people, and it was the first time for Kaneo to see a pirate. Lu Li explained, Well, this is a pirate, but you don't have to think too much. The pirates in this world are actually similar to organizations like the Demon Slayer Corps. They are a group of people who pursue freedom, wealth, and fame. In the territory they occupy, they are more like an army, responsible for protecting their land and people. Of course, there are some very bad pirates among them, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil, but under the management of Father Whitebeard, such situations generally do not occur. The enemies of pirates are only pirates and the Navy. Hey, you know a lot about pirates. A young man came over and said. Lu Li looked up and saw that the man was about 17 or 18 years old, with black hair, freckles on his cheeks, bare upper body, and wearing a yellow hat. Lu Li recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Portgas D. Ace, the son of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. He is also the brother of the male protagonist Luffy, who directly triggered the famous Battle of the Top. At first, Lu Li thought that Ace was too impulsive and caused such a thing. But later, thinking about it carefully, was Ace actually wrong? There was nothing wrong. His subordinates killed the captain of another team and escaped from the Whitebeard Pirates. For Ace, this is his responsibility as a captain. Catching him back and bringing him to justice is the performance of a responsible man. After being rescued, he had the opportunity to escape, but he chose to turn back, wasting the lives of Whitebeard and many people who sacrificed their lives to save him. But how many people can tolerate a guy who insults his most respected father? When he was a child, Lu Li will definitely fight with anyone who insults his family. For this reason, Lu Li was called to school by his parents when he was a child. He is now in Fairy Tale. If anyone dares to insult the old man, he will make sure that he will not see the sun tomorrow. So Lu Li still admires and likes Ace very much. Chapter 79. My name is Portgas D. Ace. Are you a pirate too? Ace asked straightforwardly, which gave people a very good impression. Lu Li shook his head. No. No. Then are you a devil fruit user? He just saw Lu Li and the others suddenly appear. Although he was a little surprised, there are all kinds of devil fruits in this world, so he regarded the appearance of Lu Li and the others as the ability of devil fruit. No, it's just some special fat. There is no magic in the world of One Piece, which is more troublesome to explain, so Lu Li said that he has special abilities. There are many special races in this world, such as the Moonlight Lion clan, the Fishman clan, the Giant clan, the Lunaria clan, etc., so it's not wrong to say that it's a special ability. In fact, humans in this world have special abilities, such as armament hockey, observation hockey, and domination hockey, which are all special powers. The real ordinary people are themselves in the previous life. Ace and Lu Li chatted casually. Ace was a very cheerful and talkative person. He talked a lot about the Whitebeard pirates, satisfying the curiosity of Erica and Fanaihui. After 3 rounds of drinking. At this time, Whitebeard suddenly stood up. Seeing Whitebeard stand up, everyone fell silent. Children, next, I will announce something. Whitebeard pointed at Channy and said, "Let me introduce you. Her name is Butterfly Channy, and she will be the eldest princess of the Whitebeard pirates." Then he pointed at Erica and said, "Her name is Erica Blantree, and she will be the second princess of the Whitebeard pirates." Then Whitebeard lifted up Rin Tasaka and said, "This is my daughter Rin Tasaka, and she will be the little princess of our Whitebeard pirates from now on. I won't allow anyone to bully my good girls." Oh, 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 oh. All the pirates shouted loudly when they heard what Whitebeard said. Rin Tasaka thought this was very funny, and Channy and Erica also smiled. Today is Daddy's 70th birthday, so let him do whatever he likes. Although they had only been chatting in the group before and had never met each other, the old man took good care of them and treated them as his own daughters. What they didn't know at all was the meaning of what Whitebeard said in this world. Whitebeard was one of the 4 emperors of the New World. The emperor represented the emperor of the sea, and that was the strongest person standing at the top of the world today. Whitebeard announced so loudly that Rin Tasaka was one of the 3 princesses of the Whitebeard pirates. With such an identity, even the strongest force in the world government, if they wanted to take action against Rin Tasaka, they had to consider whether the consequences were something they could bear. Whitebeard would have many sons and daughters, but he never announced who was the princess. Then Whitebeard put Rin Tasaka on his shoulders. Then he looked at Lu Li and said, "Lu Li, come here." Lu Li heard what Whitebeard said, smiled and shook his head, and walked over. Whitebeard put his hand on Lu Li's shoulder. "His name is Lu Li, he is my son, and from today on, he is the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard what Whitebeard said. Even Lu Li was a little confused. What's going on? I just came here to stroll around and wish Whitebeard a happy birthday. But your old man actually let me be the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates without any martial ethics. Old Dad, are you serious? The captain of the 3rd team of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jaws, asked in disbelief. Whitebeard said that the 3 girls were the 3 princesses of the Whitebeard pirates, which didn't matter. As long as Whitebeard likes it, let alone 3 princesses, it doesn't matter if there are 10 or 20. Because it's just an honor, but the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates is different. That also represents the power of being above 10,000 people in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard Daddy never said who is the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. But everyone in the Whitebeard pirates regards the captain of the 1st team, Marco, as the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco has followed Whitebeard Daddy in battles since he was a child, and has made countless contributions. In a way, without Marco, the Whitebeard pirates today would not be so powerful. But now Daddy actually let an outsider who came to the Whitebeard pirates for the first time be the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention that he was not convinced in his heart. No one else would be convinced. Of course it's true. When did I, Whitebeard, tell a lie? Blackbeard Teach, who was eating and drinking not far away, was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and continued to eat and drink. Marco was the first to react, and he raised his glass and said with a smile, "Today is a really happy day. Dad has passed his 70th birthday. Our Whitebeard pirates have 3 more princesses, and now we have a deputy leader. Come on, let's raise our glasses to celebrate." Marco raised his glass, but the scene was quiet. No one raised their glasses, and no one spoke. Everyone looked at Whitebeard in confusion, and also looked at Lu Li in confusion. Many people also had disapproval in their eyes, and some looked at Lu Li with anger. Lu Li smiled bitterly. "Whitebeard Dad, I just came to celebrate your birthday today. Aren't you roasting me on the fire? The deputy leader thing, good, is still a joke." Smile, I, Whitebeard, never joke about this kind of thing. Or do you look down on my position as the deputy leader of the pirate group? Whitebeard glared at Lu Li and said. Lu Li waved his hands quickly. No, absolutely not. But I have never been a pirate, and I have no contributions to the country. Forget about such an important position as the deputy captain. Or you can arrange for me to be a small pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are the 4 emperors of the New World in the One Piece world. They are a powerful force that the Navy headquarters and the world government fear. But why should he be a pirate if he is not a fairy tale wizard? Whitebeard patted Lu Li's shoulder and laughed. Gulalalala. I said you can do it, you can do it. I let you be the deputy captain. Who dares to disagree? I don't agree. Duh. Chapter 80. Just as Whitebeard finished speaking, a voice rang out, and the slap in the face came so quickly. Whitebeard's mouth twitched. No, he had just finished speaking. Someone actually refuted him. Who was so disrespectful to him? Whitebeard looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ace standing up angrily. Dad, I don't agree. Ace, sit down. Marco immediately wanted to pull Ace to sit down. Although Dad was a good person, he didn't like people contradicting him, and everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates respected Dad very much. It was Dad who gave them shelter. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard's mouth curled up slightly after seeing Ace, and he was not unhappy because of Ace's rebuttal. Ace, why don't you agree? The vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates should belong to Brother Marco. Brother Marco has worked diligently for the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years, but Dad, you let someone who came to the Whitebeard Pirates for the first time be the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is too unfair to Brother Marco. Yes, Dad, Ace is right. Do you want to reconsider it? When everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates heard what Ace said, they all agreed. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Li. Lu Li curled his lips and thought, why are you looking at me? It's not like I want to be the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. When Whitebeard saw Lu Li, he pretended not to see him and looked at Ace again. What else? And how old is he? 16? 17? 14? The chat group has Lu Li's basic information. Lu Li just turned 14 this year. Kane just turned 17. Erika is 16. And Rin Tasaka is only 6 years old. 14. The Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but exclaimed, this is too young. Even Ace was a little confused after hearing Lu Li's age. 14 years old. Our Whitebeard Pirates let such a young boy be the vice-captain instead of the world-famous Big Brother Marco. How should others view our Whitebeard Pirates and Big Brother Marco? No, I don't care about this, Marco said. He was a little uncomfortable at first when he heard Whitebeard said that he wanted to let Lu Li, a newcomer who had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates, be the vice-captain. But he quickly adjusted himself. He was not interested in power. Now his main job was to help manage the Whitebeard Pirates. By the way, he helped his father to adjust his body and let him live longer. Besides, we pirates have always spoken with strength. Whitebeard became interested and raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, what do you want? I want to fight him. If he beats me, I will admit that he is qualified to be the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace pointed his finger at Lu Li and said loudly, oh, 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 oh. Hearing that Ace was going to fight this newcomer, all the Whitebeard Pirates cheered loudly. They loved watching this kind of scene the most. Whitebeard looked at Lu Li and said, Kid, Ace challenged you to a fight. What do you think? Today is your 70th birthday, Whitebeard, and fighting is not good. What Ace said is right. I am indeed unworthy of the position. Forget about being the captain. Whitebeard nodded. Okay, you agreed. Then let these brats see your strength. Whitebeard said and slapped Lu Li's back hard, and Lu Li staggered out. Did I not explain it clearly, or are you hard of hearing? When Lu Li saw the slightly raised corners of Whitebeard's mouth, she knew what was going on. This old guy actually plotted against me. Rin Tosaka clapped her hands happily. Wow, great. I can finally see Brother Lu Li fight with my own eyes. Erika smiled and said, Dad, really, even Lu Li is plotting. Kane nodded. Haha, Dad is celebrating his 70th birthday today. Let him do whatever he wants. Marco noticed that the expressions of the 3 girls were slightly surprised. The 3 girls didn't seem to be worried about the boy named Lu Li at all, but seemed to have absolute confidence in him. And he was familiar with Dad's character. Dad would not let others fight Ace for no reason, because they all knew Ace's strength. Before Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 3 major forces in the world are the world government, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the 7 warlords of the sea. The fact that Ace was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea shows his experience. Since the old man pushed this boy out, it means that the old man is also very confident in the boy's strength. This made Marco curious about how strong such a young boy could be. Oh, 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 oh. Go, Ace. Don't be defeated by the newcomer. The Whitebeard pirates also cheered for Ace. Hey, this place is too small. Let's go over there. Ace pointed to the island not far away and said to Luli. Luli saw that the atmosphere had been set off to this point, and it seemed that he had to fight. He really didn't understand what the old man Whitebeard wanted to do. Okay, everyone followed to the island together. They also wanted to see who this person who was arranged by the old man Whitebeard to be the deputy leader of the Whitebeard pirates was. If the newcomer's strength can be comparable to Ace, then the strength of the Whitebeard pirates will be greatly enhanced. Hey, kid, although I have no grudge against you, I think the position of vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates must belong to Brother Marco. What a coincidence, I think so too. Luli's words immediately confused Ace. Ace scratched his head and said, It seems that I have misunderstood you, but this fight still has to be fought. I also want to know what strength you have that your father praises you so much. Don't worry, I will show mercy. Thank you very much. At this time, Whitebeard's voice sounded, Ace, you'd better not underestimate that stinky kid Luli. He is much stronger than you. Chapter 81. What? After hearing what Whitebeard said, Ace's eyes changed when he looked at Luli. Luli was speechless and thought, Whitebeard, can you please stop adding fuel to the fire? When the Whitebeard pirates heard what their father said, they all looked at Luli in surprise. They knew very well what Ace was like. Ace had a very high aptitude and had eaten the strongest type of devil fruit, the natural devil fruit, the flame fruit. Whitebeard said that this boy was much stronger than Ace, which made them a little unbelievable. Huh. Ace's arm burned and turned into a huge flame with a very high temperature. Really? Since Dad said so, it seems that I can't show mercy. Fire fist. Ace stretched his arm to form a huge flaming fist and bombarded Luli. Flame? Seeing that Ace was using fire, Erica and the others were no longer worried. Fire had no effect on Luli. But Ace's flaming fist was so unexpected, and it was obvious that he was very powerful. Luli stood still, raised his right hand, and shouted softly, Crush! Swish! The grid-like substance was fired directly from Luli's hand. Ace's fire fist was cut into cubes in front of Luli. Then Ace's fire fist disappeared in front of Luli. What? Ace's fire fist actually disappeared? What kind of ability is this? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. It was also the first time that Whitebeard and several others saw Luli use crushing magic, and they were very surprised. Ace's face changed slightly when he saw this. His fire fist was so easily blocked by the opponent. It seemed that the opponent should not be underestimated. Fire gun. Ace pointed his index and middle fingers at Luli like a gun, and his fingertips fired a series of small flame attacks at Luli. Snap. Luli snapped his fingers. A honeycomb magic shield surrounded Luli. Boom, boom, boom. Small flames continuously bombarded the magic shield, but this level of flames did not cause any ripples. What is this? The people in the Whitebeard pirates have also seen the world, but the moves used by Luli made them a little confused. Ace opened his hands and released a large number of small fireflies like fireflies to surround Luli's magic shield. Firefly fired Daruma. Boom! Ace detonated all the small fireballs, causing a strong explosion. What happened? Soon, a sea breeze blew, blowing away the smoke from the explosion. Luli still stood there without moving, and the magic shield around her was not damaged at all. Unscathed? Damn it, I don't believe it. Ace crossed his index fingers to form a cross, aimed at Luli, and shot a cross-shaped light from his fingers. The flame shot towards Luli along the cross-shaped light. The flame continued to burn on the magic shield, and after a while, it finally burned a small hole in the magic shield. Huh, the magic shield shattered. Crackle. Golden lightning hit Luli. A golden lightning appeared around Lee's head. Boom. A golden lightning appeared from under Ace's feet and hit Ace. Ah! Ace cried out in pain, and his body quickly turned into flames to avoid the lightning attack. Thunder. Is he also a natural devil fruit user? Crackling. As soon as Ace dodged, a golden lightning fell from the sky, and Ace quickly dodged again. Boom! A big hole was struck on the ground where Ace was just. Luli raised his right hand. Golden lightning gathered in Luli's palm. Lightning shock. A pillar of lightning was released from Luli's palm and shot towards Ace. Yang Yen. Ace's arm turned into flames, and a pillar of fire shot out from his palm. Boom! The pillar of lightning and the pillar of fire collided with each other, bursting out a violent explosion. Bang! Ace rushed out of the smoke of the explosion and came to Luli. In front of Luli, a blazing flame burned on his fist. Fire fist. Ace used his fire fist again, and this time he increased his strength, and the fire fist became even bigger. Please give me flowers. Snap! Luli snapped her fingers again, and the honeycomb-like shield appeared again. Boom! The huge fire fist slammed into the magic shield, and a terrifying explosion suddenly broke out. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and the spherical shield had dense cracks, but it still blocked Ace's fire fist. This guy, Ace felt that Luli was very difficult, especially this shield-like thing. The defense was too strong. And this guy had been fighting with him for half a day and had not moved, which made Ace feel even more annoyed. The other party was simply underestimating himself. In this case, flame on the gang. Ace's right arm suddenly spurted out a large amount of flames, forming a large wall of fire, igniting everything around Luli. Obviously, he intended to use the high temperature to burn Luli. Li was forced out of the shield. At this time, Luli's voice sounded. "Let's do this. How about we call it a draw?" Ace heard Luli's words and directly rejected his proposal. Of course not. There is no such thing as a draw in a duel. Either you win or you lose. Suddenly, Whitebeard said, "Smelly brats. Stop playing. These stinky brats usually think they are so powerful. Let these stinky brats see what a strong person is." Tosaka Rin also shouted, "Brother Luli, come on." Luli couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this, knowing that he had to put in some effort. The magic shield around Luli's body shattered and dissipated, exposing him directly to the blazing flames. Just when everyone thought Luli was crazy, Luli opened his mouth and sucked hard. Swish, swish, swish. The flames around Luli's body were all sucked into his mouth like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding flames disappeared completely. When the Whitebeard pirates saw this scene, their jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyes were about to pop out. FTXX. Eat it. Pooh. Duh. Chapter 82. Monster. Dash. Everyone was shocked. That was a flame, and it was a flame with a very high temperature. Normal people couldn't stand it, but this guy actually ate all the flames. Is this guy really a human? Ace was also a little shocked at this time. He is a natural flame fruit ability user. He can turn his whole body into flames and can also create flames through his body, but he can't eat flames. Luli wiped the remaining flames from the corner of her mouth and smiled. "Thank you for the hospitality." Several people in the chat group showed a prank-like smile on their faces. When they saw Luli eat all the flames in the chat group live broadcast, the expressions on these people's faces were not much different. It can't just shock them. It's better to let everyone see it together. 507-131-313. Ace's speech was a little sluggish at this time. "I don't believe it. Fire fist." Ace's arm formed a huge flaming fist again and shot it towards Luli. Luli didn't dodge or evade this time, nor did he open the shield. Boom dash. The fire fist hit Luli head-on. Swish, swish, swish. But in the blink of an eye, all the flames were swallowed by Luli. This time Ace was completely dumbfounded. The opponent really swallowed all his flames. His flame fruit was actually ineffective against the opponent. How to fight? Advertisement, but soon, Ace thought of a way. Since the fruit ability didn't work on Luli, he would use his fists. When he went to sea, he didn't have the devil fruit ability, but he still made it all the way. Bang! Ace sprayed flames under his feet, and he rushed towards Luli quickly, punching Luli quickly. Luli easily dodged all of Ace's attacks. Is this observation hockey? Then Luli punched Ace, and Ace didn't dodge or avoid, because he was a natural devil fruit ability user, and physical attacks were ineffective against him. But then bang! Brother Ace is very powerful, but you don't have to be discouraged. Brother Luli is different. Erica and Kane also agreed with this. They were actually very surprised by Ace's strength. Even though they were so far away, they could clearly feel how terrifying the power of the violent flame was. If it was in the world of Godslayer, with Ace's strength, he could become a Godslayer. If Ace's strength is so strong, how about the strength of Whitebeard? No wonder Daddy doesn't even take the god of disobedience seriously. And that flame, is this the power of the devil fruit that Daddy said? Whitebeard looked at Ace in a muffled voice and said, "Smelly boy, now you know what it means that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. You guys are so proud on weekdays. I will let you know what a real master is. And Ace, I told you a long time ago not to rely too much on the power of the flame fruit. What about this time? You are helpless when you meet someone who completely restrains you, right?" Ace could only bow his head and listen to the lecture. The flame fruit is very versatile, and Ace has devoted most of his energy to developing the power of the fruit. As for hockey, he rarely practices. Whitebeard has told him more than once not to rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. Naturally, he didn't listen much because of his rebellious personality. Advertisement as a result, After the power of the flame fruit was ineffective against Lu Li, he felt a little light in his heart. Lu Li listened to Whitebeard scolding Ace, and he finally understood. No wonder Whitebeard let him fight Ace even though he knew that the fire had no effect on him. It seems that you were using me to teach Ace. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. But what Whitebeard said was right. The power of the devil fruit is indeed very powerful, but no one can become a strong person just by the power of the fruit. As Kaido said, in this world, only domineering is the strongest. Ace relied too much on the power of the devil fruit, and was finally controlled by Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Lu Li suddenly remembered that Blackbeard seemed to be still on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Soon, Lu Li glanced and saw Blackbeard. Should I tell Whitebeard that Blackbeard will betray me in the future? After thinking about it, he decided not to. Not to mention what has not happened yet. Even if it really happens in the future, Whitebeard will still be soft-hearted. Why should I be the bad guy? Soon, the banquet started again, this time not on the boat, but on this island. The island is more spacious, and you can make a fire and barbecue, which is more free. Deputy Captain, I toast you a glass. Ace came to Lu Li 2.7 and raised his glass. Although he lost the fight, he lost with conviction. Don't. That was a joke from Dad. I can't be the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I don't know when I will come here next time. What are you talking about, little brat? I, Whitebeard, always keep my word. When have I ever made a joke? If I say you are the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, you are the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter where you are the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Or do you look down on my Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard glared, as if you don't agree, you look down on me. Marco smiled and said, today is Dad's 70th birthday, just agree. Lu Li sighed helplessly. Oh, okay, duh. Chapter 83. Hearing Lu Li's agreement, Whitebeard smiled brightly. Gulala, that's right. And you, brat, what's that expression on your face? I'm one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I don't know how many people want this position but can't get it. Are you still not happy? Of course Lu Li was not happy. Perhaps the position of the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates was out of reach for many people. But it was a trouble for him. Lu Li had a helpless smile on his face. This made Marco curious. Lu Li's strength was indeed very strong, but it was not so high that his father would praise him so much. You have to know that his father was not an ordinary person, but the title of the strongest man in the world. Looking at the whole world, no one would not tremble when hearing the 3 words, Whitebeard. He also saw that Lu Li really didn't care about the position of the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. What was the identity of this young man? It was unscientific that he was so powerful but unknown in the world. You should know that the Fire Fist Ace, who was defeated by Lu Li, was also a famous new generation of pirates before he became the captain of the 11th Division II of the Whitebeard pirates. But he had never heard of Lu Li's name, and he was very curious about how his father knew these people. Because his father was getting old and his health was getting worse, he was almost accompanying him 24 hours a day. He was sure that his father had never contacted outsiders. But it was obviously not appropriate to ask these doubts now. Whitebeard was very happy to drink and eat meat. He really had his own little tricks in his heart to let Lu Li become the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. He knew his own body well, and he couldn't say when he would die. And what he was most worried about was his sons. These sons of his had enjoyed honors for themselves over the years, but they also took risks. When he was still alive, the world government, the other 4 emperors, and some major forces did not dare to take action against them. Once he died, those guys would pounce on him like jackal and completely devour the Whitebeard pirates. So he needs a guarantee. And this guarantee is Lu Li. Lu Li is the most evil kid he has ever seen. He has such strong strength at such a young age. When he grows up, it will be great. If he becomes famous in this world, Lu Li will not even need to show up in the future, and his sons will also be safe. At this time, in the distance of this island, a Navy warship is parked on the sea. Whitebeard, this guy, even at this time, he still cares about the pomp. Garp ate the donuts dissatisfiedly. To be honest, he didn't care at first, but he couldn't help but feel a little jealous when he saw this. Mr. Garp, do you want me to go? Akiji was also a little unhappy at this time. A group of pirates actually celebrated his birthday so arrogantly in front of his Navy admiral. This is simply too much of a disregard for their Navy. Even if they can't kill Whitebeard, it's good to ruin his birthday party. Let them be. Whitebeard is not that easy to deal with. If he were that easy, the world government would have dealt with him long ago. The title of the strongest man in the world is not just talk. Suddenly, Pulu Pulu, Pulu Pulu. The phone suddenly rang, and Garp picked up the Den Den Mushi. The head of the Den Den Mushi turned into the appearance of Sengoku of the Navy. Sengoku, what's wrong? Sengoku said with an ugly face. Garp. An intelligence officer reported that Kaido is heading to Whitebeard. You and Akiji should pay more attention. If anything happens, report it immediately. What? Garp grinned when he heard this. Kaido, that be asterisk 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 D. Why is he making trouble at this time? If it was just Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, it would be okay. But if 2 of the 4 emperors met together, it would make the world government nervous. Are you going to stop it? Akiji frowned and asked Garp, and he also realized that this problem was very serious. No need. Kaido is a guy who only wants to cause chaos. He came here on Whitebeard's 70th birthday, not to celebrate. Besides, we can't stop it now. Let's wait and see. It would be easier if they both died together. At this time, everyone on the island was happily holding a meeting. Erika, Kane, Rin Tosaka, Whitebeard, and Luli. This was the first time the 5 of them had an offline gathering, so naturally there was a lot to talk about. At this time, a man ran over with a changed expression. Dad, huh? What's wrong? What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Kaido the Beast is here with his pirate group. What? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked very unhappy when they heard this. Luli raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that she would not only see Whitebeard this time, but also Kaido. What is this guy doing here at this time? Marco looked very ugly. 990, who is Kaido the Beast? He is known as the strongest creature in the world, and like his father, he is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. And unlike his father Whitebeard, who is suffering from illness, Kaido the Beast is now in his prime, and his strength is at its peak. Today is his father's 70th birthday, and Kaido the Beast comes here at this time, obviously with bad intentions. Kaido the Beast. Rin Tosaka looked at Whitebeard with curiosity. As a person from Otherworld, she naturally didn't know who Kaido the Beast was. Whitebeard said nonchalantly, "Nothing, just an annoying guy." Erika noticed the worried expressions of the people around him. Whitebeard, Dad, is Kaido the Beast very powerful? Ace was very surprised. Don't you even know Kaido the Beast? Where are you from? Kaido is one of the 4 emperors of the New World like Dad, but his strength is definitely not as strong as Dad. Marco said with a serious face. Dad, do you want me to stop him? Dad's health is not good, and Kaido can't fight with Dad again, otherwise Dad's health will get worse and worse. Whitebeard waved his hand nonchalantly and said, No need, since he wants to come, let him come. Chapter 84. Soon, Kaido brought the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates and many pirates under his command to the island. Marco stepped forward with a serious face and asked, Kaido, what are you doing here? Kaido saw Marco's mouth curled up, revealing a slightly ferocious smile. Oh, it's Marco. I admire you very much. Your bird fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form is the most suitable for our beast pirates. If you come to my pirate group, I can let you be the deputy leader of my beast pirates. Kaido cherishes talents very much. Most of the Whitebeard pirates are some wastes. They are all a bunch of messy and early rising suns accepted by the soft-hearted old man Whitebeard. He doesn't look down on them at all. But Marco is different. Marco is a real talent. Not only does he manage the Whitebeard pirates in an orderly manner, but his combat power is also very strong. If the Whitebeard pirates didn't have Marco, Whitebeard's body would have been unable to support it long ago. So he really wants to recruit Marco. Marco looked disdainful. Who wants to go to your beast's pirates? Don't be so confident. Whitebeard is old, and you may die at any time. Instead of following these guys to fend for yourself, you might as well join my beast pirates, right? Hearing Kaido say this, Marco's face turned ugly. Kaido, if you are here just to say these words, then please leave. Ha, don't be so nervous. Just kidding. Isn't this a birthday party for Whitebeard's 70th birthday? As a former partner on the same ship, it's not too much for me to have a drink. Okay, but you can only go alone. No problem. Kaido agreed very straightforwardly. In the past, he had always fought alone. This time, he heard that Whitebeard had gathered all the people in the Whitebeard fleet to celebrate his birthday, so he brought his subordinates to support the occasion. Then please, Marco led Kaido to the island. The road was full of members of the Whitebeard fleet. The rest of the people looked at Kaido's subordinates warily, especially the 3 big bosses of the Beast's pirates. Drought Jack said unhappily, Tisk Tsk, Whitebeard is really stingy. We all came to celebrate his birthday, but he didn't dare to let us pass. Plague Quinn didn't care at all. I think it's good. That's the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. I don't want to face him up close. Jack Drought didn't think it was a big deal. He's just an old man. I heard he's in bad health. What's there to be afraid of? Jean Flame, shut up. You can look down on anyone, but you can't look down on Whitebeard. That man is old, but at his peak, He is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. The boss has gone. We just need to wait patiently for the signal. Kaido brought the main combat force of his pirate group here. It's obvious that he is not just playing house with Whitebeard. If there is an opportunity, they will destroy the Whitebeard pirates without hesitation. After a while, Kaido was brought to Whitebeard by Marco. Wow, so tall. Rin Tasaka thought that Whitebeard's father was tall enough, but the other party seemed to be taller than Whitebeard's father. Luli also took a closer look at Kaido. Kaido was extremely tall and burly, with black hair, a pair of buffalo-like horns, a long beard, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. His upper body was naked, with an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, a purple belt hanging on his waist, and 2 gold chains hanging from the bottom of his shirt. He wore dark green wide pants on his lower body, a shimenawa tied around his waist, and a purple fluffy cloak. He looked like a devil in the world. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of oppression. Kane's face was heavy, so strong. It only took one look to understand that the opponent's strength was absolutely very strong. Erika also nodded solemnly. The pressure from Kaido made her feel as if she was standing in front of a powerful, disobedient god. Although Kaido's height was not as huge as the wild boar incarnation she saw at the beginning, she felt that the wild boar incarnation of Velaslana could not withstand a punch in front of this man. As soon as Kaido, the king of beasts, arrived, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Kaido glanced around and smiled lightly, then sat down on the ground opposite Whitebeard. "Brother Whitebeard, long time no see." Whitebeard looked grim. "Humph. Kaido, you really dare to appear in front of me. Have you forgotten how you treated Kazuki Oden?" Kazuki Oden was Whitebeard's sworn brother, and was later killed by Kaido in a despicable way. This has always been a pain in Whitebeard's heart. But at that time, Kazuki Oden did not return to the Whitebeard pirates as agreed, and it was assumed that he had left the Whitebeard pirates. That was the path he chose, and Whitebeard naturally respected him. So when he later learned that Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido in a despicable way, he did not attack Kaido. After all, he chose to go to war with Kaido for the 10 people who had left the Whitebeard pirates. This is irresponsible to those sons who have put their lives and property on their shoulders. Kaido smiled nonchalantly. That was all long ago. I wanted to occupy Wano country, and he resisted. That's all. After all, we are pirates and I am just following the rules. Whitebeard was so angry that his beard was shaking. Indeed, it was because Kaido followed the rules that he had no reason to attack him. What are you doing here this time? Isn't this brother Whitebeard's 70th birthday? As a younger brother, I naturally came to ask for a glass of wine. After all, this time it is a birthday wine with my brother, and next time I might have to drink the wine that my brother avoids. What did you say? Minister, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates glared at Kaido, and the impulsive Ace wanted to attack Kaido. Whitebeard shouted at Ace, "Back off." Hearing what Whitebeard said, Ace reluctantly retreated. Whitebeard said to his men, "Pour the wine." 2 people carried a large bowl, and the other 2 carried a barrel to pour wine for Kaido. After the wine was filled, Kaido raised the bowl with one hand and drank it all. "Ha! Good wine." Seeing Kaido finish the wine, Whitebeard stood up and said seriously, "Since the wine is finished, let's start. We should settle some accounts." Chapter 85. Kaido smiled grimly when he heard Whitebeard's words, and stood up slowly. "Great. I knew that Whitebeard understood me. Kaido certainly didn't come here to celebrate his birthday. He never had such good intentions. He came here to fight Whitebeard, and it would be best if he could kill this old guy. In this case, today is Whitebeard's birthday, and this time next year will be Whitebeard's death anniversary. Whitebeard's head is not only on the minds of other pirates, but also on the minds of few of the 4 emperors." Marco immediately wanted to stop him. As a ship doctor, he knew the condition of his father's body best. It's no problem to fight with ordinary people, but it's bad to fight with Kaido. Suddenly, a voice sounded and said, "Dad, today is your 70th birthday. You are still not suitable for action. How about I take your place?" Everyone looked at Lu Li when they heard this, and it was Lu Li who just spoke. Li. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was incredulous when they heard this, and thought that Lu Li was crazy. Who is Kaido? He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, with the title of the strongest creature in the world, and is a person who truly stands at the top of the world. Lu Li is indeed quite strong, and even defeated Ace just now, but the gap between Ace and Kaido is too huge. He actually took the initiative to fight Kaido. Isn't this looking for death? But what they didn't expect was that Whitebeard didn't refuse at the first time, but hesitated. Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Kaido also looked at Lu Li. "Little kid, you actually said you want to fight me. You are so brave. But I'm not interested in you. You'd better go home and drink milk." Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Li was just an underage kid, Kaido didn't take Luli seriously at all. Lee is not worth mentioning. In his eyes, only Whitebeard and Marco can be in his eyes in the Whitebeard pirates, and the other guys are not worth mentioning at all. Okay, then let you deal with him. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard actually let Luli deal with Kaido, and even sat back on the chair. Kaido's face changed, and he said with an ugly face, "Whitebeard, what are you doing? Are you looking down on me? You actually let a brat fight me?" Whitebeard smiled and said, "Luli is not a brat, he is my son. Although he is not old, he is the deputy leader of my Whitebeard pirates." Kaido frowned. Deputy leader? Him. The Whitebeard pirates are divided into 16 teams, each with a captain, but I have never heard of any deputy leader in the Whitebeard pirates. Marco is qualified to be the deputy leader, but who is this kid? He has never heard of him. Boy, are you sure you want to fight me? Of course. Okay, then I'll kill you first. Then I'll fight Whitebeard. Kaido was a little angry. Whitebeard dared to look down on him so much. He didn't mind killing his son in front of Whitebeard. Let Whitebeard, the old man, send the black man away. Swish. Just as Kaido finished speaking, his body instantly appeared in front of Luli, and his huge fist smashed towards Luli. Be careful. Marco and Ace didn't expect Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, to be so unethical and launch a sneak attack on a 14-year-old boy. The two didn't even have time to stop him. Kaido showed a ferocious smile on his face, as if he saw himself beating Luli into a meat paste in front of Whitebeard, and Whitebeard regretted it. At this moment, snap! Luli snapped his fingers. Swish! A white honeycomb shield instantly appeared around Luli's body, protecting Luli's body. Boom dash! The earth shook, and the ground around Luli broke apart. Crack, crack! The magic shield around Luli's body cracked, but despite the crack, it still blocked Kaido's fist. Huh! Kaido was surprised to see that this little brat Luli could actually block his fist. The Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Luli blocking Kaido's attack. Swish! Luli appeared in front of Kaido in an instant. Kaido was stunned for a moment. Bang! Luli punched Kaido in the face. Swish-eye Kaido's huge body flew backwards. Boom, 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 boom. The huge trees were all broken. Scared dash. All the Whitebeard pirates were shocked when they saw this scene. #B, #B, HB, EAM, knocked away. When Kaido attacked Luli just now, almost everyone thought Luli was finished. Unexpectedly, Luli not only blocked Kaido's attack perfectly, but also knocked Kaido away with one blow. Whitebeard stood up and called out, "Boys, all return to the ship. This island is no longer safe." Others don't know, but he doesn't know. The strength of this little brat Luli is no less than that of the 4 emperors. Especially if this brat gets angry, the destructive power is super terrifying. In Erika's world, even the god of disobedience destroyed an island. "Dad, don't you need to help Luli?" Marco asked with some concern. Although it was the first time he met Luli, Luli actually fought for his dad and Kaido. Just based on this point, he already had a very good impression of Luli. Whitebeard smiled and said, "Don't worry about that brat. Kaido can't do anything to that brat. We'll be in the way if we stay here." What? Everyone couldn't believe what Whitebeard said. That was Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Whitebeard said Kaido couldn't do anything to Luli. Doesn't that mean Luli's strength is on par with Kaido's? How is that possible? Tasaka Rin said with a smile, "Don't worry. Brother Luli is the strongest." Tasaka Rin is now completely a little fan of Luli. She thinks Luli is the strongest. Chapter 86. Erika also said confidently, "Luli will not lose." Kane smiled and said, "Don't look at Luli's young age, but he is very strong." No, it should be said that he is very strong. Seeing that several people are so confident in Luli, they can't help but wonder what Luli's identity is. Even Whitebeard's father trusts his strength so much. Everyone returned to the ship. When passing by the Kaido pirates of the beasts, the big boss of the beasts pirates, the 3 disasters, and others were shocked when they saw Whitebeard appear. Whitebeard glanced at the famous 3 disasters of the beasts pirates, ignored them, and got on the Biddick. Seeing that Whitebeard did not attack them, the 3 disasters and everyone in the beasts pirates were relieved. The sense of oppression of the strongest man in the world is still very strong. What's the matter? Why did Whitebeard leave? Where's the boss? Epidemic Quinn asked a little confused. He almost peed when he saw Whitebeard just now. Didn't the boss come to cause trouble for Whitebeard? Why didn't God show up when Whitebeard left? Drought Jack said, "Is the boss going to be in trouble?" Fire Jin said dissatisfiedly, "What are you talking about? Don't you know who the boss is? The person who can kill the boss hasn't been born yet. We'll know when we go and see." "Hey, are you asleep? If you are asleep, I'll leave." Lu Li shouted in the direction of Kaido. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Interesting. Very interesting. Brat, that punch just now was very powerful. I haven't felt a punch of this power for a long time. Kaido laughed loudly while lying on the ground, and the sound spread far away. Then Kaido slapped the ground with his palm, causing the ground formation to tremble. Kaido's body flew directly from the ground and drew an arc in the air. Boom! Kaido landed in front of Lu Li's body again, and the ground under his feet shattered. Kaido looked down at Lu Li with admiration in his eyes. Brat, you are very good, but it's a pity to be under the old guy Whitebeard. He no longer has any ambition and strength. Do you want to come to my Beast Pirates? I can give you the position of deputy leader of the Beast Pirates, and from now on you will be second to none. Kaido did not fight Lu Li directly, but invited Lu Li. From the punch Lu Li just threw at him, he had already felt that this boy was a talent. No, talent was not enough to describe him. At such a young age, he had such power. As long as he was trained a little, his future would be limitless. It would be a pity to put such a talent in the Whitebeard Pirates. He should be his subordinate. Lu Li smiled and shook his head. I am not interested in being anyone's subordinate. The deputy leader of the Whitebeard Pirates was just a position forced on me by Dad Whitebeard. For Dad's sake, I just reluctantly agreed. Also, you just said that you are above 10,000 people. Maybe you think it will be a supreme honor for others. But it's different for me. It's a humiliation to me. As he said this, Lu Li pointed to the sky with one hand and made a pause gesture with the other hand, and said lightly, I am the only one in the world. Buzz dash. Kaido's eyes widened when he heard Lu Li's words, and a strong domineering aura emanated from his body. You observe the domineering aura. Your understanding is against the sky. You have comprehended the domineering aura. Lu Li was immediately delighted when he heard this. As expected of the most respected teacher Kaido, he gave him a big gift package as soon as he came up. Domineering aura. Whitebeard uploaded the armed aura and the observation aura, but not the domineering aura. It seems that the domineering aura is due to physical reasons, and it is the aura of the chosen person that only one person in a million has. That is, it has the king's qualifications that stand above others' buzz. Lu Li also exudes a terrifying domineering aura. Boom! The powerful Conqueror Haki collided with each other, causing black lightning to appear between Lu Li and Kaido, and the waves around the island began to surge. Please give me flowers. Whitebeard Pirates, *1. Conqueror Haki collision. Everyone looked at the island in shock when they saw this scene. Ace asked Whitebeard, Dad, does Lu Li also have Conqueror Haki? Whitebeard was also stunned. No, he didn't upload Conqueror Haki either. The main reason is that Conqueror Haki is not like Armament Haki and Observation Haki, which can be cultivated. He only uploaded Armament Haki and Observation Haki. After he uploaded, neither Erika nor Kane, let alone Tosaka Rin, the three of them learned it. He thought that people who were not in this world could not learn it at all. Until he saw Lu Li learn it. He guessed that it might be because everyone's physique is different, and some worlds can learn Haki. In other words, this brat learned Armament Haki and Observation Haki, and later awakened Conqueror Haki? I knew this brat was evil, but I didn't expect him to be so evil. Whitebeard, what is Conqueror Haki? Tosaka Rin blinked her big eyes and looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Erika and Kane also looked at Whitebeard. They knew Armament Haki and Observation Haki, but they had never heard of Conqueror Haki. Marco explained, You know Armament Haki and Observation Haki, right? Armament Haki can improve defense and attack power. Observation Haki can sense and move with the opponent. These two can be learned through practice, but Conqueror Haki is different. This is the Haki of the Chosen One who only one person among millions of people has, and it is the king's qualification that stands above others. Rin Tosaka was very happy after hearing this. Does this mean that Brother Lu Li has the qualifications of a king? Marco nodded, thinking, this is not as simple as the qualifications of a king. The opponent is the Four Emperors Kaido. How many people in the world can compete with the Four Emperors Kaido in Conqueror Haki? Erika smiled proudly and said, Lu Li does not have the qualifications of a king because he is a king himself. Chapter 87. After hearing Erika's words, Kane, Rin Tosaka, and Whitebeard all remembered. Lu Li has another identity in Erika's world, that is, the Demon King. The Beast Pirates, Conqueror Haki collision. What's going on? Didn't Whitebeard just leave? Who on the island is colliding with the boss? Plague Disaster Quinn felt a little panicked. This kind of collision obviously has a high level of Conqueror Haki with the guy of the boss. I'll go and have a look. Flame disaster, Jean directly spread his black wings and flew into the sky. In addition to Whitebeard, there is someone who can collide with the boss's conqueror hockey. Could it be Red Hair? Is Whitebeard's birthday a trap? Soon, Jean saw Luli confronting their boss, and his eyes widened. Drought disaster, Jack shouted. Jean's 610 brother, who is fighting with Kaido boss. Flame disaster, Jean flew back, still showing an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing that Jean didn't speak, Quinn couldn't help but ask anxiously, Jean, who is it? Tell me quickly. Is it the old lady Big Mom or the brat with red hair? Jean shook his head. Neither. It's a teenager I've never seen before. Quinn breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's good that it's not Big Mom and red hair. Wait. You said a teenager? Sigma? Quinn's face was full of shock. Jack couldn't believe it either. Brother Jean, are you kidding? How can there be a teenager fighting against old Kaido? Jean said seriously. I'm not mistaken. It's indeed a teenager, about 14 or 15 years old, who is now in a domineering collision with Kaido. Hey! Navy fleet boom. The sky was changing, and the sea was surging from the island to the surroundings. This change startled Garp, who was taking a nap, and his nose bubble was broken. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are they fighting? This is obviously the effect of the collision of the domineering color domineering. Akiji frowned and said, No, Whitebeard is on the Moby D***K now. If not Whitebeard, then who is it? Garp's eyes glared. The world government has surveillance on the 4 emperors. If any of the 4 emperors moves, they will definitely be discovered. Zhangguo didn't call now, so it was obvious that the person on the island was not Red Hair or Big Mom. Akiji shook his head. Not sure. This is interesting. If it's not Whitebeard, Red Hair, or Big Mom, then who could it be? In addition to these people, who else can fight against the 4 emperors Kaido among the pirates? Let's go over and see who is fighting Kaido. This is very important information. On the uninhabited island, ha 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 ha. Little devil, what a big tone. Am I the only one in the world? This sentence will belong to me from now on. Kaido felt that what Luli said was very suitable for him. This sentence was simply born for him. If you have the ability to take it, then take it away. Hee hee. Not only do I want to take away that sentence, I also want to take you away. I want to completely subdue you. Subdue me? You can try. Try it. But kid, don't die. Kaido took out the mace hanging from his waist and wrapped the domineering aura around the mace. The mace was wrapped with purple lightning. You have observed the domineering aura entanglement. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have understood the domineering aura entanglement. Luli saw the subtitles in her mind and smiled. It really deserves to be Mr. Kaido. It seems that I can learn a lot from Mr. Kaido. At this moment, Kaido suddenly moved. Thunderous Bagua. Kaido swung the mace and swung the lightning-wrapped mace towards Lu Li at a very fast speed. Snap! Lu Li raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Swish! A spherical honeycomb-shaped white magic shield appeared in front of Lu Li, around Lu Li's body. Crack! Kaido's mace hit the magic shield, and the magic shield that had blocked Kaido's fist shattered instantly, as if it was as easy as tearing a piece of paper. The mace continued to sweep towards Lu Li. Lu Li raised her arms to block in front of her. Bang! The mace hit Lu Li's arms. Lu Li felt an almost irresistible force. Swoosh! Lu Li was hit like a baseball. Boom, 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 boom. Big trees were knocked through by Lu Li's body. Finally, the whole person hit the mountain wall and stopped after knocking a big hole in the mountain wall. Kaido carried the mace on his shoulder. Kid, it doesn't mean that you can compete with me just because you can use the domineering color domineering. In the New World, there are people who can use the domineering color domineering, such as Guojiang Jiqing. The real domineering uses the domineering color entanglement. Boom dash! A powerful magic power burst out from the mountain, and the powerful magic power rushed into the sky. What is this? Everyone saw the energy beam that rushed into the sky, but no one understood what it was. Lu Li walked out of the cave. Lu Li shouted, "It's great." Kaido was also very surprised to see that Lu Li did not fall down after being hit by him. Lu Li looked at Kaido in the distance, and his eyes showed a fighting spirit. Then Lu Li stepped hard with both feet. Boom! The rocks under his feet shattered, and Lu Li's body dived towards Kaido at a high speed like a cannonball. Kaido swung his mace and attacked Lu Li again. Lu Li's fist and mace collided in the air, with a small distance of 3.2 in between. Boom! Crack, crack! Black lightning collided between Lu Li's fist and Kaido's mace. The ground around the two people couldn't help but explode. Kaido's face changed, and he looked at Lu Li in disbelief. This is... You kid actually. Kaido immediately recognized that Lu Li, this is the most advanced use of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. There are many people in the New World who can use Conqueror's Haki, but there are only a handful of people who can use Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. This kid in front of him, who looks about 14 or 15 years old, can actually use Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. How can Kaido not be surprised? The sky is also changing at this time, and the clouds in the sky are rolling and cracking from the top of the two people to the sides. The sky is cracked. Duh. Chapter 88. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Stinky brat, you are amazing. You learned Conqueror's Haki Entanglement at such a young age. Did Whitebeard teach you?" Luli shook her head. "No, you just taught me." "Me?" Kaido frowned. "You mean you learned it just after watching me use Conqueror's Haki Entanglement? Don't be kidding. Are you kidding? Anyway, I've already said it. Believe it or not, I'm very grateful to you, Teacher Kaido." "Humph. Stinky brat. Do you think you can compete with me like this?" Too naive. Kaido raised his mace again and attacked Lu Li, and Lu Li began to fight with Kaido. The two of them went back and forth, constantly attacking each other. In the mutual battle with Kaido, Lu Li's fighting level was unconsciously improving. Boom. The two fought again, and the powerful collision of domineering destroyed everything around them, and black lightning burst everywhere on the island. Who is this guy? He fought Kaido for so long. Quinn was a little scared. When did a tough guy who could fight Kaido for so long appear in the world? Moby D***** K. The Whitebeard pirates were also very shocked. They thought Lu Li might have been defeated long ago. Even if Kaido killed them instantly, they would not be surprised at all. But Lu Li could fight Kaido for so long, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. "Dad, don't you need to help?" Marco asked worriedly. Whitebeard smiled and said, "No, neither Kaido nor that kid has shown their true strength." Everyone was shocked when they heard Whitebeard's words. Is he so powerful without showing his true strength? How terrifying is his true strength? Kaido looked at Lu Li and showed a grim smile on his face. "Ha, kid, you are good. Really good. This makes me want to conquer you even more. It's not too late to say this until you can beat me. Well, then I'll let you really see my strength." Woo 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 ah. Kaido roared with power, and his body jumped up. His body began to change rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge blue dragon in the air. Dragon. Many people in the Whitebeard pirates have never seen Kaido in this form, not to mention Erika and the other two. Dragon. What is this? Dragon is a legend in the world of Kane and Rin Tosaka, but it is a god in Erika's world. Whitebeard explained, this is Kaido's devil fruit ability. He ate the fish fruit, the mythical beast species, the blue dragon form. Navy battleship, Kaido actually changed into this form. It seems that he is a little serious. Who can make Kaido serious? Garp was a little surprised to see Kaido change into this form. Brother Kaido is serious. The three calamities and others were also shocked to see Kaido transformed into this form. Oh, so handsome. Lu Li felt very cool when he saw Kaido transformed into the blue dragon. This was the first time he saw a living dragon. Kaido quickly swooped towards Lu Li, and his huge claws attacked Lu Li. Lu Li quickly dodged. Crack! A huge rock was crushed by Kaido's claws like tofu. Lu Li dodged to the side, and Kaido's huge tail swept towards Lu Li again, and Lu Li dodged again. Kaido continued to attack Lu Li, destroying trees and rocks, forcing Lu Li to dodge. This won't work. My size is a bit of a disadvantage. It looks like I need to be more serious too. Dragon God, giant spirit god form. Lu Li shouted, and his body began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 10 giants that could not stand on the ground appeared on the uninhabited island. What? Giant? Except for a few people in the chat group, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the giant that suddenly appeared. The Whitebeard pirates recognized that the giant was Lu Li at a glance. Could it be that Lu Li was actually a giant? Sigma. Quinn was frightened again, and his expression was like a emoticon. Flame Disaster Jean said, "It's him fighting with Kaido." Everyone looked at Lu Li carefully and found that although Lu Li was very huge, he looked only about 14 or 15 years old. Navy warship, all the Navy who saw this scene were also frightened. A dragon suddenly appeared, and then a giant appeared. Is this a monster war? Akiji said, "It looks like that is the one who fought Kaido." Garp was stunned when he saw Lu Li's appearance and said, "So young." Indeed, anyone can see that although Lu Li's body is huge, he looks too young. At such a young age, he has mastered the King's color entanglement and can even fight Kaido without losing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it even if others said it. 890 Lu After Li grew bigger, he punched Kaido in the face while Kaido was still surprised. Boom dash. Kaido couldn't help but scream at the powerful force. It hurt so much. He hadn't felt this kind of pain for a long time. Boom. Kaido's body fell down, crushing large tracts of trees and rocks in the forest. Luli bent down and grabbed Kaido's tail. What do you want to do, little brat? Kaido had a bad feeling when he saw Luli grab his tail. Luli smiled evilly and spun quickly. Kaido's body was also turned around by Luli like a windmill. Little brat, stop right now. Stop? Okay. Luli stopped and started to swing left and right. Boom, 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 boom. Luli grabbed Kaido's tail and threw him to the ground. AA. Chapter 89. Boss Kaido. Drought. Jack saw that Kaido was being treated like this and immediately wanted to rush up to help. But he was grabbed by Quinn. What are you doing? Go save the boss. Does the boss need you to save him? Hurry up and leave this island. No wonder Whitebeard and the others ran away. If we don't run, we might all be in trouble. Quinn said and ran to the ship. Although it is unknown where this giant-like little monster came from, it is a big crisis for their beast pirates. This kid who came out of nowhere can actually fight Boss Kaido to a draw, and there is Whitebeard over there. If Whitebeard takes action against them, it is very likely that they will all be buried here. Brother Jean. Jack looked at Jean. Quinn is right. The Whitebeard pirates are nearby, and the Navy is watching from afar. We can't easily get involved, and Kaido will not be defeated. Jean said with a firm look. Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the world. This injury is nothing to Kaido. Navy battleship this. This is really a rare scene. Watching the scene of the giant fighting the Azure Dragon, Garp was a little rich. Akiji's face was also very serious. An unknown guy who beat the 4 emperors Kaido like this should not be underestimated. If I guess correctly, the giant might be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have such a strong man. This situation is too bad. The world government will not allow the birth of a new pirate king. Stinky brat. That's enough. Kaido roared. His body quickly bent, and his dragon claws grabbed Luli's face. Snap. Before the dragon claws could grab Luli, a big hand grabbed Kaido's head first. Then it poured down fiercely. Boom. The earth exploded, and the entire island was shaken. Hiss dash. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The blue dragon that was beaten violently was Kaido, the beast. Isn't this brat too violent? Whitebeard couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw Luli being so violent. Tosaka Rin's eyes lit up. Come on, brother Luli. Good job. Tosaka Rin threw a left hook and a right hook, also looking very violent. Kaido grabbed Luli's arms with both hands, and his body quickly wrapped around Luli's body. He planned to use his dragon body to strangle Luli to death. Luli's body quickly shrank when he saw this, making Kaido's wrapping fall in vain. After getting rid of Luli's hand, Kaido quickly flew into the sky and kept a long distance from Luli, fearing that he would be caught by Luli again. Kaido looked at Luli on the top of the island rock with a vigilant look. The power of this kid's giantization was too strong. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness, he would have been killed by that kid long ago. Luli also sighed in his heart at this time. Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world, is really tough. The dragon god and giant spirit god form is his strongest form. Luli is a very picky eater. Only magic that is strong enough will be integrated into his magic system. Although he did not output magic power at full strength, it was not something that others could bear. Stinky kid, I admit that I underestimated you, but everything is over here. Disappear completely. If Kaido still had the idea of surrendering Luli before, he has now completely abandoned this idea. Not to mention that this guy is so young and has such strength. If I give this brat a few more years, I may not be able to suppress him, and then I will be the one in danger. On the other hand, just based on the shame that this brat brought to me just now, this guy must die. Kaido began to accumulate power in his mouth, and the terrifying energy gathered in Kaido's mouth. Luli saw Kaido accumulating power and immediately recognized that this was Kaido's famous reward for the 12 hot breaths. To be honest, with his own magic, the hot breath can't cause any harm to him. If he doesn't mind it being dirty, this thing can also replenish his magic and add buff. But he doesn't like this kind of fire spit out from other people's mouths. Let alone replenishing magic. He thinks it's dirty when it falls on himself. Luli took a deep breath, as if he had sucked out all the air around his body. His chest bulged high, and his body swelled up. Luli gathered magic power in his throat. Hot breath, roar of the dragon god. Kaido's mouth spurted out a stream of hot breath, shooting at Luli on the island. Luli also spurted out a violent firestorm, shooting at Kaido in the air. The two powerful forces collided in midair. The two flames fought and entangled in the air, constantly expanding, looking like a sun that was constantly expanding. A dash. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. It's okay for Kaido's blue dragon to spit out such a terrifying flame. You, Luli, are a human. How can you spit out such a powerful flame? Then, everyone saw the expanding sun and felt that something was wrong. The next second, boom, the expanding sun exploded horribly in the air. The terrifying impact spread to the surroundings. Kaido's huge body was blown up into the sky by the explosion. De Qianzhao, the trees on the island were all broken, the earth and rocks were destroyed. Luli activated the magic shield in time to block the impact of the explosion. The powerful impact caused a huge wave and spread to the surroundings. Huge wave? Everyone was terrified by the huge wave. Whitebeard clenched his fist, and a white light shield covered his fist. Then Whitebeard punched forward with force. Crack, crack. Dense cracks appeared in the air. The huge waves rushing towards Whitebeard's fleet were all shattered. Wow, Dad is so powerful. Tosaka Rin immediately flattered Whitebeard when she saw him showing his power. It was also the first time for Erika and Kane to see Whitebeard take action. Although they knew that Dad was very powerful, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Chapter 90. When Whitebeard heard Rin Tosaka flattering him, he felt very comfortable. Kaido, that brat, I'm old now. If I were young, if this brat dared to show off, I would have knocked him down with one punch. Ace said, that's not the problem, Dad. That guy spewed out a pillar of fire just like Kaido. That guy can also use a shield, swallow flames, grow bigger, and spit fire. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? Ace ate the flame fruit, but he was sure that his fire fist was nothing compared to Kaido's heat breath. He would definitely be killed in one touch. Others also looked at Whitebeard curiously. Indeed, any kind of power that Luli showed could be said to be the power of a devil fruit. But everyone knew that only one devil fruit could be eaten. Eating two would kill people. Whitebeard didn't know whether he should say it or not, and he didn't know how to explain it even if he said it. After all, he didn't know what magic was. Erika said, Luli didn't use the power of the devil fruit. He used 517, which is magic, a supernatural power similar to the devil fruit. The only difference is that magicians can only learn magic if they are born with magic power. Everyone was confused after hearing Erika's explanation. The Beast's pirates. Everyone in the Beast's pirates panicked. All of them are devil fruit users. If they crash into the sea, they will die. Jean flew up directly, and the flames on his body were wrapped around the samurai sword. Fire Dragon Emperor. Jean shot out a dragon-shaped flame through the sword. Boom. The huge waves that rushed over were directly evaporated by this dragon-shaped flame, and the battleship of the Beast's pirates was blocked. Oh. As expected of Brother Jean. It's really awesome, damn. Everyone in the Beast's pirates was flattering Jean. Jin's face was very serious. Who on earth was that boy? He could actually fight Kaido on equal terms. Navy warship. And not just a small part of it, but the entire sea was frozen. Such a big movement naturally caught the attention of everyone on the sea. The sea is frozen? It's Aokiji. It's Admiral Aokiji. Such a signature ability makes everyone know who did it immediately. Aokiji. Erika and the others were also shocked to see the sea frozen, but obviously they didn't know who Aokiji was. Marco explained. He is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, a user of the ice fruit ability, very powerful, and you can't imagine he is here too. Marco also noticed that these people seemed to have some special powers, but they seemed to know nothing about this world. The 4 emperors Kaido didn't know, and the admirals of the Navy didn't know either. I really don't know where they came from. The Beast Pirates, Aokiji. Jean frowned. Is the admiral of the Navy here too? Although I knew that the world government would definitely not let it go, I didn't expect that the one sent was Aokiji. Whitebeard and Aokiji made the situation even more complicated. Kaido quickly regained his balance, and he looked at the Luli. Kid, what devil fruit did you eat? I didn't eat any devil fruit. Impossible. How could you exert such special power if you didn't eat a devil fruit? It's simple, because I was born with power. Born. Kaido thought of his subordinate, Flame Disaster Jean. It looks like you are also a special race. But, even if you are special, the result is doomed. Although you can grow bigger, you can't fly, so you are just a target. Tornado. Kaido's dragon body made a circular rotation like a gyroscope, generating several huge tornadoes, rolling towards Luli. Wherever the tornado passed, trees and the earth were destroyed. A little away from the toes, the body quickly rushed into the air. Too naive. Bad wind. Kaido saw Luli rushing into the sky, and quickly spurted out a powerful wind blade from his mouth. Dragon God does 6-winged seraph form. Swish. 3 pairs of huge white wings spread out from behind Luli. Luli's body moved quickly in the dense wind blades and rushed towards Kaido. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li rushed in front of Kaido. He punched Kaido's face, and his fist became bigger and bigger. Bang! You. Lu Li grabbed Kaido's horns with both hands, and a perverted sense of satisfaction emerged. Is this considered riding a dragon? This feeling is so great. Lu Li couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. It would be great if someone took a photo of him at this time. Stinky brat, get down here. No. Kaido quickly lowered his head and grabbed Lu Li with his claws. Lu Li punched Kaido's head. Boom. AA. Duh. Chapter 91. Boom. The whole island shook violently, and large areas of the ground exploded. The shock spread to the surroundings, and the frozen sea around the island also broke into pieces. Boss Kaido! The Beast's pirates all exclaimed when they saw this scene. Everyone looked in disbelief. That was Boss Kaido. When had they ever seen the boss being pressed to the ground and rubbed? At first they thought the two sides were evenly matched, but then they found that it seemed that their boss was always being beaten. Don't panic. Boss Kaido will not lose. Flame disaster, Jean shouted loudly. Jean has followed Kaido for the longest time and knows Kaido's strength. Kaido's strongest point is not his attack power, but his defense. As long as the battle lasts long enough, the final victory will definitely belong to Kaido. Whitebeard Pirates Moby D***K, Vice Captain Lu Li. Beat him. Vice Captain Lu Li. Kill that Kaido guy. In contrast, the Whitebeard Pirates cheered, and many people were excited and screaming. When Whitebeard announced that Lu Li was the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, no one agreed. Even if Lu Li defeated Ace, they felt that Lu Li was not qualified. Because in the Whitebeard Pirates, besides Whitebeard, the most reliable man has always been Marco. But now they have completely abandoned their previous ideas and started to cheer for Lu Li. If anyone said that Lu Li was not worthy of being the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates before, they would give him a thumbs up. Now if anyone says that Lu Li is not worthy, they will get angry with him immediately. If Lu Li is not worthy, then who else is worthy? How many people in the world can press Kaido to the ground and rub him? Even the Whitebeard they admire the most may not be able to do it. But they were too excited to watch the fight between Lu Li and Kaido. Pirates never have a good relationship with each other, especially for a pirate group like them whose target is the Pirate King. All pirates are enemies. The Beast's pirates often harass their Whitebeard pirates, which makes them hate them very much. Pirates are all hot-tempered and have long wanted to kill them. Navy battleship the soldiers on the Navy side were all scared. If it weren't for the legendary Navy hero Garp and Navy Admiral Aokiji here, they would have run away without looking back. Of course, now the sea is frozen, and it's a bit difficult for them to run. Then, that kid is a monster? Garp opened his mouth wide, unable to believe that Kaido was beaten so hard that he had almost no power to fight back. Aokiji's face was also very serious. The combat power shown by Lu Li was too strong. It was already troublesome enough for the Whitebeard pirates to have a Whitebeard. Now there is another Lu Li. The situation has become more troublesome, and he hates trouble the most. Lu Li flew over Kaido. There was a huge fist mark in the middle of the island, and Kaido was in the middle of the fist mark, with his entire body embedded in the ground. Lu Li shouted to Kaido below, "Hey, Teacher Kaido, if you don't get up, I will continue to attack." Kaido opened his eyes upon hearing this, and stared at Lu Li fiercely. This little fox was too cunning, and didn't even give him a chance to sneak attack. "Stinky boy, don't think you're sure to win. I can fall down countless times, but you only need to fall down once, and it's over." Huh? This is the first time I've heard someone talk about being knocked down so fresh and refined. Damn it. Stinky kid, don't be so arrogant. Kaido roared, and his body began to change, and his huge body began to shrink slowly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a human beast form. Looks like a human. Almost all of his body except for the abdomen is covered with dragon scales, blue dragon scales. Hands and feet are like dragon claws, and there is a slender dragon tail behind him. It looks very majestic and domineering. In the human beast form, it is both the agile and fast movement of the human state and the various natural attacks of the dragon form. It is a balanced form that is very suitable for fighting. You will only use it when Kaido is fighting seriously. Then Kaido untied the wine gourd around his waist, and then poured wine into his mouth in big gulps. As for flowers, zero puihi. After drinking the wine, Kaido suddenly became like a drunkard, crying and laughing while drunk. Hey, if you can't drink, don't drink. Has anyone ever told you that you have a low alcohol tolerance? I feel embarrassed to beat up a drunkard like this. Puff. Hee big idiot. Woo. Huh. Lu Li's whole body was burning with blazing high-temperature flames. This terrifying temperature made the drunk Kaido slightly stunned. Hiccup. What's your move, kid? Dragon God transformation, Flame Dragon God mode. In the past, Dragon God transformation only had one fire attribute, but now it has an additional thunder attribute, so Luli separated the two. Are you a dragon too? Thinking carefully, the ability used by this kid is indeed somewhat similar to his own. Luli smiled and said, "No, I usually kill dragons. This magic evolved from dragon-slaying magic, so it naturally belongs to the dragon-slaying series." Hee, dragon slaying? Then let me see who will slay whom. Drunken Dragon Bagua, Drunken Wheel Thunder. Bang! Kaido held the mace tightly with both hands and raised it high, rushing to Luli. Invite Naraku. Kaido swung the mace and smashed it towards Luli. Luli raised her left arm with one hand to block it. Bang! Kaido's mace hit Luli's arm. Crack, crack. The black lightning produced by the collision of the Conqueror's haki continued to burst between the two. Luli stepped hard with her right foot. The ground under her feet was cut into cubes like a spider web, greatly alleviating the impact of Kaido's attack. Chapter 92. This is the crushing magic from Uncle Gildarts, which can now be fully used by Luli in battle. Kaido, who was drunk, was a little confused when he saw that Luli was not knocked down by his move. This feeling was very bad for Kaido, just like two people were playing tug-of-war together, but you suddenly let go. You watched the Drunken Wheel Thunder. In Naraku, your understanding is against the sky. You have understood the Drunken Wheel Thunder. In Naraku. Seeing the subtitles in his mind, Luli smiled. Although he already has a lot of fighting moves, who would dislike knowing more? Luli compressed a large amount of flames and wrapped them around his right fist. Iron Fist of the Flame Dragon God. While Kaido was still not recovered, Luli hit Kaido's abdomen with 10 punches. 097 bang. Whoa. Boom, 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 boom. Everything was destroyed wherever it passed. Oh, don't come near me. You though. You bad guy. Stay there honestly. Kaido's body returned to the human beast form again. You though. You big bad guy. You hurt me. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Thunder Bagua. Kaido rushed to Luli quickly, and the huge mace swept across Luli's body. Luli stood in place, raised his left foot high, and then stepped down hard, and his legs quickly grew longer and bigger. Bang! Luli stepped the mace into the ground with one foot, and then Luli swept with his right foot. The right leg and right foot also grew longer and bigger quickly. Snap! Luli swept Kaido's right foot across his face. Yo! Kaido screamed and fell to the right side of his body. Bang! Kaido stepped on the ground with his right foot to stabilize his body. Bang! Before Kaido finished speaking, Luli kicked Kaido again. Boom! This time, Kaido's face hit the ground directly. Damn it! I finally got drunk. Won't you make me sober like this? Suddenly, Kaido's tail quickly wrapped around Luli's legs to prevent Luli from dodging. He felt that this brat was very fast after being beaten for a long time. Even his own observation haki could only barely predict it. Sometimes, even if you predict it, it's useless if you can't keep up with your speed. Gundali Ryuci. Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's haki around the mace and quickly swung it wildly at Luli. You have observed Gundali Ryuci. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have comprehended the Dragon God, Ryuci. 1 Dragon God, Red Lotus Flame Dragon Fist. Luli's arms and fists became huge, and at the same time wrapped in blazing flames. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, ah. Both of them roared loudly and kept hitting each other. At this time, it was no longer a question of perception or not, but a question of who was the first to give up as a man. In terms of the ability to withstand beatings, Kaido has never been defeated by anyone. Both of them were hit on the body and face by the other party. Both sides had some wounds and blood on their faces and bodies. The flames on Luli's body became stronger and stronger. Kaido couldn't stand it anymore at this time. The fist of this stinky brat was accompanied by flames, and the temperature was extremely high. When he was beaten, in addition to the blows of the fists, he also felt the pain of being burned by the flames, and now the temperature was getting higher and higher, and he was getting more and more painful. He was screaming in pain, and this stinky brat was too damn resistant to beatings. Seeing that Luli's flames were getting stronger and stronger, Kaido finally couldn't stand it anymore. No, he couldn't continue with this stinky brat. Kaido's tail let go of Luli's legs. Luli's feet broke free from the restraint of Kaido's tail. Luli stepped hard. Complete decomposition. The ground instantly collapsed into cubes, which also made Kaido's body lose balance instantly, and the two fell to the ground together. Hot breath. The roar of the fire dragon god. The two opened their mouths and attacked each other. Boom. A huge explosion broke out between the two people. Boom, 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 boom. The strong impact separated the two people to both sides, and the ground was constantly smashed by the bodies of the two people. Vajra Disferus. Swinging the mace hard, a column of stick energy was launched at Luli. You have observed the Vajra Disferus. Your understanding is against the sky, and you have comprehended the Vajra Disferus. Luli swung his palm hard and hit the stick energy away. Boom, 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 boom. The stick energy destroyed a gap in the ground. Swoosh. 3.4 Kaido took advantage of this time to jump high and appeared in Luli, holding the mace tightly with both hands and raising it high above his head. Kaido showed a ferocious smile on his face. Roaring Thunderbagwa. Kaido smashed the mace from top to bottom towards Luli's head. You have observed the roaring Thunderbagwa. Your understanding is against the sky. You have comprehended the roaring Thunderbagwa. Luli also showed a smile on her face. Crackling. A thick golden lightning rose from the ground. Boom. The golden lightning hit Kaido. Whoa-whoa-aya. Kaido was shocked by the high-voltage electricity and kept screaming. However, this high-voltage electricity is nothing to Kaido, but the feeling of being electrocuted is still very uncomfortable. The most important thing is the picture. Chapter 93. Kaido's body was twitching from the electric shock. Luli stepped forward and her body began to grow slowly. Kaido was immediately frightened when he saw Luli's body growing bigger, and his body couldn't help but step back. He was particularly frightened by Luli's giant form. The power of that form was so terrible that even he felt a little overwhelmed. As a result, Luli didn't attack him at all, but bent down to pick up Kaido's mace that fell on the ground. Smelly kid, what are you doing with my 8 fasts? Kaido was a little puzzled. Nothing, just playing with it. Dragon God, Thunder Dragon God mode. Luli switched the flame to lightning. Boom! Luli's body was surrounded by golden lightning. This scene made Kaido's pupils shrink suddenly. Smelly kid, how many abilities do you have? Why does this stinky kid feel like he can use multiple abilities just like himself? Not much, just a little bit. This time it's really gone. Crackle crackle. Luli wrapped the golden lightning and 11 domineering haki around the mace. Ms. What? Kaido couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Luli's words. Gossip. Luli's body turned into a golden lightning and instantly appeared in front of Kaido, and the mace in his hand smashed towards Kaido's face. Bang! What? Kaido quickly dodged when he saw this. Boom! A big hole was blasted out of the rock behind Kaido. You guy. Kaido was sure this time that this brat had actually learned his moves. ***ch. Don't be so arrogant. Kaido roared and his body turned into a blue dragon again and flew into the sky. Boom dash. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds. Crack crack. Dense lightning and thunder moved in the clouds. Boom dash. A thick column of falling lightning fell from the sky and fell towards Luli's position. When Luli saw the falling lightning, his eyes lit up, and he didn't dodge or avoid it. His head suddenly became big, looking like a big-headed doll. Then Luli opened his mouth wide. The huge column of lightning fell right into Luli's mouth. Luli opened his mouth and ate all the falling lightning. Eighth. All the pirates, Navy, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Erika who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyes popped out. The Whitebeard pirates had seen Luli eat Ace's flames, and they already felt that Luli was a monster. Unexpectedly, Luli could not only eat flames, but also lightning. Whitebeard glared. This brat has such a good appetite. Ace complained. Is this a good appetite? This guy is simply a monster. Tosaka Rin. Brother Luli can also eat lightning. Is that thing delicious? Malco sweated. This is no longer a question of whether it tastes good or not. Vice Captain Luli can devour fire and lightning, which means that all abilities related to fire and lightning are ineffective for him. What a terrible ability this is. Marco couldn't help but tremble when he thought about it. Flame and lightning are extremely powerful types of natural devil fruits. His own devil fruit is the bird fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form. The main use is blue flame, which should also be ineffective against Luli. There is also Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, whose magma fruit is not effective against Luli. Li may not have much effect. Navy warship this kid, is a monster. He is definitely a monster. Garp has lived for so many years, and he has seen all kinds of big scenes. He once defeated the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods and hunted down the Pirate King in the New World. But the scene in front of him was still beyond his cognition. Akiji's eyes also showed an unconcealed shock. The Beast's pirates. Everyone in the Beast's pirates was shocked. Crackling crackling. Luli turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards Kaido in the air and recondensed on top of Kaido's head. Luli raised the mace high with both hands, and the lightning in the sky was pulled down by the mace. The mace merged with Luli's own golden lightning and became several times more wooden after 10 times. Roaring thunder. Gossip. Luli smashed the mace in his hand towards Kaido's head. That is Kaido's move. How is this possible? The moves that the Beast's pirates saw Luli perform were Kaido's favorite moves. Stinky Brat 417. I've been waiting for you. Hot breath. Kaido blew hot breath at Luli, but Luli ignored it, and the hot breath hit Luli's body. This time, his hot breath finally hit the opponent. Kaido thought his hot breath had killed Luli. Bang! The hot breath dissipated. Luli appeared in front of Kaido with flames and lightning wrapped around her body. What? Kaido couldn't believe that this guy was hit by his hot breath and was not hurt at all. Bang! Kaido's head was hit by the mace. AA. Duh. Chapter 94. Papa. So cool. Brother Luli. Tosaka Rin clapped her hands excitedly. Whitebeard curled his lips. This brat is a bit too showy. He is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He has never said, I am the only one in the world. Such a showy word. Of course, he really wanted to say this in his heart. Navy battleship, this kid is more arrogant than rocks. Garp looked at Luli and was also impressed by Luli. Aokiji frowned and asked, did Kaido get killed like this? If Kaido was really killed so easily, he would not be Kaido. However, even if he was not killed, this guy must have felt bad. But I haven't seen Kaido get beaten so badly in a long time. Garp looked like he was watching the fun and continued to put donuts in his mouth. Then how to deal with this boy? What do you mean how to deal with him? How can we deal with him? Don't underestimate him subconsciously because he is young. He is more troublesome than Kaido and Whitebeard. No, to be more precise, he is more troublesome than all the 4 emperors. Although I don't know where this kid came from, nothing happened before, so there will be no problem for the time being. Keep watching. No matter which one it is, the whole world will be shaken from today. The Beast's pirates, Boss Kaido. Everyone in the Beast's pirates exclaimed. No way. Boss Kaido won't be killed just like that, right? Drought Jack was a little panicked at this time. Fire Jean scolded. Shut up. How could Boss Kaido be killed just like that? Luli played with the mace, 8 fasts taken from Kaido. Although this weapon has not yet been ranked among the supreme great swords, it is not far away. Normally, as long as Kaido does not die, he will be ranked among them sooner or later. This weapon is not bad. I'll take it. The mace disappeared in Luli's hand and was received by Luli in his portable magic space. This is the dressing magic he learned from Urza. He does not use any magic weapons and equipment on weekdays, so it is quite practical to use it as a space ring. Luli looked at Kaido, who was still motionless. Dead? Then I'll be a good person and cremate you. Luli raised his right hand high. Huh. A beam of fire shot out from his palm. Then the fire quickly expanded, forming a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The air around the terrifying pyrometer was distorted. Dragon God, Great Flame Emperor. Luli threw the huge fireball in his hand downward. Kaido didn't move until the Great Flame Emperor was about to reach him, and then he opened his eyes instantly. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth and spit out a huge wind blade. Swish. The fireball was cut in half in midair. Boom boom. The split fireball fell on the ground on both sides of Kaido, blowing out 2 large courtyards on the ground. Kaido's forehead was bleeding, and he looked at Luli fiercely. This little brat was too treacherous and didn't give him a chance to sneak attack. Boy, I admit that your ability is very strong, but you can't dominate the world just by relying on ability. This world has its own rules. For example, Roger is not a person with ability, only domineering. Can you be above everything? Kaido said to Luli. Haki. Luli slowly closed her eyes in the air. Kaido saw Luli closed her eyes at this time and didn't know what this little fox was doing. He didn't dare to act rashly. You began to try to merge the domineering and magic power. Your understanding is against the sky. You have created a new ability. Please name it. Just call it. God's power shakes the world. Dragon God. The power shakes the world was named successfully. Luli opened his eyes suddenly. K dashed it. A terrifying force similar to domineering spread from Luli's body to the surroundings. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky were shattered in an instant, because wherever they passed, it was like an invisible wave. Crack, crack. The sky shattered, the earth boiled, and the sea was silent. Every creature fell down wherever the power passed. On the Whitebeard pirates, Rin Tosaka, Erika, and Kane fainted almost instantly. Only a few people in the entire pirate group remained awake, and even those who were awake were trembling with fear. This feeling, Ace, who possessed the domineering aura of the Overlord, was now slumped on the ground, gasping for air. So terrifying domineering aura. Marco's legs were trembling, and his face couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. Whitebeard, sitting on a chair, looked at Lu Li in the distance in disbelief, and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fear? He hasn't felt this way for a long time. He almost forgot what fear was. Navy battleship, the only ones who could stay awake here were Garp and Akiji. The bodies of the two people were also trembling slightly like Whitebeard. The beast's pirates, except for the three disasters, all of them were foaming at the mouth and passed out. Drought Jack knelt on the ground, his body trembling constantly. Plague Quinn curled himself up into a Nord's meatball, his face pale. Flame Jean, who was in the best condition, was also a little unstable at this time. These people were just the aftermath, and the one who really bore the brunt was Kaido, who was closest to Lu Li. Kaido's huge dragon body was trembling like a poor bug at this time. Kaido looked at his trembling hands. What is this? KMA. Exclama. Don't joke. Kaido roared loudly, and his body burst out with powerful domineering aura, trying hard to drive away his own fear. But no matter how he released his IDE domineering aura, the fear in his heart was always lingering. Chapter 95. The terrifying high-temperature flames wrapped around Kaido, as if he was covered with lava, and finally dispelled the fear in Kaido's heart. The ground around Kaido began to melt and turned into magma, and the earth was boiling. Even the ice around the island began to melt rapidly. Lu Li smiled in the air and said, "Not bad. You are really worthy of being Teacher Kaido. This look is much more handsome than before." Lu Li's smiling and careless look was completely underestimated by Kaido, which made Kaido even more angry. Kaido's face was ferocious and he roared loudly. "Kid, who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? In this world, no one can defeat me. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Kaido's huge flaming dragon body circled and wandered on the island, obviously ready to go. "Really? Then I really want to try it." Lu Li's expression also became serious. This time he came to the world of One Piece. It was not in vain. Not only did he learn the Conqueror Haki, but he also fought against a strong man like Kaido. For him, it was a huge gain. Dragon God, Flame Dragon God mode. Boom! The magic power on Lu Li's body soared into the sky. A blazing flame appeared on Lu Li's body. Lu Li pointed his right index finger and middle finger to the sky. Whitebeard's face changed instantly when he saw Lu Li's posture. This brat, is he going to use that move? Which move? Ace and Marco saw Whitebeard's face and knew that Lu Li was definitely going to use a big move. Buzz! 18 red magma-like flames appeared in the 6 directions of Lu Li's fingers. Up, down, left, right, front, and back. A flame appeared in the center of the magic circle, and then quickly rotated to condense a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball. Almost at the moment the fireball appeared, a terrifying heat wave appeared. The sea frozen by Akiji was instantly thawed. "It's so hot. So hot." The terrifying high temperature made all those who fainted due to Lu Li's domineering color wake up at this moment. What's wrong? Is it on fire? Everyone felt that they were about to be ignited. What is that? Everyone looked towards the island. They saw a huge magma dragon hovering over the island. Just above the magma dragon, a person was holding a fireball. No, it was not a fireball. It should be said that it was a small sun. This was the first thought that came out of everyone's heart when they saw the fireball. It's that. Erika, Kane, and Tosaka Rin also recognized the move used by Lu Li. The move that Lu Li used to kill the god in Erika's world left them with an extremely deep impression. Whitebeard waved his hand and shouted loudly, "All ships, retreat far away immediately." Others didn't know what was going on, but they immediately and unconditionally executed the old man's order. What's more, they were really a little too hot at the moment. The Navy saw that Whitebeard had run away, and they also hurriedly retreated. "Run, run. Oh. Plague Quinn commanded everyone to speed up their escape. Both their boss Kaido and the Monster Kid were obviously already going all out. The power accumulated before the attack was so terrifying, and what would the power be when it really exploded? He didn't even dare to think about it, for fear that he would be dragged in and die. Kaido's body was tightly coiled together, and the fireball above Lu Li's finger also expanded to the size of a basketball. Although the fireball didn't look big, no one dared to underestimate it when they saw it. No, they didn't dare to look directly at it. Looking directly at the sun would burn your eyes. Oh, 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 oh. Rising Dragon, Flame Bagua. Kaido rushed towards Lu Li in the air quickly, with his head wrapped in Conqueror's haki, and hit Lu Li with the strongest impact. Lu Li said indifferently, Dragon God, Merciless Sun, throwing the Merciless Sun in his hand towards Kaido below. The Merciless Sun and Kaido's head collided in the air. Boom. Please give me flowers. The terrifying heat wave and impact spread rapidly around. Oh, oh, ah, 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 ah. Kaido roared, trying to smash the sun. But the sun continued to expand, and every expansion would bring a terrifying impact, gradually pressing his body down. Moreover, he felt as if his body was burning, and the terrifying heat made him feel that the real sun was colliding with him. Finally, Kaido couldn't bear it. Su 5. It disappeared. Everyone screamed in fear. Even the people in the chat group were shocked. Although they had seen it in the chat group live broadcast, the feeling of seeing it in person and in the live broadcast was completely different. Navy battleship, this is going to change. Garp was also a little scared. Such a powerful figure appeared in the Whitebeard pirates. The world's pattern may change. Mr. Garp, do you want to? Akiji was also shocked when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also felt an extremely huge threat from Lu Li. Chapter 96. Now that boy and Kaido have experienced a great battle, if we act now, there is a high probability that we can keep that boy. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know how much it will cost to keep this boy. Garp shook his head after hearing what Akiji said. You can't keep him, that kid can fly. You have also seen the flying speed of that kid, no one can be faster than him. And there is a large fleet of Whitebeard there. If we want to act, we should not worry about whether we can keep them, but whether we can save ourselves. Originally, the most troublesome thing about Kaido was that he had extremely high attack and defense power, and he could fly. Now there is another boy who is more capable than Kaido in all aspects. It was originally troublesome, but now it feels even more troublesome. Let's go? We can't afford to offend. We can't afford to offend. If that kid flies over and attacks them with the same attack that destroyed the island just now, none of these Navy warships can escape. All Navy warships evacuated. At the same time, the Beast's pirates also evacuated. Their boss was killed. If they stayed in 453, they would be waiting to die. Lu Li flew back to the Moby D****K. Oh, 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 oh. Too awesome. Vice Captain Lu Li, you are so strong that you even defeated Kaido. As soon as Lu Li returned to the Moby D****K, the Whitebeard pirates immediately praised Lu Li. Brother Lu Li, you are so awesome. Tosaka Rin was originally a little fan of Lu Li. Now she saw Lu Li showing off his power against Kaido. Lu Li admired him even more. Erika was also very excited and proud. This was the man she served. She was actually a little worried when she saw Kaido transformed into a dragon. His powerful might was no less than that of Velaslana. Kane looked at Lu Li with a special look. Ace said to Lu Li excitedly, Lu Li, you really killed Kaido? Kaido. He is known as the strongest creature in the world and one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Ace was also a lawless person. Beast. It was not until he met Whitebeard that he knew what it meant to be someone better than you. The reason why the 4 emperors are the 4 emperors is because their strength is far beyond his reach. Lu Li shook his head. No, he ran away. Escaped. He was able to escape under such a terrifying power. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was very surprised to hear this. Others could not sense it at that time, but Lu Li could easily sense it. After Kaido found that he was no match for his opponent, he immediately turned around and rushed downwards. The ground had already been melted by the high temperature of his body. Kaido easily escaped into it, and then greatly reduced the lethality of the merciless sun by evaporating the seawater. With Kaido's own strong defense, he still survived by chance and successfully escaped from the bottom of the sea. However, according to Lu Li's consideration, even if Kaido did not die, he must have been seriously injured. Of course, the fundamental reason was Lu Li. Li didn't really kill Kaido. If he had gone all out, Kaido would have been killed by him long ago. Or if he had just chased Kaido, Kaido would definitely not have been able to escape. The seawater has restrictions on devil fruit users, and it is not a threat to him. What a pity. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates felt it was a pity. If they could have left Kaido behind, the Whitebeard pirates would have become famous again. At this time, Whitebeard's voice sounded, It's not a pity. It's not bad to let that kid Kaido run away, Li Xiao. That kid dare not stretch his tiger claws so long again. What's more, the world government is not a vegetarian. If Kaido dies, they will be the happiest. If Kaido dies, the balance of the world will be broken, and the Whitebeard pirates will be listed as the focus of attention of various forces. If this stinky boy Lu Li is a person from this world, it doesn't matter, But this stinky boy came this time, and I don't know when he will come next time. He is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He can't put down his pride and ask for help from Lu Li, a stinky brat. If Kaido doesn't die, the four emperors will still be the strongest in the new world. The Whitebeard pirates have 2 four emperors level masters. No, they should be the 2 strongest in the world. After this battle, Kaido's title of the strongest creature in the world should be abdicated. With such a lineup, even the world government has to think about the consequences of provoking the Whitebeard pirates. Come on. Congratulations to our Whitebeard pirates Vice Captain Lu Li, who defeated Kaido and won the first battle. Let's drink 1,000 cups. Marco raised his glass and said loudly. He finally understood why Whitebeard's father let Lu Li become the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Dad is preparing for the future of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's 70th birthday party continues. On the other side, the Beast's pirates slipped away quickly. On one side is the Whitebeard pirates, with Whitebeard and that young monster, as well as the captains. On the other side is Admiral Aokiji. It was fine when Kaido was around, but when he was gone, no one on either side could afford to offend him. If we don't run, we'll be waiting to die. It's over. Our Beast's pirates are finished. Now that Kaido is gone, the world government and Big Mom, Red Hair, and Whitebeard will definitely not let go of our territory. Everyone in the Beast's pirates was devastated. They are under the 4 emperors Kaido, and they are extremely powerful. Each of them is strong, but all of this is based on the strong strength of Kaido. Without Kaido, their Beast's pirates' territory will definitely be eaten away, and they will not be let go either. Jean angrily shouted, "Shut up! Boss Kaido will never die." When everyone saw Jean was angry, they didn't dare to say anything. Jean was the strongest pirate in the Beast Pirates except Boss Kaido. His strength was very terrifying, and no one dared to provoke him. Suddenly, bang! The sea surface broke open, and a figure jumped out of the sea and landed on the deck. Who? At this time, everyone was nervous, and everyone was like a frightened bird, afraid of being chased by the young monster. After seeing the identity of the person, they immediately turned from fright to surprise. Boss Kaido. Chapter 97. Everyone was very surprised to see this figure, but Kaido was in a very bad condition at this time. His body was covered with severe burns, and he seemed to have been boiled. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Go! Puff! Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood after saying the last sentence, and fell straight down. Kaido had already exhausted his last bit of strength to insist on returning to the ship. Boss Kaido! Everyone panicked at this moment. Ship doctor! Ship doctor! Jean hurriedly called the ship doctor to treat Kaido. Then Jean ordered, "Return to Wano Country immediately." Wano Country is the location of Kaido's base camp, where all the forces of the Beast Pirates gather. Now Kaido is in a coma, and it is the most dangerous moment. Only by returning to Wano Country can the 970 pirates of the Sea of Beasts be saved. The ship immediately set sail and sailed towards Wano Country at a rapid speed. Not long after the Beast Pirates left, a Navy warship arrived here. These guys run pretty fast. The people who came were Garp and Aokiji. They couldn't afford to provoke the Whitebeard pirates now. It was no problem to deal with the Beast's pirates who had no leader. It was a great gain to be able to take down the main forces of the Beast's pirates. It was not a wasted trip. Aokiji asked, "Shall we continue to chase?" Garp waved his hand. "Forget it. If we continue to chase deeper, we will reach the territory of the 4 emperors. There is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Big forces have their own rules." The world government advocates to maintain the balance of the 3 big forces of the world government, the New World 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea. Before the balance is broken, the world government cannot easily take action against big forces like the 4 emperors. Otherwise, this will be seen by the other 4 emperors as a symbol of the world government's actions against the 4 emperors, and then the world will be in chaos. World Economic News Agency President's Office. World Economic News President Morgans is handling business. He is not satisfied with all the news his subordinates have inquired about. Really? It's just some trivial disappearances. Is there no big news? Pulu Pulu. The Den Den Mushi in front of Morgans rang. "Hello? I'm Morgans. President. Big news. Big news." Morgan's eyes lit up when she heard this. This is what she likes to hear the most. "Oh, what big news? Didn't the president send me to monitor Whitebeard's 70th birthday?" "Yes, that's right. Whitebeard was going to celebrate his 70th birthday recently, so he clapped his hands and went to observe. After all, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. As long as there is news related to such a strong man, even if it is just small news, it will interest many readers. So he arranged people at each of the 4 emperors. Guess who's here, Kaido? Kaido was here with his beasts pirates. Morgan's feathers all over his body trembled. Kaido, 2 for Emperor's meeting? This is a world-shaking event. What happened? Did Kaido celebrate Whitebeard's birthday or fight with Whitebeard? If it was a birthday celebration, it would be incredible if the 2 4 emperors joined forces. If they fought, it would also be a world-shaking event. Neither. Neither? What do you mean? Kaido didn't fight with Whitebeard, but with a boy about 1,500 years old. Fighting with a 15-year-old boy? What kind of big news is this? Morgan's lost interest immediately after hearing this. If he fought with Whitebeard, it would be big news, but fighting with a 15-year-old boy would be no different from killing a mosquito. Kaido lost, and his life or death is unknown. Morgans took a breath when he heard this. What did you say? Who lost? Morgan suspected that he had heard it wrong. Kaido lost. An affirmative voice came from the other end of the phone again. Morgans widened his eyes in disbelief. Who is Kaido? The strongest creature in the world. Maybe it was the era of Whitebeard 20 years ago, but today, 20 years later, Kaido is the strongest. The strongest in the world actually lost. And he lost to an unknown boy of about 15 years old. What an international joke. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Not only I saw it, but also the Whitebeard fleet, the Beast Pirates, and a Navy warship led by a Navy admiral. Everyone saw it. He also sent the photos he secretly took. Morgans hurriedly checked the photos. This was incredible. Many of the photos were photos of Kaido being beaten, especially the photos of Lu Li and Kaido when they were transformed into giants, which were very clear. Then Morgans returned to the office and began to contact his secret agents in various pirate groups. After confirming that everything was correct, Morgans became excited. Morgans immediately rushed to the news office. Big news. Real big news. Everyone, stop what you are doing immediately. Get this big news out with all your strength. All your strength. The next day, all over the world, special edition. Special edition. Shocking special edition. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, celebrates his 70th birthday. The 2 emperors meet. For Emperor's Kaido shows up. For Emperor's Whitebeard celebrates his 70th birthday. For Emperor's Kaido is defeated. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. The strongest in the world has changed. Who is the one who defeated Kaido? Shocking headlines were distributed all over the world. Everyone bought them after seeing the title. Many people thought it couldn't be true, but this was the world news. After seeing the photos clearly, everyone was shocked. How is it possible? Defeated? And by a teenager? Didn't you see? His name is Lu Li, and he is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doesn't that mean there are 2 of the strongest people in the world in the Whitebeard Pirates? Is a new pirate king about to be born? Many people around the world are panicking. In recent years, Whitebeard has been hyped up by the world government. In the minds of ordinary people, he is the most vicious pirate and the biggest terrorist who destroys world peace. If the Whitebeard Pirates grow stronger, it will be a huge crisis for the world. It is a result that no one wants to see. Chapter 98. Navy Headquarters Marineford. Everyone, I believe you have all read today's world news. I regret to tell you that this is true. Because Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji were there at the time. They witnessed the entire battle with their own eyes. The real situation is even more exaggerated than what is reported in the newspaper. The boy was suppressing the 4 emperors Kaido almost the entire time. The final blow even destroyed a medium-sized island. That's an island as big as a country. Such a guy is undoubtedly the most terrifying and dangerous person in the world. Moreover, this guy has joined the Whitebeard Pirates and is now the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, which makes him even more dangerous. Based on comprehensive considerations, the world government has also offered an unprecedented and possibly unparalleled bounty for billion berries. Major 11 brand new of the Navy headquarters slapped a wanted poster with Lu Li's image on it on the wanted board. For billion berries, everyone present was shocked to see this bounty, but it was really the first bounty ever offered. Most pirates don't offer a bounty of over 100 million for the first time, let alone 4 billion. Although this is unprecedented, the price is by no means high. He is only in his teens. If he is allowed to grow up, it is simply unimaginable. We must nip this evil in the bud to prevent endless troubles. Giant Lieutenant General John Jando shouted. Those who have no guts can retreat now. This is a fortress of peace in the age of pirates. No cowards are allowed to exist. The weakness of the people is not a sin. Justice is here. As long as there are stubborn evil forces on the sea, our Navy must do its best to drive them out. In the name of absolute justice. Yes, Whitebeard Pirates Moby D***** K. Whitebeard's birthday party lasted for a day and a night. Everyone was very happy, although most of the people in the Whitebeard Pirates were not good-looking. But they were all okay under Whitebeard's discipline, and they were considered loyal. In fact, most of these pirates came for the great treasure mentioned by Pirate King Roger. Later, they gradually evolved into lawless pirates who pursued freedom. After entering the New World, these people realized how great the price of freedom was. They were hunted by the Navy and fought with pirates. Knew the rule of the world is that big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. In order to survive, they had to seek shelter, and finally Whitebeard accepted these people. The 4 emperors of the New World are called pirates by the world government. But for the people in Whitebeard's territory, Whitebeard is their emperor, and the people of the Beard Fleet are the army that protects them. Of course, these military people look a little fierce. In the early morning, the sun rose from the sea level in the east. Many people woke up one after another. An albatross carrying a package and wearing a hat flew to the side of the ship. This is a messenger who is responsible for selling newspapers at sea. In this world, newspapers are the main source of information for everyone, and the price is not expensive, and most people will spend money to buy it. After seeing it, a person bought a newspaper. Then he opened it to watch, and when he saw it for the first time, he was very surprised. Unexpectedly, what happened yesterday was on the world news today. The world news is really pervasive. There is nothing in the world that can be hidden from them. Then, when he saw the world government gave when he saw the reward for Lu Li, he was a little bit incredulous, suspecting that he was drunk and dizzy. He counted again and found that there were 9 zeros in total. Lu Li didn't care about the bounty, but with 4 billion berries, he had to admire the wealth of the world government. There is almost no difference between the value of berries in the One Piece world and the fairy tale world. He only has 40 million in the fairy tale world, which makes him the richest man in the guild. But compared with his own bounty, the difference is 100 times. If there is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 4 billion J in the fairy tale world, he might really do such a task. Tosaka Rin asked curiously, "What is the bounty?" Marco explained, "The bounty is the bounty offered by the world government to us pirates. As long as we get our heads, we can go to the world government to exchange the bounty." "Aren't you in danger?" "Ha ha ha." All the pirates who heard what Tosaka Rin said couldn't help laughing. Ace said confidently, "It's not that easy to get our heads. When we became pirates, we had already put our heads on our belts. If you have the ability, you can take it, but if you don't have the ability, you have to be prepared to be killed." Marco smiled and explained, "Most of the people who accept the bounty are bounty hunters. They don't have any ability and dare not bother us at all. Now for all pirates, the bounty of the world government is more of a symbol of fame and strength. The higher the bounty amount, the greater the fame and strength. What do you think of the bounty amount of Brother Lu Li? Several people just came to this world and are not very clear about the money system of this world. The first bounty was offered at a sky-high price of 4 billion berries. This is unprecedented. Vice Captain Lu Li is now famous all over the world. Wow, Brother Lu Li is so powerful." Lu Li touched Rin's head lovingly and said to Whitebeard, "Dad, since the matter is over, we should leave." Chapter 99. So soon? You haven't had a good look around here yet. When Whitebeard heard Lu Li say that she was leaving, he felt reluctant. He liked these kids very much, especially the little girl Rin Tosaka, who felt like his granddaughter. Next time, there's still a lot of time in the future. Next time, it's a deal. Of course. Whitebeard was also much happier to hear this. Marco asked, "Vice Captain Lu Li, are you leaving?" Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates also looked at Lu Li and the other 4. "Aren't they here to join the Whitebeard Pirates?" "Yes," Ace said anxiously. "Why do you want to leave? Isn't it good to stay here? We can help Dad become the Pirate King together." Lu Li is so strong, and with the help of these people, Dad may be able to become the new Pirate King in a short time. Others in the Whitebeard Pirates have similar ideas. They have always wanted to send Dad to the position of Pirate King. This can not only make Dad successful, but also make themselves successful. It is the pursuit and dream of all the people in the Whitebeard Pirates. Lu Li shook his head and said, "We all have our own relatives and jobs. This time we came to celebrate Dad Whitebeard's 70th birthday. Now that the birthday is over, we naturally have to return to normal life. How can normal life be more important than helping Dad become the Pirate King?" Ace continued to say relentlessly. "Ace!" Whitebeard scolded Ace with a serious face. Ace was still a little unwilling to hear Whitebeard scolding. "I invited Lu Li and the others here. The position of deputy leader was also imposed on him by me. He didn't refuse and gave me face. He also defeated Kaido and made the Whitebeard Pirates famous. Don't push your luck." Luli, I'm sorry. I didn't discipline these little brats. Whitebeard shouted at everyone. Luli smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. I don't mind. It's not impossible to stay here for a few days, but I had a fight with Kaido before, and I consumed a lot of energy. I can't get any replenishment here. This feeling is like a fish on the shore. If you don't get water, you will die sooner or later. People can't survive without air. Even if you don't die, you will become an ordinary person. With his body, as long as he doesn't continue to consume magic power, there is no problem in maintaining basic survival. But he can't use magic and can only use some physical strength. He is far from Kaido's opponent now. When Whitebeard heard this, he suddenly remembered that Lu Li is a wizard and his living environment is different from their world. The air in that world is filled with magic, and the same is true for Erika and Tojobin's world. Magicians can only survive in a world with magic, just like people breathe air. Sorry, I didn't notice this. Are you three okay? Xiaolin, Erika, and Kane? Whitebeard hurriedly asked Tosaka Rin, Erika, and Kane, but the three of them were much weaker than Lu Li. Kane shook her head and said, I don't have any magic power, and I don't feel any discomfort. Tosaka Rin said, I'm fine too. I don't have any consumption. There is no big difference between here and at home, and I brought supplies. Tosaka Rin took out several gems of different colors. The magic of the Tosaka family can seal the magic power in the gems and extract it directly from the gems when it is needed. This avoids the pain caused by activating the magic circuit to absorb the magic power in the air and can also greatly save time. You must know that in the battle, if the magician has no magic power, it is fatal to the magician. Erika said, I'm fine too. I just feel uncomfortable. It doesn't affect me much. Erika also absorbs magic from the air. It's best to describe her as fish in water. I'm glad you're fine. Then go ask quickly. Whitebeard now understood why Lu Li was in such a hurry to leave. This world is not their world after all. The rules of the world are different. It is not friendly to people from other world like Lu Li. Erika, then Dad, will leave first. Kane, thank you very much for your hospitality. Tosaka Rin, goodbye Dad. Rin will practice magic well when she goes back and show it to Dad next time. Okay. Whitebeard nodded happily. Although yesterday was the first time they met officially, these three daughters were much more considerate than these rough guys who came from pirates. The three opened the panel, clicked back, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Disappeared? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was very surprised. When a few people came, they were like a tornado. A few people suddenly appeared and now suddenly disappeared. Lu Li looked at Whitebeard and said, Whitebeard Dad, if you need anything, just call me. I will rush to it as soon as possible. When Whitebeard heard Lu Li's words, a smile appeared on his face. He was relieved that Lu Li could say this. Everyone, see you next time. Marco said, Deputy Captain Lu Li, you must come back often. Okay. Lu Li nodded to everyone, and then clicked back. Shua. Lu Li's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Blackbeard asked, Dad, Vice Captain Lu Li and the others, Qian Lezhao are. Whitebeard glanced at Blackbeard and said, some things you shouldn't know. You just need to know that the three girls will always be the three princesses of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Lu Li will always be the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's enough. Did you hear it? I heard it. After saying that, Whitebeard returned to his bedroom. Seeing that he couldn't get any news from Whitebeard, Blackbeard asked Marco again. Marco, you have been taking care of Dad. Do you know them? Dad said, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Isn't this just my curiosity? And if they stay, Dad will become the Pirate King in no time. I am also thinking about Dad. If you really care about your father, then work hard and use your own abilities to help your father become the king of One Piece. Chapter 100. Marco ignored Blackbeard after he finished speaking and directed everyone to clean up and clear up. Tisk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you so stingy? Blackbeard's eyes turned. He was very curious about Lu Li's powerful strength. He had never seen such an ability in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. He was so young and even defeated Kaido. If he also had such power, wouldn't the Pirate King be in his pocket? Where is the dark fruit now? I have been in the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 20 years. According to my calculations, the dark fruit has the highest probability of appearing in the Whitebeard Pirates, so I joined the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't know how long I have to wait. Do I really have to spend the rest of my life as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? If I get the dark fruit, Whitebeard Dad, Vice Captain Lu Li, I will definitely accept all the abilities of the two of you. At this time, Blackbeard noticed Ace, who was lost not far away. With the corner of his mouth raised, he went over and put his hand on Ace's shoulder. Captain Ace, what are you thinking about? Ace asked. Why doesn't Luli want to stay at 760 to help his father become the Pirate King? He couldn't figure it out. He was the Pirate King. Why didn't he want to help his father? He wasn't a pirate before. Maybe he doesn't want to be with us pirates. I will definitely help my father become the Pirate King, absolutely. Swish. Luli returned to the big stone where he usually practiced. After returning, Luli immediately mobilized meditation and breathing methods, and a large amount of magic power was extracted from the air and then absorbed by the magic source. The magic power of the magic source was replenished quickly. Seeing the magic power replenishing quickly, he felt a lot of security. To be honest, Kaido's strength is really very strong, and Luli feels that he is even stronger than that god. The opponent's physique is more than one level stronger than his own. I relied on magic to resist Kaido's attack. But Luli was not discouraged. He had only been practicing magic for less than a year. He was very satisfied with his strength in less than a year. In order to deal with Kaido, he had consumed more than half of the magic power of one of his magic sources. Especially since there was no place to replenish magic power in that world, this gave Luli a great sense of insecurity. Buzz. The chat group panel vibrated. Whitebeard. At everyone. Have you all arrived home safely? Tosaka Rin. I'm home, Dad Whitebeard. Erika. Arrived safely. Kane. Yeah. I'm back, Dad, don't worry. Luli same. Whitebeard. Stinky boy. Those little brats have always wanted to push me to the position of Pirate King, and they are a little impatient, don't mind. Luli, I understand. I don't mind. They just don't know that we are not from that world. Whitebeard. That's good. These brats have always wanted to push me to the position of Pirate King, but they don't think that it's not that easy to be the Pirate King. Whitebeard. If I were young, I could still fight for these sons. Now my biggest wish is to protect them. Whitebeard. I know my body. I don't know how many years it can last, so I made you the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates without authorization. I know my behavior is a bit selfish. Luli. Dad, what are you talking about? Dad's business is my business, and Dad's body is still strong. Don't say these unlucky words. Tosaka Rin. Yes? Dad Whitebeard, you can live 100 years. Whitebeard. Gulala. Don't worry. I have lived for so many years. I have seen all kinds of scenery. I have long put life and death aside. If I were not worried about those stinky sons, I would have wanted to rest a long time ago. About life and death, Whitebeard seemed very free and easy. From his words, we can also see that Whitebeard attaches great importance to the feelings of his relatives. After chatting for a while, several people went offline. After a while, the magic power was replenished. Luli stood up and stretched. It's been a long time since I rested. It's time for the children to do the task. Luli walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild. Although he is now the richest man in the Fairy Tale Guild, people are like this. The richer they are, the more they want to make money. And he likes to save money very much. Looking at the value in the bank card will give him great satisfaction. In addition, as a traditional good man, if he doesn't work for a long time, he always feels that something is missing. After all, work itself is a part of life. Luli came to the second floor of the guild and saw several new S-level commissions. His eyes lit up. He liked to do this kind of high-paying tasks the most, and he immediately took the one with the highest pay. He asked the president and found out that Makarov boasted that his guild had 2 new S-level wizards at the local guild meeting not long ago. He also completed 4 S-level tasks, so other guilds transferred their own S-level tasks to Fairy Tale. This is why Fairy Tale has so many S-level tasks. Luli can also do it with peace of mind. A month passed quietly, and Luli refreshed his task record again, completing 5 level 9 tasks in a month. This task efficiency shocked everyone in the guild. Makarov was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had complained about this brat for not working for a long time before, but Luli gave him such a big surprise. It seems that after this brat became an S-level wizard, he didn't care about the tasks below S-level. It seems that he will have to find more old friends in the local guild and make more of them. Luli looked at the numbers in his bank card. After completing 5 S-level tasks, his bank card balance has exceeded 100 million. His heart was full of happiness. What is 100 million? For him, even 10,000 was difficult, not to mention 100 million. He always felt that there was a saying that made a lot of sense. Money is not everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Suddenly, at 12, Luli felt the chat group vibrate, and it was obvious that someone had tagged him again. Erika at Luli, dear, emergency, the god of disobedience appeared again.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.